我的上帝啊，赐我一颗纯洁的心。我的希望啊，恢复我宁静的良知。我的钟爱者啊，透过你威权之灵，求你使我在你的圣道中坚强，并以你的荣耀之光显示给我你的途径。你是我所渴望的目标，经由你超凡的威力，提升我至你神圣的天国。你是我生命之源，以你永恒的和风来畅快我。你是我的上帝，我的伴侣啊，让你那很久的旋律使我安宁，并让你那恒古的圣容的福语使我除你之外脱离一切。我的主啊，让你那不朽的本质、启示的信息带给我喜悦。你是显圣之最高显圣者，隐蔽中之最隐蔽者。巴哈乌拉。
O thou kind Lord, we are servants of thy threshold, taking shelter at thy holy door. We seek no refuge save only this strong pillar. Turn nowhere for a haven but unto thy safekeeping. Protect us, bless us, support us. Make us such that we shall love but thy good pleasure, utter only thy praise, follow only the pathway of truth, that we may become rich enough to dispense with all save thee, and receive our gifts from the sea of thy beneficence, that we may ever strive to exalt thy cause and to spread thy sweet savors far and wide, that we may become oblivious of self and occupied only with thee, and disown all else and be caught up in thee. O thou provider, O thou forgiver, grant us thy grace and loving kindness, thy gifts and thy bestowals, and sustain us that we may attain our goal. Thou art the powerful, the able, the knower, the seer, and verily thou art the generous, and verily thou art the all-merciful, and verily thou art the ever-forgiving, he to whom repentance is due, he who forgiveth even the most grievous of sins.
Good morning, dear friends, and welcome to the third day of the Grand Canyon Baha'i Conference. I'm delighted to introduce to you our first presenter, my dear friend, Mr. Mark Sasson. Mr. Sasson holds a Master of Fine Arts degree from the University of California in Los Angeles, School of Theater, Film, and Television. He is currently a professor of film, television, and media arts in the School of Arts, Communication, and Social Science at Southwestern College in Chula Vista, California. He is a father of a daughter and son and happily married for 27 years. After working in the film industry in Los Angeles for 10 years, he pioneered Papua New Guinea for 11 years, where he worked as a director of educational television in the Department of Education and produced a number of educational and documentary films. His father began studying the faith shortly after the Second World War in 1949. And after investigating his father's faith, he became a Baha'i in 1972. Mr. Sasson has been an advocate for racial justice and a champion of oneness since his youth. Mr. Sasson served on a number of institutions of the Baha'i faith and has worked with a number of United Nations agencies, including the UNDP, UNICEF, the World Health Organization, and the European Union. We hope you find inspiration from Mr. Sasson's talk, and we're grateful to him for his contribution to the conference.
Hello, dear friends. It is a pleasure to be able to participate with you at this annual conference, albeit virtually, during this unprecedented year. We will, of course, be missing seeing each other's bright and friendly faces, but nevertheless, we hope that even under these conditions, the conference will be a success in mobilizing their friends in these last two cycles of the last of a series of historic plans. I've been invited to share my thoughts on the topic of oneness, a topic that is at the heart of the revelation of Baha'u'llah and the cornerstone of his teachings. To help us explore this idea, I thought it would be valuable for us to reflect together on the July 22nd message of the Universal House of Justice to the Baha'is of the United States, and to draw on a few of the sacred tablets of the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, the guidance from the beloved guardian Shoghi Effendi, and of course, a few other letters from the Universal House of Justice relevant to this topic. It has been about 35 years since I last attended the Grand Canyon Conference back in 1985. The Baha'i community was at a different stage in its development then, and it was before the House of Justice set the Baha'i world community on a new course toward entry by troops in 1996. A course that sought to set into motion a process of raising up protagonists, social actors, engaged in learning systematically in the context of a cluster in a neighborhood how to translate the teachings of Baha'u'llah into long-term collective action, and initiating a learning process that invites people of all backgrounds to apply the powerful spiritual and social teachings of Baha'u'llah into the discourse of society and into the life of the community. I had been asked to speak on the topic of racial prejudice. By 1985, there had been, of course, a lot of progress in the area of civil rights, causing some to believe that the issue of racism was no longer a pressing matter. But for people of color, particularly among Indigenous Americans, African Americans, and the many Latino Americans, this was not a shared view. Nevertheless, the responsibility we have today in addressing this issue is a moral imperative for every believer. And although the size and influence of the Baha'i community is still too limited for us to have a determining impact on the conditions which have, after all, been in the making for hundreds of years, the House of Justice reminds us that we need not wait to take action. The House of Justice promises in a letter written on its behalf that in the future, the cause of God will spread throughout America. Millions will be enlisted under its banner, and race prejudice will finally be exorcised from the body politic. Of this, have no doubt. And it is inexorable because it is the will of Almighty God. They go on to say that the friends must understand that the necessary precondition to translation of our community's social vision into reality is a massive expansion in the numbers of committed, deepened believers who are well grounded in the essentials of the cause. Therefore, a key to addressing this baneful deviation is for our numbers to grow. The House states that those who fail to comprehend the urgency assigned to the objectives of achieving a large expansion have obviously failed to appreciate the moral imperative behind this aim. The House states that parallel to the process of large-scale enrollment, the institutions of the faith, including those at the grassroots, will gradually come to function with greater efficiency and increasing harmony, thereby enhancing their potential and stimulating the processes of social development. Over the past 24 years, since 1996, we have been engaged in a series of plans aimed at effecting a significant advance in the process of entry by troops. Over that period of time, we have gradually increased our capacity to engage in meaningful conversations and practices that seek to translate the teachings of Baha'u'llah into action. At the start of this year, we began to reflect more deeply on the community building process, particularly in our most advanced neighborhoods across North America. We began to see how the community building process is starting to release the wonderful potential latent both in the population and in the process itself. The fruits of over 20 years of patient labor, courageous sacrifice, and commitment to learning is starting to blossom. As we began to see momentum, a virus of unprecedented scale that has already taken the lives of now over 1.6 million people worldwide, and as of today, over 300,000 in the US. It threatened to disrupt the momentum we had already gained, But as the House indicated in their May 9th, 2020 message to the National Spiritual Assemblies, the Baha'i community has remained composed and has acted swiftly to meet the immediate demands that confronted it. In fact, as the world realized the need for unified cooperation among the nations and peoples of the world to combat this virus, they saw no borders. They saw that the idea of having borders was no longer relevant in this case. The earth is but one country, and mankind as citizens seem to resonate profoundly with peoples and nations alike. The Baha'i community found an increasing readiness on the part of our fellow citizens, an eagerness to learn how we can translate such sentiments of unity into sustained action. As we were grappling with the uncertainties of this virus, the murder of George Floyd, witnessed by people around the world, ignited a firestorm of protest everywhere. This blatant injustice had touched a chord among people of many countries, and America once again found itself at the center of the discourse on race and social injustice. I think because the Baha'i community has been so engaged in learning how to apply the plan's framework for action to the current circumstances of the world, we found ourselves able and to see in this crisis the seed of possibility. I cannot help but wonder, could not this global crisis be God sent, clearing away like a mighty storm and a fierce fire, the dead branches and debris of the old world order, and allow new growth, new ways of thinking, of being and doing to emerge? Naturally, such dramatic events puts into perspective for the Baha'i community our moral responsibility to stand up against injustice and oppression, to shun aloofness, and to further invigorate our community and our commitment to the spiritual transformation of the planet through our personal and direct involvement in this transformation as prescribed by the House of Justice. An institution, by the way, which the Guardian said would be regarded by posterity as the last refuge of a tottering civilization. In the midst of this, the Universal House of Justice, like a gentle spring rain, showered down upon the Baha'i community its love and guidance in a number of messages, one after the other, over the last few months, in the beginning particularly of the virus, in very short order. Among them was the July 22nd message to the Baha'is of the United States. This amazing and precious letter provides us with loving insights that will illumine the long and thorny path ahead of us. It is not common for the Baha'is of the United States to receive a letter of this kind. If I'm not mistaken, the last time that the House wrote such a letter to the Baha'is of the United States was in 1988 on the theme of individual rights and freedoms. Hopefully, the friends will appreciate how special it is to receive such a message addressed to us. It is a rare gift, and I'm sure the community of the greatest name, the spiritual descendants of the Dawnbreakers, the recipients and co-executors of the tablets of the divine plan, will rally behind this special message to forge higher degrees of understanding, unity, love, dedication, and service to the cause. The care and love with which the House addresses us in this letter demands from us our full attention to its contents and a commitment to its application. In the first paragraph of the July 22nd message, the House of Justice points out that a moment of historic portent hath arrived for our nation as the conscience of its citizenry has stirred, creating possibilities for marked social change. This there is no denying. We just merely have to look around us. The current situation in the world, although alarming, has also created a rich, receptive environment to teach the faith and to engage in meaningful conversations about the conditions of the world and the solutions that we might wish to apply. It is our destiny to do so. In fact, the House tells us it holds significance not only for the destiny of America, the House says, anticipated in the sacred writings, but also for the mission entrusted to your community by the hand of Abdu'l-Baha, who cherished you dearly and called you to a path of sacrifice and high endeavor. How do we translate Abdu'l-Baha's love for us into meaningful action? And what will sacrifice and high endeavor look like? No doubt the House is referring to Abdu'l-Baha's many tablets, letters, prayers, and statements to North America, and of course to the divine mission given to the believers in the United States and Canada in the tablets of the divine plan, which maps out the spiritual conquest of the planet. Many times Abdu'l-Baha spoke of America's destiny. For example, in one place he says, "May this American democracy be the first nation to establish the foundation of international agreement, the first nation to proclaim the unity of mankind, the first to unfurl the standard of the most great peace, the first to build the tabernacle of the great peace and proclaim the oneness of mankind." And again, he says, its future is even more promising, for its influence and illumination are far-reaching. It will lead all nations spiritually. With all the world's people now living in America, this statement of Abdu'l-Baha's is quite extraordinary. It is encouraging to know that the House was pleased to see that, led by our national and local assemblies, the Friends seized opportunities, whether those thrust upon us by current circumstances or those derived from our systematic labors in the wider society, to play our part, however humble, in the efforts to remedy the ills of our nation. Among these opportunities, for example, was a letter from our National Assembly published in a local newspaper to the American people that addressed the current situation of the pandemic and the social injustice ravaging our communities. Also, letters were written by a number of local spiritual assemblies to mayors and other city officials, offering their years of experience in service to the broader community. There are numerous examples of communities and neighborhoods that engaged in the Institute process, that were engaged in the Institute process, who sought to collaborate with like-minded organizations and individuals in addressing the needs of the communities. For example, in helping to understand the nature of the COVID virus, in one instance, gatherings were held with community leaders in a local park while observing social distancing to discuss ways to help families get access to face masks and encourage people to wear them. In another case, youth in a neighborhood organized themselves to safely deliver much needed supplies to the elderly who were confined in their homes. Still, in other ways, health professionals serving and living in the neighborhood produced videos providing, in the language of the community, vital information about how to protect the most vulnerable in their families. These friends, who had won the trust of the community through years of selfless service, demonstrated the purity of their motives, the genuineness of their actions, and the unwavering constancy of their commitment. Through intimate, persistent, and creative approaches, and in consultation with the community of which they had become a part, they were able to contribute to its well-being. These and similar efforts were supported and encouraged by local spiritual assemblies across the country. On the matter of racial prejudice and social injustice, again, the Friends rallied to contribute meaningfully to elevate the discourse in forms large and small, in a language of inclusiveness, not partisan, spiritual, not political, and welcoming to all, welcoming all perspectives. After a police shooting in one neighborhood, an auxiliary board member had a conversation with the chief police, who knew something of the faith and was inspired by the conversation and moved by the efforts that the community was undertaking. In that same neighborhood, members of the Baha'i Assembly met and prayed with the family whose son was killed. It is, dear friends, mostly in supportive, intimate spaces, actually, where deep conversations are cultivated that open receptivity and foster an eagerness to learn. More often than not, these are in devotional gatherings, praying for the health and well being of members of the community, children's classes, nurturing their tender hearts, junior youth groups, where honest and frank explorations of challenging issues are explored, and in study circles that are open to all, and that explore with others the application of the teachings to individuals and collective lives. In the 22nd message, the House of Justice expresses its hopes and prayers for the American people in general. They say, we ardently pray that the American people will grasp the possibilities of this moment to create a consequential reform of the social order that will free it from the pernicious effects of racial prejudice and will hasten the attainment of a just, diverse, and united society that increasingly manifests oneness of the human family. After expressing these heartfelt hopes, the House of Justice reminds us that the efforts of progress in the past have been challenging. Sadly, they say, your nation's history reveals that any significant progress towards racial equality has invariably been met with countervailing processes, overt and covert, that serve to undermine the advances achieved and to reconstitute the forces of oppression by other means. It will be insightful for us, perhaps, to take a moment and reflect on some of these overt and covert countervailing processes that the House of Justice mentions. Sadly, there are many tragic examples that dogged our advance for centuries and continue to do so to this day. It may be no surprise to you that around Abdu'l Baha's visit to America, tragic and unjust overt countervailing acts to progress had been intentionally perpetrated against many African American communities, particularly those that were thriving. I would like to share with you a few examples, starting with those during the lifetime of Abdu'l Baha. This will help place into context the courageous and radical acts of Abdu'l Baha during his visit to America and his call on the efforts of the Friends. In a letter written to Abdu'l Baha in 1914 by Carolee Cook, an African American believer, described one of these overt countervailing actions in her letter. Carolee Cook was born in 1861 in Lexington, Virginia, to parents who were former slaves. Her maternal ancestry includes Elizabeth Hemings, a woman enslaved on the estate of Thomas Jefferson. Coralie was a professor at Howard University, where her husband, George Cook, was also on the faculty. The Cooks were introduced to the Baha'i faith in 1910 by Joseph and Pauline Hennon. And Carolee could immediately see that this new religion would bring many positive changes to the African American community. She regularly organized Baha'i meetings at Howard University, especially for the young women she sought to empower through developing their capacity for public speaking, something I probably could have used. She was also instrumental in organizing Abdu'l Baha's visit to the campus, which included a historic talk on the oneness of humanity delivered on April 23, 1912. This is a portion of that letter that she addressed to Abdu'l Baha in 1914. Honored and dearly loved teacher, only a short time ago, after many months of waiting, I dared to send you a brief letter expressing my love for the cause and telling you in what way your visit to this institution had planted a seed, which already begins to grow and bear fruit. Writing a letter to you is like no other writing. No sooner do I take up the pen with that intention than I seem somehow to be ushered into your very presence. However that may be, you will know that I shall write no thoughtless word, and shall try to be just and honest in every sentiment. Knowledge of the progress of the colored people during their 50 years of freedom has astounded the world and incited envy and hatred of those who prophesize their extinction and argue their ability to work for themselves. In the midst of unfriendly surroundings, they have accumulated $7 billion worth of property and raised $1.5 million in the past year alone for educational work. Coming out of slavery with 95% unable to read or write, that number now was reduced to 30%, surpassing that of the whites during the same period. Instead of this marvelous achievement appealing to all that is best and noblest in the whites, it has seemed to have contrary effect. Laws are being passed in many sections compelling colored people to live in segregated districts where they have had handsome houses among white residents. These houses have been attacked, lives endangered, valuable property ruthlessly destroyed, anonymous orders to vacate, and if ignored, have resulted in the use of dynamite and total destruction of a house and its contents. The law courts offer no redress, unfortunately, for the word of a black man is not taken against that of a white man, where judge and jury are all of the dominant class. Because the race situation is so acute, because the colored people and their brave friends feel this is the most crucial period in all the nation's history, I pray God that no one who has ever embraced the faith will set aside to so contribute to the nation's shame and so abandon the cause. Let them say, like Luther, "Here I stand, God helping me. I can do no other." It's a moving letter written to Abdu'l-Baha. So Abdu'l-Baha was quite aware of these events and was no doubt quite concerned about them. 4 years after his return from America, he began to pen the tablets of the divine plan. He must have felt a sense of urgency as he received such letters as this one, where in it, the friends are praying to God for his intervention. We have a great privilege and responsibility, you and I, to be part of a process that is realizing the hopes and prayers of a sorely oppressed community, past and present. It is by chance that Abdu'l-Baha came to America. It is not by chance that Abdu'l-Baha came to America. It is not by chance that the issue of racial prejudice is at the center of the issue that we face here in America, given that we are to lead the world spiritually. It is not by chance, perhaps, that during the time of Baha'u'llah's suffering, exile, and incarceration, that the African American people who were brutally enslaved raised their many prayers and plaintive cries to the Lord of all ages. I feel in my heart that it is these prayers that help to raise up the spirit of the faith around this idea of race unity. The history of America is replete with tragic stories such as this, where the progress of the African American community was met instead with those countervailing processes. There are too numerous to list here, but in this age of internet, you can research them yourself, and I hope that you do. When you do, look at these events, and there are many others, but Wilmington, North Carolina, November 1898, white mobs stormed the majority Black and racially integrated city of Wilmington, killing as many as 100 Black residents. Around 2,000 were permanently left permanently, leaving the city majority white. East St. Louis, July 1st through the 3rd, 1917. A small Illinois city located across the river from its Missouri counterpart, was overrun with violence. My mother, one of 9 children, was among them. She was about 7 years old at the time and lived in East St. Louis when the conflict occurred. Whites began brutally beating and killing African Americans. By the end of the 3 days, the official death toll was 39 Black individuals and 9 whites, but many believe that more than 100 African Americans were killed. And finally, Tulsa, Oklahoma, May 31, 1921. White mobs descended in Tulsa, Oklahoma's prosperous Greenwood neighborhood, murdering more than 300 Black residents, and burned homes, shops, and local institutions, ranging from schools and churches to movies, to movie theaters. Entire city blocks evaporated, along with the equivalent of tens of millions of dollars in Black-owned property and wealth. 9,000 out of the total of 11,000 Greenwood residents were left homeless. A once affluent Black community dubbed the Black Wall Street. Now thousands spent the following winter living in tents in a makeshift internment camp. These are but a few examples of overt countervailing processes. The literal physical destruction of Black communities that the House of Justice might be referring to. And we are not even beginning to consider those covert practices which are equally unjust and even more prevalent and exist even today in our most progressive communities in the country, including California, where I live. Did you know, for example, that Glendale, California, a suburb of Los Angeles, had up until this year sundown laws where Black Americans were warned not to be caught at dark, after dark? So we have a long way to go, and we have lots of work ahead of us. And we must be united in our efforts and sober in our approach. But praise be to God, Baha'u'llah has come. And with the guidance of the Universal House of Justice, there is more than hope. As mentioned earlier, we have been given the means by which to address these ills that seek to undermine God's plan for humanity. We also have the moral obligation and the spiritual mandate to take action. In another letter from the House of Justice, this time to the participants of the Black Men's Gathering, you would find it interesting to note that the House of Justice reiterated the efficacy of the Institute process as a means by which to address the racial prejudice. The House states that, quote, "In the instruments of the plan, you now have within your grasp everything that is necessary to raise up a new people and eliminate racial prejudice as a force within your society, though the path ahead remains long and arduous. The Institute process is the primary vehicle by which you can transform and empower your people, indeed, all the peoples of your nation. So we need not search for a path to address these ills. This we have. We simply now must commit ourselves to walking this path and to do so with others in the communities in which we live." Let us now return to the July 22nd message. The House of Justice says, whatever the immediate outcome of contemporary events, you need not be deterred. For you are cognizant of the long and thorny road beset with pitfall described by the Guardian that still lies ahead. Your commitment to tread this road with determination and insight, drawing upon what you have learned in recent years about translating Baha'u'llah's teachings into reality, will have to be sustained until the time anticipated by Shoghi Effendi when you will have contributed your decisive share to the eradication of racial prejudice from the fabric of your nation. The House goes on to say, every believer, as the promulgator of Baha'u'llah's central principle of oneness of humanity, should deeply meditate upon it and weigh its demanding implications for the profound alteration of thought and action required at this time. The American Baha'i community, the leaven destined to leaven the whole, the Guardian admonished, cannot hope to either escape the trials with which this nation is confronted, nor claim to be wholly immune from the evils that stain its character. So, if we cannot escape the trials which the nation is confronted, either as individuals or as members of a community, then should we not address it together head on? And if we cannot claim to be wholly immune from the evils that stain its character, should we not be ready to forgive one another, offer mutual support to each other, and love in the face of these evils? The House says a tremendous effort is required for both races. If their outlook, their manners, and their conduct are to reflect in this darkened age the spirit and teachings of the faith of Baha'u'llah. Let me read that again. A tremendous effort is required by both races if their outlook, their manners, and conduct are to reflect in this darkened age the spirit and teachings of the faith of Baha'u'llah. He also stated, let neither think that the solution so vast a problem is a matter that exclusively concerns the other. Let neither think that such a problem can either easily or immediately be resolved. Each one should endeavor to develop and assist the other toward mutual advancement. Abdu'l-Baha explained, love and unity will be fostered between you, thereby bringing about the oneness of mankind. So it seems that through our efforts, through our struggles together, through our overcoming the challenges of our miscommunications and our misunderstandings between one another, that overcoming these things will be the very thing, actually, that will help bind us together as one, help us to overcome those very obstacles. Again, I think this is a call to all of us, Black, white, Persian, Latino, Asian, young, old, of all classes and persuasions. We all are in this great battle together. We must help one another advance together. And as we help each other advance, supporting one another, our love for each other can only grow stronger. This is that message. This brings me to another important point that may be helpful in appreciating the difference between what our Persian brethren have suffered at the hands of the oppressed in the cradle of our faith, and what the African American community has faced in its 500 years in America. In a letter from the House of Justice to an individual concerning the comparison between the situation of the Baha'i community in Iran and the African American people, the House of Justice offers this illuminating insight. They say that while the plight of their Iranian friends is grievous, it is in some essential aspects more tractable. Furthermore, since the community is organized around the divine teachings and empowered by the Word of God, the effects of victimization on the Iranian believers is likely to prove, in the long view, less devastating than the effect that which has been inflicted upon the African Americans. The House goes on to say that, again in this same letter, it is wholly conceivable for a tiny handful of secular and clerical rulers who control the government there could, for more or less at the stroke of a pen, effectively emancipate that community from the bulk of its practical difficulties, implying that this is not so in the case of the African American experience, that racism much more systemic and is in the very fiber of American culture and life, it's much more difficult to erase. It cannot be done by the stroke of a pen. I bring this point to our attention here so as to help us avoid making the mistake of conflating the two experiences of oppression suffered by our two family members as being the same. It is an important understanding if we are to appreciate the complexity of the issue of race in America. In the July 22nd message, the House provides us with a consideration of the definition of racism. The House of Justice states that racism is a profound deviation from the standard of true morality. Thinking about this, I thought, well, true morality cannot, by definition then, embrace racist ideologies, even in the slightest. The moral standard is rooted in the belief that mankind is one. The House explains why. They say that racism deprives a portion of humanity of the opportunity to cultivate and express the full range of their capability and to live a meaningful and flourishing life while blighting the progress of the rest of humankind. Then they go on to say that the means by which racism is rooted out must be consistent with the ends, which is racial harmony. We cannot address racism in all its forms through means that espouse and embrace otherness, that amplify our differences. It cannot be rooted out, the House of Justice says, by contest and conflict. It must be supplanted by the establishment of just relationships among individuals, communities, and institutions of society that will uplift all and will not designate anyone as other. What is meant by a just relationship? Again, we turn to the House of Justice for the answer. In another letter dated March 2nd, 2013, this time to the Baha'is of Iran, the House of Justice states, at the heart of the learning process is inquiry into the nature of the relationships that bind the individual, the community, and the institutions of society, actors on the stage of history who have been locked in a struggle for power throughout time. In this context, the assumption that relations among them are inevitably conform. I'm sorry, let me read that again. At the heart of the learning process is inquiry into the nature of the relationships that bind the individual, the community, and the institution of society. Actors on the stage of history who have been locked in a struggle for power throughout time. In this context, the assumption that relations among them, will inevitably conform to the dictates of competition, a notion that ignores the extraordinary potential of the human spirit, has been set aside in favor of the more likely premise that their harmonious interactions can foster a civilization befitting a mature humanity. Animating the Baha'i efforts to discover the nature of a new set of relationships among these three protagonists is a vision of a future society that derives inspiration from the analogy drawn by Baha'u'llah in a tablet pen nearly a century and a half ago, which compares the world to the human body. Cooperation is the principle that governs the functioning of that system. Just as the appearance of the rational soul in this realm of existence is made possible through the complex association of countless cells, whose organizations and tissues and organs allow for the realization of distinctive capacities, so can civilization be seen as the outcome of a set of interactions among closely integrated, diverse components which have transcended the narrow purpose of tending to their own existence. And just as the viability of every cell and every organ is contingent upon the health of the body as a whole, so should the prosperity of every individual, every family, every people be sought in the well-being of the entire human race. This example of the organs and various systems of the human body helps us to visualize what a just relationship may look like. A culture that embraces the concept of oneness and rejects any idea of otherness demands in our personal relationship to one another and between institutions and communities a higher standard than that which exists today. An attitude the like of which Abdu'l-Baha describes in this illuminating passage. Cleanse ye your eyes, so that ye behold no man as different from yourselves. See ye no strangers, rather see all men as friends. For love and unity come hard when ye fix your gaze on otherness. And in this new and wondrous age, the holy writings say that we must be at one with every people, that we must see neither harshness or injustice, neither malevolence or hostility nor hate, but rather turn our eyes toward the heaven of ancient glory. For each of the creatures is a sign of God, and it was by the grace of the Lord and his power that each did step into the world. Therefore, they are not strangers, but in the family, not aliens, but friends, and to be treated as such. Wherefore must the loved ones of God associate in affectionate fellowship with stranger and friend alike, showing forth to all the utmost loving kindness, disregarding the degree of their capacity, never asking whether they deserve to be loved. In every instance, let the friends be considerate and infinitely kind. Let them never be defeated by the malice of the people. Abdu'l-Baha continues. He says, if others hurl darts against you, offer them milk and honey in return. If they poison your lives, sweeten their souls. If they injure you, teach them how to be comforted. If they inflict a wound upon you, be a balm to their sores. If they sting you, hold to their lips a refreshing cup. Far cry from an eye for an eye, you know. This is the standard to which we are called. The House of Justice continues, again in the July 22nd message. The change required is not merely social and economic, but above all, moral and spiritual, within the context of the framework governing your activities. It is necessary to carefully examine the forces unfolding around you to determine where your energies might reinforce the most promising initiatives and what you should avoid and how you might lend a distinctive contribution. To determine what those promising potentialities are or initiatives might be requires consultation. It can't be something that I on my own decide that this is the most promising path to take uh, uh, in absence of consultation with others. We must take care not to, as individuals, go in our own way, but rather actively seek to harmonize our own understanding and actions with that of the community of which we are a part. This capacity is what the learning process we currently are engaged in seeks to develop in the community and in the population. So I'm not just talking about within the Baha'i community or within the small group of friends, but within the population itself, to invite them into this consultation, into learning, into the process that we're all engaged in, because that's what it's for. That's where we see its full potential emerge. The House warns us against adopting the ways of our current society, which are rooted in materialism and are inconsistent with the spiritual concepts and principles of the faith of Baha'u'llah. It is not possible, the House of Justice says, for you to effect the transformation envisioned by Baha'u'llah merely by adopting the perspectives, practices, concepts, criticisms, and language of contemporary society. Your approach, speaking of us, instead will be distinguished by maintaining a humble posture of learning, weighing alternatives in the light of his teachings, consulting to harmonize differing views and shape collective action, and marching forward with unbreakable unity in serried lines. That's the hard part. It's very easy to be unified while doing nothing. A still object is, you could say, is unified, I suppose. But the moment it becomes kinetic, the moment that there's movement, there's friction. But it is in the context of that where we have to learn how to apply the lubricating oil of love and kindness to bring about the unity that is envisioned by Abdu'l-Baha and Baha'u'llah. Abdu'l-Baha, in fact, describes what is meant by in serried lines. He says, "This day is the day of union, the day of the ingathering of all mankind. Verily, God loveth those who, as though they were a solid wall, do battle for his cause in serried lines." Note that he saith in serried lines, meaning crowded and pressed together, one locked to the next, each supporting his fellows. These are the words of Abdu'l-Baha. He goes on to say, to do battle, as stated in the sacred verses, doth not mean to go forth with swords and spear, but rather weaponed with pure intent, with righteous motives, with counsel helpful and effective, with godly attributes, with deeds pleasing to the Almighty, with the qualities of heaven. It signifieth education for all mankind, guidance for all men, the spreading far and wide the sweet savors of the Spirit, the promulgation of God's proofs, the setting forth of arguments conclusive and divine, the doing of charitable deeds. The framework for action is described by the House, seeks to raise these capacities described by Abdu'l-Baha in this message. If we are to be in serried lines, close together as a wall, it will require the powerful force of love between the people and for our institutions. Returning to the July 22nd message, the House emphasizes the requirement of love. But the House is not referring to the romantic, earthbound, and ephemeral concepts of love, indicative of popular contemporary songs and movies. They are bringing to our attention the true love born from our relationship with our Creator. The House of Justice puts it this way. Ultimately, the power to transform the world is affected by love. Love originating from the relationship with the divine, love ablaze among members of a community, love extended without restriction to every human being. This divine love, ignited by the Word of God, is disseminated by enkindled souls through intimate conversations that create new susceptibilities in human hearts, open minds to moral persuasion, and loosen the hold of biased norms and social systems so that they can gradually take on a new form in keeping with the requirements of humanity's age of maturity. Could it not be through the home visits that we have with our neighbors and friends and members of our families that the House of Justice is referring to here? Where these intimate conversations can be held? Is it not on the occasion when we face the vicissitudes of life ourselves or our neighbors have that experience that our hearts are most open and susceptible to the power of the Word of God? Is it not here in the safe and intimate environment of our friendships, free from mistrust and selfish motives, that a loving conversation can unite the hearts and open opportunities of service, fulfilling the intrinsic aspiration of the soul to serve our fellow man? It is in this context that perhaps the House of Justice defines who we are in this great enterprise. The house says, you are channels for this divine love. Let it flow through you to all who cross your path. Infuse it into every neighborhood and social space in which you move to build capacity to canalize the society-building power of Baha'u'llah's revelation. There can be no rest until the destined outcome is achieved. I love this passage. Where it says, infuse into every neighborhood and social space in which you move to build capacity to canalize the society building power. It's not about us expressing love so that we're known to be loving souls, but to be true channels through which this love galvanizes the whole community. Of course, the House of Justice says it much better, and it is worthy of your time and fundamental to your success to study the letters of the House of Justice, internalize them, and apply them into your efforts. Our beloved House of Justice reminds us and assures us that Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar of the teachings of Baha'u'llah, will be by our side, stride for stride, and are on this long path of service. And more than recalling his talks and stories on special occasions alone, we must reflect deeply on what were those saintly qualities and attitudes, courageous actions, which Abdu'l-Baha took throughout the course of his life. We must study them so that we may increase our capacity to emulate his example, translate them into the world. Let us close then with these final words in the message of the 22nd of July. Ahead of you lie times of trials and promise, of hardship and progress, of anguish and joy. Under all conditions, the Master is your solace and support. For those who aspire to lasting change, his example guides the way, tactful and wise in his approach, penetrating in his utterance, indiscriminating in fellowship, unfailing in sympathy for the downtrodden, courageous in conduct, persevering in action, imperturbable in the face of tests, unwavering in his keen sense of justice, and to all who arise to emulate him, he offers this unfailing assurance. That which is confirmed is the oneness of the world of humanity. Every soul who serveth this oneness will undoubtedly be assisted and confirmed. Allah, our dear friends.
O thou kind Lord, thou hast created all humanity from the same stock. Thou hast decreed that all shall belong to the same household. In thy holy presence, there all thy servants and all mankind are sheltered beneath thy tabernacle. All have gathered together at thy table of bounty, and all are illumined through the light of thy providence. O God, thou art kind to all. Thou hast provided for all, dost shelter all, conferrest life upon all. Thou hast endowed each and all with talents and faculties, and all are submerged in the ocean of thy mercy. O thou kind Lord, unite all. Let the religions agree, and make the nations one, so that they may see each other as one family, and the whole earth as one home, May they all live together in perfect harmony. O God, raise aloft the banner of the oneness of mankind. O God, establish the most great peace. Cement thou, O God, the hearts together. O thou kind Father God, gladden our hearts through the fragrance of thy love. Brighten our eyes through the light of thy guidance. Delight our ears with the melody of thy word, and shelter us all in the stronghold of thy providence. Thou art the mighty and powerful. Thou art the forgiving, who overlooketh the shortcomings of all mankind.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the next presentation of the Grand Canyon Baha'i Conference. Our next speaker is Dr. Todd Smith. Todd's presentation is titled, Meeting the Urgent Needs of This Day, Cultivating Transformative Habits of Mind. Todd Smith is a sociologist and philosopher from Canada, specializing in social theory. He received his PhD from the University of Toronto, focusing on the development of a consultative epistemology, particularly as it applies to health and illness. Among his current academic interests are how to advance discourses related to the harmony of science and religion, as well as the interplay between historical consciousness, transformative habits of mind, freedom, and the oneness of humanity. He has recently published articles on these subjects in the Journal of Baha'i Studies. Since obtaining his doctorate, Todd has worked with a variety of Baha'i-inspired educational endeavors and has served full-time on both the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Canada and the Regional Baha'i Council of Ontario. In 2011, he moved to Haifa, Israel, to serve as the coordinator of the Office of Correspondence at the Baha'i World Center. In the summer of 2013, he became the coordinator of the research department at the Baha'i World Center and worked in that capacity until October 2020. Most recently, he was appointed to the executive committee of the Association for Baha'i Studies and has over a number of years served as a facilitator at graduate seminars organized by the Institute for Studies in Global Prosperity in Canada, the United States, and Australia. Welcome, Todd.
Hello, dear friends. It's wonderful to have this opportunity to be able to share some thoughts with you. Obviously, it'd be much better if we could all be together, but that notwithstanding, I'm very grateful for this chance to share these thoughts, especially given the fact that we're living in in my understanding, a very significant period of time. As you know, we're in the last two cycles of this plan. We're in the last two cycles of this 25-year enterprise that we've been engaged in since 1996, the primary aim of which was to advance the process of entry by troops. And we're also in the last year of the first century of the formative age. So it's a very, very compelling period of time. And in addition to that, humanity itself is going through what can only be described as a massive transition process, facing tremendous tests. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to share with you my understanding of various habits that will contribute to the transformation of society, that have transformational powers, that we've been learning how to develop by virtue of the fact that we've been engaging in the community building process, that we've been learning how to implement the framework for action that's been given to us by the Universal House of Justice, and as we go through the Institute process. And obviously I can't cover all the habits of mind that are essential for transformation, but I wanted to highlight a few of them. But before getting to those, I also wanted to highlight what I understand to be habits of mind that are particularly detrimental and that actually serve to perpetuate certain crises that humanity is facing or certain conditions that are not conducive to our advancement. So I'll get to those before I get to the transformational habits. But even before that, I just wanted to begin by highlighting what I understand to be some of the conditions that humanity is facing right now by drawing in particular attention, drawing upon a passage from Shoghi Effendi, first of all, and then a passage from the Universal House of Justice, which was recently written to us November 25th, 2020. Now, what I find striking is that the language that Shoghi Effendi used to describe the situation back in 1936 is very similar to the language that the Universal House of Justice is using to describe the situation that we're in right now. So I'll just begin by reading this passage. Shoghi Effendi says, sore tried and disillusioned, humanity has no doubt lost its orientation and would seem to have lost as well its faith and hope. It is hovering unshepherded and visionless on the brink of disaster. A sense of fatality seems to pervade it. An ever-deepening gloom is settling on its fortunes as she recedes further and further from the outer fringes of the darkest zone of its agitated life and penetrates its very heart. So again, that was back in 1936. He wrote that on 11 March 1936. And this is from the most recent letter of the Universal House of Justice to the Baha'is of the world. The House of Justice says, but it is no wonder that, in some quarters, hope has become a depleted resource. There is a mounting realization on the part of the world's people that the decades ahead are set to bring with them challenges among the most daunting that the human family has ever had to face. The current global health crisis is but one challenge. And then it goes on from there. So as we know, this last year has been very much of a challenge for the world's peoples by virtue of the fact that we've been facing this pandemic. As I'm speaking to you right now, there is some hope on the horizon because of that the vaccine has become available and is beginning to be distributed. So that's starting to be figured out. But this doesn't detract from the fact that humanity is facing this sense of loss, the sense of alienation, the sense of desperation. And I think it stems obviously from the pandemic and obviously from the conditions that have been generated by virtue of the fact that we've been facing this pandemic, which obviously has caused tremendous sadness and death and has caused job loss and economic turmoil in various ways. But in addition to that, there are also challenges that have been wrapped around what it means in terms of who we are as human beings, the crisis of identity. And this is another passage that I think is relevant to this discussion. It's from the Universal House of Justice again. The House of Justice wrote this on 18 January 2019. The House of Justice says, humanity is gripped by a crisis of identity. As various peoples and groups struggle to define themselves, their place in the world, and how they should act. Without a vision of shared identity and common purpose, they fall into competing ideologies and power struggles. Seemingly countless permutations of us and them define group identities ever more narrowly and in contrast to one another. Over time, this splintering into divergent interest groups has weakened the cohesion of society itself. Rival conceptions about the primacy of a particular people are peddled to the exclusion of the truth that humanity is on a common journey in which all are protagonists. So we have this crisis of identity. This crisis of identity is coupled with the crisis that we're facing with the pandemic. Associated with the crisis of identity is the palpable racism that has emerged over the last year, Racism has obviously never been snuffed out, but it has become much more palpable, and individuals and groups and peoples around the world are recognizing how systemic it is and how it needs to be addressed at both the systemic level as well as at the level of the individual. But it's there and it's palpable, and individuals as a consequence are feeling challenged in terms of who they are, what it means to be a human in this world, what it means to exist in this world, what it means to be in this world. And one of the tendencies, unfortunately, has been to retreat into various forms of tribalism and factionalism, and to, as the House of Justice has said very clearly, to see ourselves, for different groups to see themselves as us versus them. Now, I could go on and talk a lot more about the crises that we're facing. I think before I get into the various habits of mind that are contributing to them, one other point to keep in mind is that, as we know from the writings, crisis is necessary for victory. There is this dialectic between crisis and victory. But at the same time, some of the crises that we face, or the extent to which we face these crises, can be perpetuated by various habits of mind. So what I would like to talk about first is what some of these habits of mind are that tend to perpetuate these crises to an extent that we don't need to actually perpetuate them. Again, recognizing the significance of crisis for our growth and our development and our advancement as we move towards our collective oneness. So these crises, and again, I'm going to list 5 of them. I'm going to talk about 5 of them. For me, all stem from a particular mindset, which I refer to as the fragmented mindset. And the House of Justice has drawn our attention to this particular mindset in various of its messages. But this fragmented mindset is essentially the opposite of a mindset that looks for a coherence, that recognizes the interdependence of reality, as Abdu'l-Baha talks about it. In fact, I'll just read this one small passage from selections from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, where he says, all created things are connected one to another by a linkage complete and perfect. The fragmented mindset does not recognize this particular passage, this particular teaching that Abdu'l-Baha has shared with us. So, stemming from this fragmented mindset, as I mentioned, are these 5 habits of mind that I'll go through relatively quickly. The first habit is what I call the habit of reducing reality. And I really want to, I could go into a lot of depth about it in terms of what this means at the philosophical level, for example, but I don't think it's really worthwhile going too far in that direction. I'll just say very quickly that one common expression of this is to reduce all of spiritual reality to the material, to explain consciousness, for example, in terms of the physical. So that's a common expression of reductionism in this day and age. But I'm actually more concerned at this point in terms of how we, in our daily lives, go about reducing things and rendering them superficial as a consequence, not recognizing the underlying foundations of things, the underlying connections of things, and not recognizing complexity. In this regard, Shoghi Effendi says, people today indeed do tend to be very superficial in their thinking, and it would seem as if the educational systems in use are sorely lacking in ability to produce a mature mind in a person who has reached supposedly adult life. All the outside influences that surround the individual seem to have an intensely distracting effect. And it is a hard job to get the average person to do any deep thinking or even a little meditation on the problems facing him and the world at large. So, in this day and age, even more so than when Shoghi Effendi wrote this back in 1948, one can see many different forms of reductionism that take place. Technology has contributed greatly to our reductionist thinking. I really want to emphasize that I'm not at all against technology. Technology is a wonderful aspect of our development and it's necessary. But there are also ways in which we can tend to use technology that is to our detriment. So we see people tweeting, for example, constantly. And again, I'm not nothing against Twitter, but the fact of the matter is there is a tendency to try to take certain complex issues and to reduce them down to a couple of characters. And most of the time, the reduction is very much one-sided. And much of the time, the reduction can be antagonistic. So that's one way in which we engage in reductionisms. Another way is we label individuals. We give them nicknames, for example, sometimes in a very demeaning way. So we reduce that person to that particular name. And then we're always surrounded in this day and age by a flurry of images that capture aspects of reality for a fleeting period of time, and then we move on to another flurry of images. For me, I think it's fair to say that we are submerged in a sea of reductionisms. That the superficial is essentially swirling around us all the time. And as Shoghi Effendi said, it's extremely difficult to, in this day and age, to dig below the superficialities and try to get at the underlying connections, recognizing the interdependence of things. So that's one habit of mind that we've fallen into that's related to the fragmented mindset. Another one, which flows from, in my mind, the habit of mind of reducing reality, is the habit of mind of dichotomizing various things about reality. And even worse than that is to engage in othering. This is again from the message of 18 January 2019, where I've already quoted this part, but I just want to emphasize this part. The House of Justice says, seemingly countless permutations of us and them define group identities ever more narrowly and in contrast to one another. Over time, this splintering into divergent interest groups has weakened the cohesion of society itself. So there's a tremendous emphasis in this day and age. There has always been this emphasis. It seems to be even more palpable now, where individuals tend to group themselves, to retreat into their tribes, and to see others as antagonistic. The worst form of this, well, it is not the worst form, it is an extraordinarily awful form of this, is racism. House of Justice says in 22 June 2020, this message which you're all familiar with, racism is a profound deviation from the standard of true morality. It deprives a portion of humanity of the opportunity to cultivate and express the full range of their capability and to live a meaningful and flourishing life while blighting the progress of the rest of humankind. What I find interesting about this passage is that not only does it draw attention to the fact that when we engage in racism, we are actually oppressing another group. We are not only oppressing another group, which in and of itself is a horrible thing, but by doing that, we're also depressing humanity as a whole. So again, not recognizing the interdependence between all human beings. The third habit is the habit of falling into individualism. What I would like to emphasize about this particular habit of mind, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that individualism, the mentality that's associated with individualism, has had tremendous benefits for humanity or for certain segments of humanity. It has led to progress. It has led, for example, to an understanding about the importance of human rights and freedoms. So I really don't want to come across as if I'm suggesting that this particular mentality doesn't have its benefits. It does. But for me, it's more that's been taken to the extreme, especially again in this day and age. So we engage in the cult of individualism, which is essentially the notion that the individual is supreme over the collective, and that whatever is right for the individual is what is in fact right. It gets into what I would term me-centrism, into egoism, and to a tremendous sense of entitlement, a sense that I have a right to what I have a right to. Now, just to elaborate on this a little bit, for me, entitlement includes three different freedoms, or this mentality includes three different freedoms. The first freedom is that I should be able to do what I want to do when I want to do it, so long as it doesn't harm somebody else in the best case scenario. This stems from John Stuart Mill's philosophy. The second freedom is to be entitled to the necessary resources in order to be able to do what I want to do. So to have access to those resources, the freedom to have access to those resources. And the third one is the freedom to take those resources for granted. So this sense of entitlement tends to pervade much of society today, and it's exacerbated by the consumerism that we're wrapped up in as well. The House addresses, in terms of consumerism, this is from a message written in 1979, May 8th, 1979. The House of Justice says, one of the signs of a decadent society, a sign which is very evident in the world today, is an almost frenetic devotion to pleasure and diversion, an insatiable thirst for amusement. Frivolity palls and eventually leads to boredom and emptiness. But true happiness and joy and humor that are parts of a balanced life that includes serious thought, compassion, and humble servitude to God are characteristics that enrich life and add to its radiance. So it's not talking about consumerism directly there, but it's talking about the longing for distraction and for pleasure, our devotion to pleasure and diversion. Later, on 2nd March 2013, the House of Justice says, true prosperity, the fruit of a dynamic coherence between the material and spiritual requirements of life, will recede further and further out of reach as long as consumerism continues to act as opium to the human soul. This, for me, is a very powerful statement because, as some of you might know, Karl Marx referred to religion as being the opium of the masses. But the House of Justice is actually saying that no, it's consumerism, which is opium to the masses, opium to the people, actually opium to the human soul itself. Now, I could say much more about that, but I don't have time to go into too much depth. So I'm going to move on to the next one, which is a habit of falling into relativism. Relativism is a very powerful way of thinking in this day and age, although people are not ever really truly relativists for a reason that I'll get to in a moment. It's I think largely a response to the notion that unity is really not possible. The belief that we can't actually achieve a significant level of unity in order to address the crises that are before us, that we're facing, in order to achieve progress in general. Rather, what people are used to is competition. They're used to struggling for themselves. They're not used to collaborating unless they're collaborating with individuals who they consider to be like-minded. So it's a natural tendency to actually move into this notion that, well, if we can't achieve unity, then what we can do is we can recognize diversity as being significant, and we can learn to tolerate diversity. But there are a number of reasons why this mentality of relativism doesn't work. And this gets very, very philosophical. I'm not going to get into it in any depth, but I'll just say very quickly that if you actually make the claim that relativity, as far as people being able to do what they want to do, and their doing it is fine, and my doing what I want to do is fine, that actually doesn't work from a logical perspective, because they're actually making a truth claim. And if you're a relativist, you can't actually say that anything is more true than anything else. So it's actually logically impossible to hold this particular position. The second thing about relativism is that it's dogmatic. Now, this might seem a little bit contradictory, because again, the notion is, well, I want to be the way I want to be. I want to do what I want to do. You can do what you want to do and be the way you want to be, and that's fine, as far as I'm concerned, if I'm a relativist. But it's actually dogmatic, because what I'm essentially saying is that my way of being and my way of doing is okay, and is just as good as anybody else's way of being and anybody else's way of doing, and anybody else's worldview. My worldview is just as good as anybody else's worldview. And what that essentially implies is that you've actually tapped into something that is true for you, and so as a consequence, you don't need to actually learn from anybody else. That perhaps there are other ways of thinking about things, other ways of doing things, other ways of being that actually might be better than your way of doing and being and knowing. So it's extraordinarily contrary to being in a learning mode, and as a consequence, is dogmatic. You could say that it's passively dogmatic because you're not actively trying to force your particular way of being and doing and knowing on others, but it's still dogmatic in that passive sense. And then the last thing I'll just say is that nobody really is a relativist when you dig deep down, when you actually say, well, is it okay if over there they believe such and such? And you might superficially say, yes, it's okay. But if you are in any way threatened by that, then you'll actually have difficulty with it. I don't think there's really a culture in the world that doesn't recognize, for example, that loyalty is an important moral concept. So, digging deep down, nobody really is a relativist. But there's still this tendency, there's still this mindset, there's still this habit of mind to say, well, we should all be able to do what we want to do and try to retain it. But again, it's mostly at that superficial level that Shoghi Fanny talked about. The last habit of mind that, in my mind, perpetuates the crises that we're facing, that stifles progress, that stifles humanity's progress towards its destined oneness, is in fact the habit of falling into dogmatism. And this comes in many forms. We see polarization. I'm not sure if we could say it's more pronounced now than it ever has been, but it's certainly extraordinarily pronounced right now. We see partisan politics that's well, it's definitely in many ways quite destructive. And the objective oftentimes are for different parties to undermine each other to the extent that they can. There's certainly not an attempt to try to achieve unity, at least in any sustainable way. There's again tribalism, there's religious fanaticism. So there are many different forms of dogmatism. One of the main features of being dogmatic is the tendency to select information, to select facts that are palatable to a particular worldview. So if I'm a dogmatist in a sense, I will only look for information that supports my particular mentality, my worldview, as I mentioned before. If there is information that challenges the way I see reality, then I'll do my best to try to explain it away, or to try to suppress it, or to try to rationalize it in some sort of way. And we find ourselves doing this, we find ourselves gravitating towards individuals, towards certain areas on social media, towards certain cable news outlets, in order to continuously reinforce our particular way of seeing the world, because that's what makes us feel more comfortable. It has tremendous implications also for the way we speak to one another. In 1994, the Universal House of Justice wrote to the National Spiritual Assembly of the United States. It was on May 1994, and it talks about how speech has become telling it like it is, how it employs a style of expression which robs language of its decorum. It also says, in a time when stridency is commonly presumed to be a quality of leadership, candor is crass, and authority speaks in a loud and vulgar voice. So we can obviously see this happening in many different situations. We see this happening in social media. We see this happening in politics. We see this happening with individuals on the streets, talking to other individuals who might not come from a particular background in these ways. And this, in my mind, stems from these various habits of mind, and particularly from this last habit of mind of being dogmatic. So those are the habits of mind that, and there are many more, that are related to the fragmented mindset, as I described it at the beginning of this presentation. The consequence of these habits of mind, again, is to lead to disenchantment, which is tied to a sense of lack of purpose, is tied to the notion that there's no inspirational mystery in the world, there's no narrative cohesion in the world. It's also tied to displacement, which is a sense of rootlessness, a sense that you don't have no sense of belonging, a lack of belonging. And again, alienation from our true selves, alienation from our capacity to be able to flourish. And it leads to a sense of despair, which is tied to moral fluidity, groundlessness, consumerism, as I mentioned before. And amidst all of this, there is a longing not to strive for excellence, but rather to settle for mediocrity. Because there's the feeling that one can't really get on in this world in an effective way. And so what's really the point? The point only in this mindset is just to get from day to day, and maybe there are some pockets of flourishing here and there, which there certainly are, but for the most part, people feel as if mediocrity is all that can be really achieved, and that's good enough. So what are some of the transformative habits of mind that will help us move beyond this particular mentality? And again, flow from the framework for action that we've been engaged in, flow from the various courses in the Institute process, and flow from our participation in the divine plans that have been given to us by the Universal House of Justice. Before I get to them, I just wanted to read this one passage from the House of Justice, again, is from the 18 January 2019 message of the House of Justice. The House of Justice says, consider how radically different such a fragmented conception of human identity is from the one that follows from a recognition of the oneness of humanity. In this perspective, the diversity that characterizes the human family, far from contradicting its oneness, endows it with richness. Unity, in its Baha'i expression, contains the essential concept of diversity, distinguishing it from uniformity. It is through love for all people, and by subordinating lesser loyalties to the best interests of humankind, that the unity of the world can be realized, and the infinite expressions of human diversity find their highest fulfillment. These 5 habits of mind flow from this passage, this emphasis on unity that the House of Justice is emphasizing in this passage, and the importance of subordinating lesser loyalties to the best interests of humankind in general. The first habit of mind that I want to draw your attention to, which in my mind again is transformational, is our capacity to situate ourselves historically and to recognize that what we are engaged in is an inclusive, world-embracing narrative that is unprecedented in our history at this time, or at least the way it's being expressed at this point in time. Before I talk about that, though, I think it's important to emphasize that there can be these 2 tendencies. One tendency is to say we should be living in the moment. And another tendency is to say we should be situating ourselves historically. I don't think that there's a contradiction between those 2. I don't think that the emphasis on living in the moment, which we hear a lot about, is the way to go, because it's often tied up with distraction, as I spoke about before. But it is important to be living in the moment in many respects. So, for example, when we say our prayers, when we commune with our Creator, that for me is an example of what it means to truly live in the moment. If we're striving to the best of our ability to say, for example, the Tahap of Ahmad, and to understand every word that is being said in that particular tablet, that's living in the moment, and that's a critical element of what it means to be a human being. Also, when we have conversations with individuals, when we're trying to engage in a conversation, an uplifting conversation, an elevated conversation, the point of that conversation is to strive to the extent possible to see this individual that we're engaged in having a discussion with as a noble being, and to try to listen to every word that individual is sharing with us, being there for that person, but also striving to the extent possible to uplift that particular situation, that particular conversation. So that's another example of being in the moment. But I also think that those ways of being in the moment gain greater meaning, are imbued with greater meaning, when they're also tied to a recognition of the grand historical narrative that we are a part of. So being able to reflect on this narrative, again, to situate ourselves within the context of this narrative, imbues these moments, these periods of time when we're conversing with our Creator, when we're having conversations with individuals about who, for example, the person of Baha'u'llah is, or what the individual might be struggling with, and imbues them with greater significance. So this, I would love to be able to read the 3 paragraphs from the 2nd March 2013 message of the House of Justice, which the House of Justice wrote to the Friends in Iran, where it describes this concept of history that we're engaged in. It describes, for example, that humanity is approaching the crowning stage in a millennia-long process, which has brought it from its collective infancy to the threshold of maturity, a stage that will witness the unification of the human race. It describes the adolescent phase that we're going through, how it's filled with turbulence and commotion. And then it says the fits and starts of humanity struggling to come of age. It refers to that. It talks about widely accepted practices and conventions, cherished attitudes and habits are one by one being rendered obsolete. So it gives this panoramic vision about where humanity is moving. And then in the next paragraph, it talks about these dual processes of integration and destruction, the destructive process and the integrative process, which again, I won't get into in any depth. But the point in my mind is recognizing that these processes are unfolding, that we're moving through this stage of adolescence at this point in time, and that we're moving towards our collective oneness. At the end of this section, the House of Justice says, such is the view of history that underlies every endeavor pursued by the Baha'i community. So we have to have this concept at our disposal, this consciousness at our disposal as we engage in every single moment that is so precious. The second habit that is tied to this more coherent way of thinking, as opposed to the fragmented mindset, is the habit of thinking coherently. So I'm a little bit redundant there. It's tied again to this notion that all things are involved in all things, that everything is interdependent, to being able to see things in terms of complexity. We've been learning a lot about this as we've been engaged in the framework for action. We've been learning about, for example, how the different activities that we're engaged in. Say I'm engaged in a devotional gathering. Recognizing the significance of that devotional gathering is one element of consciousness. Trying to do my best to make it the best possible devotional gathering that I can is part of what I'm endeavoring to do. But then also being able to situate that devotional gathering with other activities that are taking place in the neighborhoods that I'm in, or in the cluster that I'm in, the community that I'm in, and seeing how they reinforce each other and how they contribute to each other and help each other to evolve. In the 28 December 2010 message, the House of Justice says, expansion and consolidation, individual action and collective campaigns, refinement of the inner character and consecration to selfless service, the harmonious relationship between these facets of Baha'i life is now readily acknowledged. It brings us equal pleasure to know that the Friends are on their guard, lest new false dichotomies be allowed to pervade their thinking. They are well aware that the diverse elements of a program of growth are complementary. The tendency to see activities and the agencies that support them in competition with one another, a tendency so common in society at large, is being avoided in the community. It's exciting to know that the Baha'i community is learning about this, that we're learning how to transcend this particular mentality of fragmentation that pervades the rest of humanity in various ways. And that is not just the Baha'is, but it's the Baha'is and their friends who are engaged in these processes together, that are learning alongside each other in this way. The 25 November 2020 message also emphasizes this point. It says, for it is within the context of a flourishing community especially a center of intense activity in a village or neighborhood, and when each element of the plan's framework is given the attention it requires, that those elements most visibly cohere and connect, multiplying the community's powers in the field of action. Multiplying the powers. So the idea that when these activities are coherent with each other, when they're building upon each other, when they're mutually reinforcing, their powers are multiplied. So the next one is the habit of loving one another. I felt a little bit hesitant to call this a habit. Maybe it's better described as a capacity, but I do feel that it's something that we're learning to internalize and to make a part of our being. So in that sense, perhaps it's okay to call it a habit. This passage from Abdu'l-Baha, well, let me just read this and then I'll share what I'm thinking about it. Abdu'l-Baha says, "Love is the most great law that ruleth this mighty and heavenly cycle. The unique power that bindeth together the diverse elements of this material world. The supreme magnetic force that directeth the movements of the spheres of the celestial realms. Love revealeth with unfailing and limitless power the mysteries latent in the universe. Love is the spirit of life unto the adorned body of mankind, the establisher of true civilization in this mortal world, and the shedder of imperishable glory upon every high-aiming race and nation." What I find compelling about this passage is that Abdu'l-Baha describes love as the most great law that ruleth this mighty and heavenly cycle. So by loving others, we are tapping into this law that Abdu'l-Baha has described, this supreme magnetic force. By doing so, it has tremendous implications for transcending the habits of mind that I spoke about before, by transcending dogmatism, for example, by enabling us to break down the barriers that exist between individuals, between groups. It opens minds. Love opens minds. In this regard, the House of Justice, again in this message of 22nd June 2020, says, "Ultimately, the power to transform the world is effected by love. Love originating from the relationships with the divine. Love ablaze among members of a community. Love extended without restriction to every human being. This divine love, ignited by the Word of God, is disseminated by enkindled souls through intimate conversations that create new susceptibilities in human hearts." And this is the part here. "Open minds to moral persuasion and loosen the hold of biased norms and social systems so that they can gradually take on a new form in keeping with the requirements of humanity's age of maturity. You are channels for this divine love. Let it flow through you to all who cross your path." So if we want to open minds, if we want to loosen the hold of biased norms, if we want to break down the barriers that are erected by dogmatism, this habit of loving others is fundamental, it seems. We know that Abdu'l-Baha was the essence of love. And he did many things, but two things that I'll highlight here is that when he spoke in very logical ways. But it wasn't just his logic that compelled others to listen to him, and for their hearts to be transformed and for their minds to be transformed is because he spoke, he imbued his speech with his absolute essence of love that he talked about as well. So he combined the logical with this essence of love. The fourth habit, which is tied directly to this one that I was just speaking about, is the habit of embracing a humble posture of learning. Again, this is from the message of 28 December 2010. The House of Justice says, an increasing number of believers participate in the teaching and administrative work undertaken with a humble attitude of learning. As an increasing number of believers participate in the teaching and administrative work undertaken with a humble posture of learning, they should come to view every task, every interaction as an occasion to join hands in the pursuit of progress and to accompany one another in their efforts to serve the cause. In this way will the impulse to over-instruct be quieted. In this way will the tendency to reduce a complex process of transformation into simplistic steps susceptible to instruction by manual be averted. Discrete actions are placed in context, and even the smallest of steps is endowed with meaning. There's much to say about this particular habit of mind. We know in this plan that we're learning a lot about being systematic. We're learning a lot about the process of action, reflection, consultation, and study, and how powerful that is in allowing us to advance in our respective communities and as a worldwide Baha'i community. So that's critical. And that's one key element of this humble posture of learning. In fact, we do this on a daily basis when we take account each day and we reflect on what we did during the day. I'll personalize it as I reflect on what I did during the day. If I'm in a humble posture of learning during that period of reflection, I'm thinking about what I actually did and what I can do better and how what I did relates to what the guidance says, what the teaching says, and then how I can further transform the way in which I go about the way I serve humanity and the way I strive to uplift others the next day. So that's part of it. That's this sort of systematic part of it. But the second part of it, there are many parts of it, but the second part that I would emphasize now is the longing, in my understanding, that this humble posture of learning, that's a part of this humble posture of learning, the longing to uplift others and to learn from others and to celebrate the accomplishments of others and the generation of knowledge that others are engaged in. Now, obviously, I want to be a part of this process of generating knowledge. I want to contribute to the generation of knowledge. And I want to be doing so on a path of service alongside everybody else. But perhaps even more important than that longing to be a part of the generation of knowledge is to create an environment in which others are generating knowledge as well, and recognizing that as being extraordinarily significant. The term accompaniment is something we've been learning about. We've been learning about what it means to accompany others. And I think one of the major things that we've been learning about is that while certain individuals might have experience that exceeds other people's experience, in every single interaction, there is always a possibility that an individual who is new to the process, or it doesn't matter how long that individual has been involved in the process, has something to contribute, has some insight to bring to bear on how things can advance. So that's a habit of mind that seems critical to advancing humanity and, again, to addressing in a much more constructive way the crises that humanity is facing. The last habit of mind, actually, before I get to the last habit of mind, I just wanted to go back once again to the idea of speech and the notion of freedom of speech, which, as we all know, is highly revered, especially in democratic societies and in Western societies, is considered to be fundamental. But there are ways in which freedom of speech actually is counterproductive. It actually doesn't accomplish what it sets out to accomplish. It actually undermines itself the way it's practiced. And just to highlight what I mean, it's helpful again to go back to the writings and see what in this case Baha'u'llah says. Baha'u'llah says, a kindly tongue. We all know this passage from book 1, but I'll read it anyway. A kindly tongue is the lodestone of the hearts of men. It is the bread of the spirit. It clotheth the words with meaning. It is the fountain of the light of wisdom and understanding. Then in another tablet he says, every word is endowed with a spirit. And later on in the same passage, an enlightened man of wisdom should primarily speak with words as mild as milk. What I find so interesting about this passage is the concept of words as mild as milk being actually quite powerful. The image at first doesn't seem powerful, but by actually engaging in this form of discourse, that is what actually influences others. To speak with that moderation, to speak with that kindly tongue. It's what enables us to learn alongside each other, to actually gain insights from each other, and again, to break down those dogmatic barriers. The objective, this passage for me describes the objective of what we're trying to achieve, what the actual nature of communication actually looks like. Baha'u'llah says, they who are the beloved of God, in whatever place they gather, and whomsoever they may meet, must evince in their attitude towards God and in the manner of their celebration of his praise and glory, such humility and submissiveness that every atom of the dust beneath their feet may attest the depth of their devotion. The conversation carried by these holy souls should be informed with such power that these same atoms of dust will be thrilled by its influence. And then the House of Justice says, in its 25 November 2020 message, but whether through deeds or words, the merit of your every contribution to social well-being lies first in your resolute commitment to discover that precious point of unity where contrasting perspectives overlap and around which contending peoples can coalesce. So this is what free speech really is. It's not about just being able to say what you want to say and in the manner in which you want to say it. True free speech is speech that actually liberates us all to contribute to social well-being in a way that uplifts everybody in the process. And it is only through these habits of mind, it is only through the habit of mind of loving others, for example, that we can achieve this, or through the habit of mind of engaging, of having a humble posture of learning. The last habit of mind, I notice that I just have a couple minutes left, so I won't dwell too long on this, but I think it's critical. It brings me back to the beginning of this presentation and the notion that with crisis, there's always victory. There's this dialectic between crisis and victory. And it's the habit of mind of being able to embrace tribulation, to see tribulation as, again, being necessary for victory, but also to see it as being necessary for our collective flourishing, our individual flourishing. But even more than that, is to embrace tribulation because it is necessary for our joy as individuals. To be very honest with you, I have always found it theoretically understandable how crisis and victory are conjoined, how they are necessary to each other. And I've also theoretically understood, at least to the extent that I can understand it, how tribulation is necessary for flourishing and for progress and for development. I mean, it's obviously the case that we can't develop unless there's some sort of some tests and difficulties that we confront. It's necessary for the growth of any individual being. But to also embrace the notion that tribulation is necessary for true joy is something that I don't feel like I've mastered yet. But reading the passage that I'm going to read of Abdu'l-Baha, I think is very helpful in this regard. But before I do that, I just wanted to read this one passage from the Nowruz message of 2020 of the House of Justice, which helps to think along these lines. However difficult matters are at present, and however close to the limits of their endurance some sections of societies are brought, humanity will ultimately pass through this ordeal, and it will emerge on the other side with greater insight and with a deeper appreciation of its inherent oneness and interdependence. So we know from the House of Justice that the crises that we're facing as a human species right now is going to assist humanity to achieve another level of insight into its interdependence, which is extraordinarily encouraging, as I'm sure you would all agree. Then, as I mentioned, there's this passage of Abdu'l-Baha. And this is from selections from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha. It's section, I believe it's section 190. It's towards the end of that section. And I'm going to end with this passage, but before I do so, just wanted to share that Abdu'l-Baha is describing, leading up to this particular paragraph that I'm going to read, he's describing the tribulation that he and the community were facing, the tests and difficulties they were facing, the persecution that they were facing. And he describes that at one point it almost seemed too difficult for the community to handle. And at that very moment, all of a sudden, the tribulation was taken away. They were relieved of it. They were relieved of the tyranny that they were facing. And Abdu'l-Baha then begins to reflect and says in a very brief way that, this was a source of relief. But then he starts to describe how it leads to a sense of despondency, that without the tribulation being present, there actually wasn't this joy that he was able to feel within the context of that tribulation. So I'll just end with this passage. Abdu'l-Baha says, and yet from one point of view, this wanderer was saddened and despondent. For what pain in the time to come could I seek comfort? At the news of what granted wish could I rejoice? There is no more tyranny, no more affliction, no tragical events, no tribulations. My only joy in the swiftly passing world was to tread the stony path of God and to endure hard tests and all material griefs. For otherwise, this earthly life would prove barren and vain, and better would be death. The tree of being would produce no fruit. The sown field of this existence would yield no harvest. Thus it is my hope that once again some circumstance will make my cup of anguish to brim over, and that beauteous love, that slayer of souls, will dazzle the beholders again. Then will this heart be blissful, this soul be blessed. So thank you very much, dear friends, and aloha.
Cast thy glance of favor upon us. Give light to our eyes. Give hearing to our ears, and understanding and love to our hearts. Oh, thou compassionate Lord, thou who art generous and able, we are servants of thine, sheltered beneath thy providence. Cast thy glance of favor upon us. Give light to our eyes. Give hearing to our ears, and understanding
است روی تو آمد بهار زین بهار آمد حقایق آشکار ای نگار است روی تو آمد بهار زین بهار آمد حقایق آشکار هر گل از وی دفتری از حسن دوست هر دل از وی کوثری از فضل اوست این بهاران را خزان ناید ز پی جمله گل ها طایفند در حول وی آن بهاران شوق خوبان آورد این بهاران عشق یزدان آورد آن بهاران لاله ها آرد برون وین بهاران ناله ها دارد کنون این بهار عز روحانی بود این ربیع قدس ربانی بود غنچه های معرفت زین طرف جو جملگی از شوق او در جستجو غنچه های معرفت زین طرف جو جملگی از شوق او در جستجو هر شقایق که برآید زین بهار صد حقایق بردمد از سر یار بلبلانش مست از جام الست قمریانش از جمال دوست مست قمریانش از جمال دوست مست
دوستان عزیز، الله اپا. بنده شاهین بدیعی هستم و امیدوارم که در هر کجای دنیا که هستید در سلامت کامل و بدور از کرونا باشید. در این قسمت از برنامه در خدمت دوست بسیار عزیزم جناب پیام زمانی هستیم که ایشان در مورد سرمشقی برای وحدت نژادی، مروری بر تاریخ و آموزه‌های دیانت بهایی با ما صحبت خواهند کرد. البته جناب زمانی معرف حضور همه شما عزیزان هستند، ولی برای اون تعداد از دوستانی که شاید با پیشینه ایشون آشنایی نداشته باشند باید خدمتتون عرض کنم که جناب زمانی بنیانگذار و مدیرعامل سازمان وان پلنت گروپ هستند، شرکتی مبتنی بر فناوری هیبریدی که حاوی مجموعه‌ای از اشتغالات آنلاین و رسانه‌ای می باشد به مدیریت ایشان انجام می شود. وی وان پلنت را بر اساس مدلی ساخته است که برخلاف کارهای مشابه تمرکزش صرفاً بر موفقیت مالی نیست، بلکه مقصد اصلیش نودوستی و خیرخواهی عمومی است، زیرا به اعتقاد او اشتغالات باید ضمناً در راستای اصلاح عالم و منشأ خیر عمومی باشد. وی که در سن 16 سالگی به عنوان پناهجوی بهایی مقیم ایالات متحده آمریکا شده است، امروز از مؤسسان و سردبیر وبسایت baha'iteachings.org می باشد و ضمناً یک سرمایه گذار برای شرکت‌های تازه تأسیس در مراحل اولیه رشد است. توجه شما عزیزان را به این برنامه جلب می کنم.
دوستان بسیار عزیز، الله اپا. باعث افتخار منه که برگزار کنندگان کنفرانس بهایی گرند کنیون منو دعوت کردن که در کنفرانس مجازی امسال صحبت کنم. چقدر خوب که محفل روحانی محلی بهایان فینیکس تصمیم گرفت که مثل هر سال تلاشاش رو ادامه بده و حتی این بیماری پاندمی هم نتونست که این 36مین گرد همایی سالانه رو مختل کنه. موضوع کنفرانس امسال هست چشم انداز جامعه آینده، تبدیل آرمان‌ها به عمل. و از من خواسته شده که در وهله اول بر ایده تبدیل دانش به گفتگوی معنادار تمرکز کنم. وقتی که موضوع رو بررسی می‌کردم این به ذهنم رسید که چقدر آگاهیمون از تاریخ و تعالیم بهایی در رابطه با مسائل مربوط به نجات پرستی به خصوص در آمریکا میتونه به ما کمک کنه که در گفتمان‌های مهم در این باره که امروز خیلی هم ضروری هست شرکت کنیم. آیین بهایی دیدگاهی از اتحاد رو مطرح میکنه که با هر مفهومی که در ادیان گذشته ارائه شده متفاوته و قطعا این دیدگاه شباهتی به اون چیزی که امروز در این جهان پهناور اعلام میشه هم نداره. ما آثار بهایی و نمونه‌هایی مثل حضرت باب، حضرت بهاءالله، حضرت عبدالبها و حضرت ولی عزیز امرالله داریم که به ما کمک میکنن که بتونیم اصول بهایی رو در همه فعالیت‌های روزمره خودمون به کار بگیریم تا طبق وعده الهی به مرور زمان همون وحدتی به وجود بیاد که همه ما باید برای رسیدن بهش تلاش کنیم. امیدوارم با نگاهی به آموزه‌ها و الگو قرار دادن هیاکل مقدسه بتونیم نقش خودمون رو در زمینه برابری نژادی در آمریکا بهتر تشخیص بدیم. برای آماده سازی این سخنرانی ارتباط حضرت باب و حضرت بهاءالله رو با خدمتکارانشون مبارک و اسفندیار مورد توجه قرار دادم و همچنین سفرهای حضرت عبدالبها به اروپا و آمریکای شمالی و خطاباتشون در مورد مسائل نژادی رو مورد بررسی قرار دادم. همه این ایده ها و تحقیقاتی که در راستاش انجام شده متعلق به من نیست. جا داره که از همکاری ارزشمند و حرفه‌ای افرادی چون نادر سعیدی، کریستوفر باک، امید قائم مقامی و بسیاری دیگر در baha'iteachings.org تشکر کنم که مقاله هاشون کمک بزرگی برای من بودند. همچنین نگاهی خواهیم کرد به هدایت های حضرت ولی امرالله و هدایات اخیر بیت الله اعظم الهی و محفل ملی روحانی ایالات متحده. در انتها هم نظراتم رو در این مورد عرض می‌کنم که چطور میتونیم همین آموزه ها رو در عمل نشون بدیم. اون هم در شرایطی که دنیای اطرافمون در کشمکش با مفهوم نژاد به عنوان یک ساختار اجتماعی قرار داره. همونطور که زندگی هیاکل مقدسه و تعالیم بهایی رو بررسی می‌کنیم، 4 حوزه از بینش و حکمت هست که میتونیم روشون تمرکز کنیم. اول درک رابطه ویژه‌ای که حضرت باب و بهاءالله با خدمتکاران آفریقایی خود داشتند و مقام والایی که امروز این مردان در تاریخ امر بهایی دارند. دوم، مرور رفتار حضرت عبدالبها که با اعمال و سخنرانی‌هاشون به ویژه در ایالات متحده مثالی واقعی از چگونگی به کارگیری تعالیم هستند. سوم، درک هدایات موجود در کتاب‌ها و توقیات حضرت ولی امرالله به عنوان چارچوبی که نیازمندی‌های مشخصی برای ایجاد وحدت و التیام زخم‌های نژادپرستی داره. و در نهایت چهارم، مرور پیام‌های بیت‌الله اعظم الهی و مکتوبات محفل روحانی ملی در رابطه با بی‌عدالتی‌های اخیر اجتماعی. پس حالا بیایید چند دقیقه رابطه حضرت باب و خدمتکارشون مبارک رو بررسی کنیم. ارتباطی که به نظر من تاثیر مهمی در دیانت ما داشته. مبارک خادم حضرت باب یک مرد آفریقایی بود که در اتیوپی متولد شد. اون از آغاز این رسالت، از شبی که حضرت باب مأموریت خودش رو به ملا حسین اعلام کرد حضور داشت. اون شب کاملا هوشیار در خدمت حضرت باب و مهمانش بود. کاملا واضحه که حضورش تصادفی نبوده، بلکه بسیار مهم بوده و به نظر من ما هنوز اهمیتش رو به طور کامل درک نکرده ایم. اهمیت اینی که یک مرد آفریقایی تبار در اول این دیانت اونجا حضور داشت. مبارک فردی با سواد بود و در تجارت مهارت داشت و حضرت باب اونو مسئول حسابهای موفقه و سر و سامان دادن به امور تجاری شیراز کرده بودند. کسانی که مبارک رو میشناختند اونو با اباحت، نجیب و بی نهایت متواضع و فروتن، باهوش، تیزفهم و دارای ظرفیت زیاد یادگیری توصیف می‌کردند. از همه مهمتر، بعد از اظهار امر حضرت باب جناب ملا حسین، مبارک وظیفه استقبال از حروف حی و خدمت رسانی به همه اونها را در منزل حضرت باب داشت. ابوالقاسم افنان در مورد مبارک نوشته: او همان کسی است که از حروف حی که یکی بعد از دیگری به شیراز می‌رسیدند در بیت مبارک و بیت خال اعظم پذیرایی کرد. مورد احترام و اعتماد و محرم راز و اسرار حضرت باب بود و نوشتجات و پیام‌های شفاهی حضرت باب را به ملا حسین و سایر حروف حی می‌رسانید. حضرت رب اعلی برای زیارت مکه معظمه و کعبه مکرمه 2 نفر رو انتخاب فرمودند که ملازم رکاب حضرتش باشند. اول جناب محمد علی بارفروشی نقطه اخرى و ملقب به قدوس و دوم مبارک، همان غلام وفادار و صادق در عتبه مبارکه. از آثار حضرت باب مشخصه که ایشون مبارک را خیلی دوست داشتند و اونو فراتر از یک خادم میدونستند. این مناجات از حضرت باب اشاره داره به دوران کودکیشون و زمانی که 7 سال داشتن، یعنی سالی که پدرشون صعود کردند. در این مناجات حضرت باب با کلمات گیرا از خدا میخوان کسی رو که در تمام دوران کودکی و نوجوانیشون رو تعلیم و پرورش داده مورد فضل و رحمت خودش قرار بده. در این بیان حضرت باب میفرمایند: ای خداوند، بفرست بر من در زمانی که 7 ساله بودم و همینطور بر کسی که آن موقع از نزد تو مرا تربیت میکرد که اسمش مبارک بود، آنچه را که شایسته جلال قدس ارتفاع تو و بدایع عز حضورات تو می باشد. دکتر نادر سعیدی ذکر کردند که حضرت باب بارها و بارها با این الگو دعا فرمودند. اول برای پدر و مادرشون و بعد برای کسی که مرا تربیت کرد. از خدا طلب فضل و رحمت می کردند. در گذشته بعضی از محققان بهایی فرض رو بر این گرفته بودند که منظور از این عبارت دایی حضرت باب خال اعظم هست، اما اینطور نیست. در حقیقت حضرت باب در این بیان به وضوح به مبارک خادم اتیوپی فداکار و وفادار داییشون اشاره میکنند. دکتر سعیدی ادامه میده که در واقع حضرت باب مبارک رو در ردیف پدر خود قرار میدهند. دکتر سعیدی با استناد به اثر دیگه‌ای از حضرت باب نوشتن: در این بیان مبارک توضیح داده می شود که محمد شاه که پادشاه ایران بود و همینطور آقاسی که قدرت را در عمل در دست داشت، به خاطر آنکه حضرت باب را نپذیرفتند به ذلیل‌ترین مقام تنزل یافتند، در حالی که مبارک که از نظر ظاهری فاقد هر گونه قدرت و منزلت ظاهری بود، به خاطر آنکه احسن فی الدین، نیکی در عرصه دین نمود، به عالی ترین مقام ارتقا داده شد. بدیهیه که حضرت باب در طول مأموریت کوتاهشون برداری و لغو نکردند و در عوض به آماده سازی فضا برای ظهور منی اظهار الله تمرکز داشتند، اما با اعمالشون مسیر بسیار جدیدی رو به سمت وحدت نژادی و ارتقای جایگاه افرادی که طی قرن‌های متمادی مورد بیرحمی قرار گرفتن به راه انداختند. در حالی که در آمریکا بردهداری رو به افزایش بود، در طرف دیگه دنیا این پیامبر جوان که از همون ابتدای اظهار امر حضور غلام حبشی رو در کنار خودشون داشتن، تحسینش کردن، در حقش دعا کردن و حتی اونو در ردیف پدر خودشون دونستن. حضرت باب الگوی جدیدی رو برای وحدت و عشق به همه به راه انداخت که هیچ محدودیتی نمیشناسه و هر انسانی رو فارغ از رنگ پوست در بر میگیره. حالا بیایید نگاهی به رابطه حضرت بهاءالله و اسفندیار بندازیم. حضرت بهاءالله در کلمات مکنونه میفرمایند که این به عربی هست و با اجازه من مضمون فارسیش رو خدمتتون عرض میکنم. ای پسران انسان، هیچ میدانید چرا همه شما را از یک خاک خلق کردم تا هیچ کس بر دیگری فخر نفروشد. در همه حال در چگونگی آفرینش خود تفکر کنید. حال که همه شما را از امری واحد آفریدم، سزاوار آن که مانند نفس واحد باشید، آنگونه که با پای واحد راه روید، با دهان واحد بخورید و در زمین واحد ساکن شوید تا از اعماق وجود و رفتار و کردار شما نشانه های یگانگی و انقطاع آشکار گردد. برای لحظه تصور کنید که تقریباً 200 سال پیش در ایران زندگی می‌کردید. پدرتون به تازگی فوت شده و در وصیت‌نامه‌اش مالکیت برده‌هاش رو به شما سپرده که خیلی هم با ارزش هستن. شما چیکار می‌کردید؟ در اون زمان بردهداری در بسیاری از کشورهای جهان کاملا قانونی و آزاد کردن بردگان تقریبا بی سابقه بود. با این حال حضرت بهاءالله در سن 22 سالگی بلافاصله بعد از فوت پدرش در سال 1839 همه بردگانی که بهشون به ارث رسیده بود و آزاد کردند. حضرت بهاءالله در راستای این اقدام لوحی متواضعانه و در عین حال بلند مرتبه با این مضمون نازل فرمودند. توجه داشته باشید که این لوح 5 سال قبل از اظهار امر حضرت باب نازل شد. ای خدای پرجلال، ببین که چگونه بنده تو به درگاه بنده دیگر ایستاده است و آزادیش را از او طلب می کند، در حالی که او مالک خودش است و بنده و غلام آستان تو و فانی مقابل ظهورات ربانیت تو. همانطور که در درگاهت ایستادم شهادت می دهم به آنچه خودت از قبل به آن شهادت داده بودی که تو خدایی و خدایی دیگر جز تو نیست. از ازل در بلندهای قدرت و جلال ساکن شدی و تا ابد در نهایت عزت و هیبت و جمال خود هستی. همه سلاطین در برابر رحمتت چون غلامانند. اغنیا در ساحل قدس سلطنتت فقیرند و همه بزرگان در آستان مرحمتت حقیر. پس چطور این بنده تو ادعای مالکیت احدی نماید؟ حضورش در ساعت عزتت چو گناهی است که با هیچ گناه قابل مقایسه نیست. بسیار با شکوه و فراتر از هر توصیف و ذکری هستی. ای خدای من، از آنجا که او از این بنده آزادی خود را خواسته است، در این لحظه شهادت می دهم که من او را در راه تو و به نام تو آزاد نمودم. بندهای بندگی را از گردنش برداشتم که شب و روز به تو خدمت نماید. ضمن این که دعا می کنم که هرگز گردن مرا از زنجیر بندگی خیش رها مسازی. این بزرگترین آرزوی من است و تو خود شاهد قدیری هستی. اسفندیار که یکی از این خادمان بود تصمیم گرفت نزد حضرت بهاءالله بمونه و سالها با وفاداری بهشون خدمت کنه. همانطور که در تاریخ این رابطه منحصر به فرد رو میخونیم، میبینیم که این وسط عشق عمیق و مقابلی وجود داره. در اینجا به تنها یک حکایت از حضرت ابوها اشاره میکنم که ارادت اسفندیار رو به حضرت بهاءالله بعد از زندانی شدن در سیاهچال، بعد از زمانی که خود اسفندیار هم در معرض خطر بزرگی بود، اون نشون میده. اسفندیار را والده به مازندران روانه کردند. بعد از 1 هفته شب جمعه بود، مراجعت کرد. گفتند چرا مراجعت نمودی؟ باید بروی. گفت من از اینکه قرض دارم به قصاب و بقال راضی نمیشوم که بگویند غلام جمال مبارک پول ما را خورد و فرار کرد، تا ندهم نمیروم. اسفندیار در بازار میگشت و حکومت در پی او. هر طور بود قروض خود را داد. در حالی که حضرت بهاءالله اسفندیار را از بردگی رها فرمودند، اسفندیار هم حضرت بهاءالله را از بدهی‌ها رها کرد. حضرت ابوها شرمیدند که اسفندیار با فروش چیزهایی که داشت بدهی‌ها رو تسویه می‌کرد. در واقع اونا بدهی‌های اسفندیار نبودند، بلکه بدهی‌های دربار شاه بودند، چون همه املاک خاندان حضرت بهاءالله مصادره شده بود و تنها بدهیاشون رو براشون گذاشته بودند. اسفندیار تمام اونا رو به طور کامل پرداخت کرد. این داستان واقعی و زیبا در مورد اسفندیار نشون دهنده انسانیت و روحانیت این بنده سابق است و بیناگر عشقی که حضرت بهاءالله به او داشتند. حضرت بهاءالله با محبت و احترام اسفندیار رو یک پادشاه در میان مردمان ذکر می‌کنند. همانطور که می‌دونید حضرت بهاءالله بردگان را آزاد فرمودند و در کتاب اقدس بردهداری رو من نمودند که مضمون این بیان از کتاب اقدس چنین است: بر شما خرید و فروش کنیزان و بندگان زن و مرد حرام شده است. بر کسی که خود بنده خداست نیست که بنده دیگری را بخرد. در لوح الهی چنین نهی شده است و این چنین فرمان از قلم عدالت به فضل نوشته شده است و کسی نشاید که بر کسی افتخار ورزد. همه بندگان او هستند و دلالت می‌کنند بر اینکه خدایی به غیر از او نیست. همانا او بر همه چیز داناست. به علاوه حضرت بهاءالله اولین پیامبری بودند که وحدت بین نژادها، ادیان و ملت‌ها رو ترویج دادند و واقعا این وحدت رو سنگ بنای آیین خودشون قرار دادند. علاوه بر این حضرت بهاءالله اولین مظهر الهی بود که واژگان جدیدی به وجود آورد که قدرت تغییر تعصبات جاهلیه به دوستهای نژادها رو داره. یکی از این استعاره‌های نژادی در آثار بهایی تشبیه افراد آفریقایی تبار به مردمک چشم است. حضرت بهاءالله تمدن جدید به راه انداخت. تمدنی که سرانجام تمام محدودیت‌های دستساز بشر رو در اتحاد کل نژاد انسانی از میان بر می‌داره. تمدنی که دیگه هیچ نوع نژاد پرستی، تعصب و تبعیضی رو نمی‌پذیره. او دین جدیدی بنیان کرد که از همون ابتدا همه افراد رو با نژادها و پیش‌زمینه‌های مختلف هم در تاریخ و هم در کلمات استعاره‌ای شامل می‌شد، چرا که این آیین جدید برای ایجاد نژاد جدید بشریت به وجود اومده. به حضرت ابوبها میرسیم که به عنوان مثل اعلای دیانت بهایی به ما کمک میکنن که یاد بگیریم چطور آموزه‌های آیین بهایی رو در عمل به کار بگیریم. سفرهای حضرت ابوبها به اروپا و به ویژه به آمریکا و کانادا و برخورد و تماسشون با مؤمنین غربی جدید مثالها و فرصتهای زیادی در اختیار ما قرار داده تا بتونیم بهتر درک کنیم که تعالیم بهایی و تمدن جدیدی که از ما خواسته شده بسازیم در عمل باید چطور باشه. مثالهای عینی موجود هیچ بهونه‌ای برای ما نمیذاره که ندونیم باید با نژادها و ملیت‌های دیگه چطور رفتار کنیم. در این قسمت اشاره میکنم به حکایتی از دیدار حضرت ابوبها و یک مرد سیاه‌پوست که در بعد تولد برده بود. یک شمع راه پله را روشن کرده و روی دیوار سایه انداخته بود و گروه کوچکی به دیدار حضرت ابوبها می‌رفتند. سال 1899 بود و اینها اولین بهایان آمریکایی بودند که به زیارت عکا در اسرائیل فعلی رفتند. در میانشون رابرت ترنر اولین بهایی سیاه‌پوست آمریکایی هم بود. وقتی به اتاق وارد شدند، نور شمع چهره درخشان حضرت ابوبها را روشن‌تر کرد. زائرین اونقدر مدهوش هیبت حضرت ابوبها بودند که متوجه نشدند یکی از اعضای گروهشون کمه. اما حضرت ابوبها فوراً متوجه شد و به سمت در رفت و رابرت ترنر رو پیدا کرد که بیرون منتظر بود. رابرت به محض دیدن حضرت ابوبها به زانو در آمد و گفت سرورم من لیاقت حضور در اینجا را ندارم. حضرت ابوبها رابرت را بلند کردند و در آغوش گرفتند. در عکا رابرت مهمان ویژه حضرت ابوبها بود. حضرت ابوبها با سرو غذا برای همه نهایت عبودیتشون رو نشون میدادند. یک دفعه به رابرت افتخار دادن که کمکشون کنه. حضرت ابوبها روح پاک رابرت رو ستودند و بهش گفتند که اگه ثابت قدم و استوار بمونه مثل دری خواهد بود که از طریقش کل یک نژاد وارد امن مبارک میشه. رابرت ترنر در سال 1855 در فقر و بردگی متولد شد. با تصویب متمم 13 قانون اساسی ایالات متحده ایشون آزاد شد و بعد با پیشخدمتی برای فیبی هرست مادر روزنامه‌نگار بزرگ ویلیام رندالف هرست مشغول شد. رابرت ترنر این افتخار رو برای همیشه خواهد داشت که اولین سیاه‌پوست آمریکایی بود که به آیین بهایی ایمان آورد. حضرت ابوبها در نامه‌ای که از طریق فیبی هرست برای رابرت فرستادند فرمودند که البته این مضمون فارسیشه: ای صاحب قلب پاک، روح مقدس، سرشت بی‌نظیر و روی جمیل، تصویر زیبایت واصل شد و قالب عنصریت را در نهایت آراستگی و جمال نمایان کرد. صورتت تیره و سیرتت روشن است. تو به مثابه مردمک چشمی که به رنگ تیره است اما منشأ نور و آشکار کننده عالم امکان. هرگز فراموش نشده و نخواهی شد. از خداوند مسئلت می نمایم که به فضل و عنایت خیش تو را مظهر موهبت خود در میان ابناء بشر نماید. وجهت را به انوار الطاف پروردگار مهربان روشن فرماید و در این عصر که ممتاز از تمام اعصار و قرون است تو را برای محبت خود برگزیند. حضرت ابوبها در اینجا تاکید دارند که شخصیت انسان بر ویژگی‌های ظاهریش برتری داره. در این مثال شخصیت مردمان آفریقایی تبار رو به طور جمعی و در ستایش بینش و فهم معنوی اونا به مردمک چشم تشبیه فرمودند. همانطور که کلمه فارسی مردمک مردم یا همان نوع انسان اشاره داره، واژه عربی اون هم انسان العین به انسان اشاره میکنه. این نماد با تصورات نژاد پرستانه اون زمان که سیاه پوست آمریکایی رو کمتر از یک انسان میدونستند یا طبق قانون اساسی اولیه آمریکا که در اون سیاه پوستان 3/5 افراد دیگه تعریف میشدند مبارزه میکنه. بیشتر از نیم قرن بعد در راهپیمایی‌های مربوط به حقوق شهروندی سیاه‌پوستان در آمریکا تابلوهایی هم میشد که در اون مقتدرانه نوشته شده بود منم یک انسان هستم. خب تشبیه مردمک چشم از کجا به وجود اومد؟ حضرت بها منشأ این استعاره رو به خود حضرت بهاءالله نسبت میدهند و این در کتاب Advent of Divine Justice اینو میخونیم که نوشتند از طرف حضرت ابوبها: حضرت بهاءالله هنگامی مردم سیاه را به مردمک سیاه چشم که حول آن را سفیدی احاطه نموده تشبیه فرمودند. در این مردمک سیاه همواره انعکاسی از صور اشیا که در برابر آن واقع مشاهده می‌گردد و از آن رو انوار و تجلیات روح ظاهر و نمایان شود. بدیهیه که توصیف مردم آفریقایی تبار به عنوان منشأ نور و نمایان کننده عالم روحانی استعاره‌ای بسیار عمیقه. دلیلش ولی روشنه. رنج و ظلم درک عمیقی از مفهوم عدالت به انسان‌ها میده. بنابراین از طریق چنین افرادی و از طریق دیدگاه نافذشون نسبت به شرایط نامساعد انسانی انوار و تجلیات روح ظاهر و نمایان میشه. حالا به رابرت ترنر برگردیم. رابرت در سال 1909 در بستر بیماری افتاد. علی قلی خان هنگام بیماری ایشون ملاقات کردند و گزارشی از وضعیتشون به حضرت ابوبها عرض کردند. حضرت ابوبها هم در پاسخ لوحی به این مضمون نازل فرمودند: ابها و تحیت من را با آقای رابرت خادم آن بانوی شریف برسانید و به او بگویید از بیماری خود محزون مباش، چرا که به حیات ابدی رسیده اید و به سلطنت باقی راه یافته اید. انشاءالله در ملکوت ابها در نهایت سرور یکدیگر را ملاقات خواهیم کرد. البته از خداوند برای شما در این عالم جسمانی نیز طلب آسایش دارم. گفته میشه رابرت با وجود شدت بیماری و حتی زمان که دچار هذیان شده بود همچنان اسم اعظم رو بر زبان می آورد. علی قلی خان بعد از مرگ رابرت به یه انگشتر بهایی مخصوص تدفین اهدا کرد که همراهشون در کلما کالیفرنیا درست از جنوب سان فرانسیسکو دفن شد. حضرت ابوبها بعد از صعود رابرت ترنر لوحی به این مضمون به افتخارشون نازل فرمودند. از خبر صعود جناب رابرت قلب‌ها محزون شد. او حقیقتاً در نهایت اخلاص بود. جلال از آن خداوند است. چه شمع فروزانی در آن شیشه سیاه رنگ شعله‌ور بود. خدا را شکر که آن شمع فروزان از چراغ دنیوی به ملکوت ابدی صعود نمود و در انجمن بالا شعله سوزان گشت. الحمدلله انگشت مبارکش را به انگشتری زینت دادید که روی آن نوشته شده بود از خدا آمدم و به سوی او باز می‌گردم. این نیز گواه خلوص او بود که در آخرین نفس ذکر الله پا بر زبان آورد و حاضرین را متأثر ساخت. ارتباط و عشق از حضرت ابوبها نسبت به رابرت ترنر الگوی فوق‌العاده برای زندگی در این جهانه. هر حرف و هر کلمه ایشون الگوی برای ماست که ما نشون میده معاشرتمون با اعضای دیگر نژادها به ویژه سیاه‌پوستان چطور باید باشه. حضرت ابوبها از این هم فراتر رفتن و بهائیان رو به ازدواج با افرادی از نژادهای متفاوت تشویق فرمودند. می‌فرمایند باید سعی کنید تا آنها با یکدیگر وصلت نمایند. هیچ اسبابی برای ایجاد محبت بین سیاه و سفید اعظم از کلمت الله نیست. همچنین وصلت بین دو نژاد ریشه عداوت را به کلی محو ظاهر سازد. همونطور که می‌دونیم اولین ازدواج یک زن سفیدپوست و یک مرد سیاه‌پوست آمریکایی بهایی بین لویزا متیو و لوئیس گریگوری اتفاق افتاد. حضرت ابوبها شخصاً باعث این وصلت شدند. اگرچه این زوج قبلا به ازدواج فکر نکرده بودند و با وجود اینکه به خوبی از سختی‌هایی که اتحادشون میتونست برای خودشون و دیگران به وجود بیاره آگاه بودن، اما عشقشون به حضرت ابوبها و اعتمادشون به ایشون اونقدر زیاد و تزلزل ناپذیر بود که خیلی زود موافقت کردند. این اتفاق زمانی رخ داد که ازدواج بین سیاه و سفیدپوست در بسیاری از ایالات آمریکا غیرقانونی بود و حتی تصورش هم در آزادی خواه‌ترین محافل نفرت انگیز تلقی میشد. این دو نفر حتی نمیتونستن در مناطق خاصی از کشور با خیال راحت با همدیگه سفر کنند. اما با گذشت زمان خانم و آقای گریگوری به عنوان برجسته‌ترین مؤمنان در تاریخ امر ظاهر شدند و نمونه بارزی از این شدند که چطور میشه با عشق و شجاعت سطح درک نژادی و وحدت نوع انسان رو ارتقا داد. اگه شما در مدرسه بهایی در گرینیکر هستید برید و حتما آرامگاهشون رو دیدن کنید. رابطه طولانی و عاشقانه لوئیس و لویزا ثابت کرد که تعصب نژادی یک توهمه. این رابطه نشون داد که اتحاد و خوشبختی واقعی از پایبندی و توکل به اراده الهی حاصل میشه. و البته چه کسی میتونه این حکایت از حضرت ابوبها رو فراموش کنه که وقتی با گروهی از کودکان خیابونی نیویورک دیدار کردند، پسر بچه سیاه‌پوست رو گل رز سیاه خطاب فرمودند. حضرت ابوبها دم در ایستاده بودند و به هر یک تعارف می‌فرمودند. دست برخی را می‌فشردند و بعضی را دست دور شانه‌شان می‌انداختند و در هر حال لبخند و سروری داشتند که گویا خودشون هم یکی از اطفال بودند. این کودکان ابداً خود را نگرفته بودند و در آن محیط غیرمأنوس هرگز خود را غیرعادی نشان ندادند. با گروه آخر طفل سیاهی که در حدود 13 سال داشت وارد شد و چون سیاه بود گمان نمی‌برد او را هم راه بدهند. ولی وقتی که حضرت ابوبها او را دید چهره مبارکشان با سروری آسمانی برافروخته شد. دست مبارک را شاهانه بلند و با صدای رسا که همه شنیدن فرمودند گل سیاه آمد. بغتتاً سکوت تمام اتاق را گرفت. چهره آن کودک سیاه پوست با بهجت و محبتی که از این جهان نبود چون گل شکفته شد. فی الحین محسوس بود. که اطفال با نظری دیگر به وی می‌نگریستند. معلوم است تا آن وقت با آن طفل معصوم سیاه 1000 گونه لقب داده بودند، ولی هرگز احدی وی را گل سیاه خطاب نکرده بود. البته مثال‌های بسیار زیاد دیگه‌ای از حضرت بها وجود داره که در اونها ایشون با گفتار و رفتار زیباشون به ما نشون میدن که چطور زندگی کنیم که منجر به اتحاد نژادها بشه. ایشون به ما ثابت کردن که تعصب به اختلافات نژادی چیزی به جز توهم نیست. اما همه این مثال‌های زیبا و تعالیم وحدت و یگانگی رو ما داریم و سوال اصلی البته اینه که آیا شجاعتش رو داریم که به این تعالیم وفادار باشیم و تمام تلاش خودمون رو برای تحققشون به کار بگیریم. برای جواب به این سوال بیایید نگاهی به توقیات حضرت ولی محبوب امرالله، پیام‌های بیت اعظم و محفل ملی بیندازیم. حضرت شوقی افندی در ارتباطاتشون الگویی ماندگار به ما بخشیدن که اگه طبق اون رفتار کنیم روش کارآمد و مؤثر برای ایجاد عشق و دوستی در اختیار ما قرار میده. حضرت شوقی افندی در مجموعه نامه‌هایی در تاریخ 25 دسامبر 1938 خطاب بهائیان ایالات متحده و کانادا چنین فرمودند: سفیدپوستانی که با عزمی راسخ قصد شرکت در حل این مشکل را دارند، باید احساس برتری و توفقی را که به ارث برده و گاه نادانسته در ضمیرشان محفوظ داشتند برای همیشه از خود برانند و نژاد دیگر را از روی ترحم حمایت ننمایند، بلکه از راه معاشرت صمیمانه و صفای دل و یکرنگی صادقانه آنان را راضی و قانع نمایند. و اگر آنچه می‌کنند به قبول آن مردم که سالیان دراز زخم‌های شدید و دیرعلاجی دیده‌اند در نیاید، بردباری کنند و بر بی‌صبری خویش غالب آیند. هیچ کس نباید چنین پندارد که میتوان با اطمینان خاطر صبر کرد و منتظر شد تا واسطه یا سازمانی خارج از امر الهی پیدا شود تا با ابتکاری و خلق محیط مساعدی برای حل آن مشکل عظیم فائق گردد. هیچ کس نباید چنین اندیشد که چیزی جز محبت خالص و صبر جمیل و خضوع حقیقی و حکمت کامل و ابتکار صحیح و فراستی وافر و مساعی مداوم و سنجیده توأم با دعا و مناجات نیست که بتواند لکه ننگ اختلافات نژادی را که سبب بدنامی آن سرزمین گشته از دامن کشورشان بزداید. پس بهائیان از نژاد سفید و سیاه باید ایمان داشته و قویاً معتقد باشند که تغییر مسیر خطرناک اختلافات نژادی در این نیست که نیرویی یا سازمانی خارج از حیطه امر بهایی بیاید و چاره کار کند، بلکه در محبت و الفت است و در معاضدت پایدار است که آن مشکل بزرگ که مورد انذار و تحذیر حضرت عبدالبها بود حل شدنی است و نیز از همین راه است که آمال مرکز میثاق را تحقق می‌بخشد و این آرزوی مبارکش را برمی آورد که سیاه و سفید دست به دست هم دهند و سهم خیش را برای وصول به سرنوشت درخشان آن کشور ادا نمایند. این ترجمه بود از جناب هوشمند فتح اعظم. شگفت انگیزه، حضرت ولی امرالله 82 سال پیش این کلمات رو نوشتند که امروز هم هنوز بسیار پر اقتدار و مؤثره. در اوایل سال جاری بعد از ماه‌های پرچالش و مملو از بی‌عدالتی و نارامی‌های نژادی کشور، بیت اعظم الهی در نامه‌ای مورخ 22 جولای 2020 فرمودند: نژاد پرستی انحرافی عظیم از میزان اخلاق حقیقی است. نژاد پرستی سبب محرومیت بخشی از عالم انسانی از امکان پرورش و ابراز قابلیات خود به تمام‌ها و داشتن یک زندگی هدفمند و شکوفاست و در این حال مخل پیشرفت سایر بشر است. نژاد پرستی را نمیتوان با نزاع و جدال از میان برد. باید آن را با ایجاد رابطه عادلانه بین افراد و جوامع و مؤسسات اجتماع جایگزین نمود که سبب تعالی همگان گردد و احدی را دیگری نشمرد. تغییر لازم صرفاً تغییر اجتماعی و اقتصادی نیست، بلکه در درجه اول اخلاقی و روحانی است. در بستر چارچوبی که حاکم بر فعالیت‌های شماست، باید به دقت نیروهایی را که در حول شما در ظهور و بروز است بررسی کنید تا دریابید که قوای شما کجا ممکن است سبب تقویت امیدبخش‌ترین اقدامات گردد. از چه چیزهایی باید اجتناب نمایید و چگونه ممکن است کمک و خدمتی متمایز عرضه کنید. برای شما میسر نیست که تحولی را که مورد نظر حضرت بهاءالله است صرفاً با اتخاذ دیدگاه‌ها، روش‌ها، مفاهیم، انتقادات و لحن کلام اجتماع کنونی ایجاد نمایید، بلکه با اتخاذ روحیه خاضعانه یادگیری، با سنجیدن راه اقدام جمعی و با پیشروی صفاصف با وحدتی ناگسستنی رویگرد شما متمایز خواهد شد. منشأ قوه تقلیب عالم انسان بالمعال محبت است. محبتی که سرچشمه ارتباط با عالم حق است. محبتی که میان اعضای یک جامعه شعله‌ور است. محبتی که بدون هیچ محدودیتی همه ابناء بشر را در بر میگیرد. این حب الهی کلمت الله را می‌افزاید، به وسیله نفوس مشتعله از طریق گفتگوهای صمیمی منتشر می‌گردد که استعدادات روحانی جدیدی در قلوب به وجود می‌آورد. عقول را مستعد قبول ندای اخلاق می‌نماید و تسلط موازین و نظام‌های اجتماعی تبعیض‌آمیز می‌کاهد تا این موازین و نظام‌ها به تدریج بتوانند شکل جدیدی بپذیرند که با مغذیات عصر بلوغ عالم انسانی سازگار است. شما مجاری این حب الهی هستید. شایسته است این محبت از وجود شما به هر نفسی که می‌بینید سریان یابد. در محله و فضای اجتماعی را که در آن به قصد ایجاد قابلیت برای جاری ساختن نیروی اجتماع ساز امر حضرت بهاءالله سیر می‌کنید، از این عشق سرشار نمایید و تا زمانی که نتیجه مقدر حاصل نشده میاسایید. بیت الله اعظم الهی برای ما روشن کردند که تنها یک تحول روحانی میتونه قلب‌ها رو تغییر بده. ما این کار رو با اطاعت از مرکز امن و با پیروی مشارکت در بخش‌های تبلیغی و جامعه سازی انجام میدیم. با این وجود بیشتر از هر چیز اول این کار رو در قلب خودمون انجام میدیم. اگر تعصبی در قلبمون داریم باهاش مواجه میشیم و از طریق گفتمان‌های صمیمی استعدادات روحانی جدید ایجاد میکنیم. خودمون رو از شر هر گونه احساس ناخودآگاه برتری خلاص میکنیم. ناخودآگاه خودبر تربینی خلاص میکنیم. با این تلاش‌های فردی و جمعی تعالیم بهایی رو به کار میگیریم و در عملمون به جهانیان نشان میدیم. محفل روحانی ملی بهاییان ایالات متحده در جون 2020 همه این موارد رو به روش جدید که تا به حال نشر بودیم به ما اعلام فرمودن که مضمونش فارسی میشه ایجاد یک جامعه عادلانه با شناخت این حقیقت اساسی آغاز می شود که بپذیریم نوع بشر یکی است، اما باور قلبی ما نسبت به این مسئله کافی نیست. این موضوع اخلاق ضروری برای اقدام را به وجود می آورد، باعث می شود همه جوانب زندگی شخصی، اجتماعی و سازمانی خود را از دریچه عدالت ببینیم و نیازمند این است که جامعه ما نظم جدیدی بسیار عمیق‌تر از چیزی که تا به امروز به دست آورده این پیدا کند. و این مستلزم مشارکت آمریکایی‌ها از هر نژاد و پیش زمینه‌ای است، زیرا فقط از طریق چنین مشارکت فراگیری میتوان جهتگیری اخلاقی و اجتماعی جدیدی پدید آورد. یکی از عناصر اصلی این فرایند گفتمان‌های صادقانه و حقیقی در مورد شرایط فعلی و علل آن و به ویژه تصورات متحجرانه ضد سیاه‌پوستی که جامعه ما را فرا گرفته است خواهد بود. ما باید این ظرفیت را ایجاد کنیم که صدای کسانی که مستقیما از تأثیرات نژاد پرستی رنج برده‌اند را بشنویم و بپذیریم. این ظرفیت باید در مدارس، رسانه‌ها و سایر عرصه‌های مدنی و همچنین در روابط شخصی و کاری ما نمایان باشد. نباید این فرایند به حرف خاتمه یابد، بلکه باید منجر به به اقدام سازنده و معنیدار شود. ما به زمان آگاهی عمومی و رد بی‌عدالتی‌ها رسیده ایم. نگذاریم این فرصت از دست برود. آیا به روند ساختن اتحادی کاملتر متعهد خواهیم بود؟ آیا توسط فرشتگان برتر طبیعتمان the better angels of our nature برای انتخاب مسیر خرد، شجاعت و وحدت راهنمایی خواهیم شد؟ آیا انتخاب میکنیم که شهری بر فراز تپه Shining City on the Hill تبدیل شویم که الهام بخش بشریت است؟ پس بیایید در تعهد در مسیر عدالت دست به دست هم دهیم. مطمئناً با هم میتوانیم به این مهم دست یابیم. برخلاف جامعه گسترده‌تر، ما تعالیم بهایی رو داریم. یک وظیفه شخصی و واضح داریم. ما الگوهای زیبا و چارچوبی منحصر به فرد داریم. اگر به استفاده از این ابزارها متعهد باشیم، موفقیتمون حتمی خواهد بود. حضرت ولی امرالله می‌فرمایند ملت آمریکا که از جامعه پیروان اسم اعظم در آن کشور فعلا جزء ناچیز و بسیار کوچکی از آن به شمار می‌رود، آتیه نزدیکش از هر نقطه نظر با خطر شدید مواجه است. بلایا و رضایایی که این ملت را تهدید می‌کند بعضی قابل اجتناب بوده، ولی اکثراً حتم الوقوع و من جانب الله است. بدیهی است دولت و ملتی که شدیداً پایبند اصول و عقاید کهنه و متروکه استقلال و حاکمیت مطلقه بوده و روش سیاسیش صریحاً مغایر مقتضیات عالم کنونی، یعنی عالمی است که ممالک و دیارش به هم نزدیک شده و حکم همسایه و همجوار را حاصل کرده و تشنه وحدت است. چنین ملت و دولتی در اثر بلایا و رضایا از لوث عقاید و افکار ناموافق پاک و مطهر خواهد گشت و به مفاد وعود حضرت ابوبها حاضر و مهیا خواهد شد که در ارتفاع لوای صلح اصغر و اتحاد بشر و استقرار حکومت متحده جهانی در سراسر بسیط قبرا سهم مهم را ادا نماید. آتش این مصائب و بلایا نه فقط ملت آمریکا را با سایر ملل عالم در شرق و غرب متصل و مرتبط خواهد نمود، بلکه در اثر قوه تطهیریه‌ایش آن ملت را از اوساخ و آلودگی‌های متراکمه که در نسل‌های متوالی در نتیجه تعصبات نژادی و شیوع مادیات و توسعه لامذهبی و سستی مبانی اخلاقی به وجود آمده منزه و مبرا خواهد ساخت. این آلودگی‌ها تاکنون مانع آن بوده که ملت آمریکا مقام اولویت روحانی جهانی را که از ابوبها صریحاً به آن وعده فرمودند احراز نماید. مقامی که تحصیل آن جز با تحمل رنج و الم مقدور و میسر نخواهد بود. دوستان، اگر کسی بخواد از شدت امتحاناتی که در این کشور باش روبرو هستیم کم کنه، اون افراد به احتمال زیاد بهاییان خواهند بود. حضرت ابوبها، حضرت ولی امرالله، بیت العدل اعظم و محفل ملی روحانیمون ما گفتن که نژاد پرستی چالش برانگیزترین مسئله این کشوره. بنابراین موفقیت ما به عنوان جامعه اسم اعظم به این بستگی داره که چطور به ندای وحدت نژادی در این کشور پاسخ بدیم. پس ما هر کدوم به عنوان یک فرد چه کاری میتونیم انجام بدیم؟ میدونم احتمالاً چه فکر میکنید؟ آیا واقعا این مشکل به مهاجران هم مربوطه؟ حقیقت اینه که به جز مردم بومی همه افراد در ایالات متحده زمانی مهاجر بودند. بعضی داوطلبانه و بعضی دیگه به اجبار به اینجا آورده شده‌اند. بنابراین بله، این مبارزه‌ای که ما بهاییان صرف نظر از اینکه از کجا و چطور به اینجا اومدیم باید توش مشارکت کنیم. همه ما عضوی از خانواده انسانی هستیم و همگی وظیفه داریم این خانواده رو در کنار هم جمع کرد و متحد کنیم. اما چطور میتونیم الگوها و تعالیم وحدت بخش رو عملی کنیم و در زندگی روزمره خودمون نشون بدیم؟ در اینجا من چند موردی که به ذهنم میرسه خدمتتون عرض میکنم و البته میدونم که حتما نمونه‌های بسیار دیگه هم وجود داره. ما میتونیم در زندگی روزمره‌مون عشق و روابط حقیقی بین نژادها رو نشون بدیم. میتونیم با افراد از رنگ‌ها و نژادهای مختلف به خصوص سیاه‌پوستان دوستی صمیمانه، واقعی و کاملی برقرار کنیم. میتونیم احساس برتری و ترحم رو در خودمون بررسی و شناسایی کنیم و با اعمال روحانی روزانمون سعی کنیم که از شر این نگرش‌های مخرب خلاص بشیم. میتونیم برای پایان یافتن بی‌عدالتی نژادی در کشورمون دعا کنیم. میتونیم مثل حضرت ابوبها با سرور و خوشحالی ازدواج‌های بین نژادی رو تشویق کنیم، به خصوص در مورد فرزندانمون و نوه‌هامون. میتونیم هر کجا که میریم صادقانه و صمیمانه با انسان‌ها با هر نژادی استقبال کنیم. میتونیم متوجه بی‌عدالتی هایی که رنگین پوستان متحمل میشن باشیم و تماشاگر نباشیم. میتونیم با مطالعه و کسب دانش از تاریخ، به ویژه تاریخچه نژادی این کشور، آگاهیمون رو بالا ببریم. میتونیم در این سال جدید حداقل یک کتاب در مورد مسائل نژادی آمریکا مطالعه کنیم. میتونیم بعد از مطالعه و صحبت در موردش، همونطور که بیت اعظم توصیه فرمودن، با داشتن گفتگوهای معنادار درک کنیم که این زخم‌های نژاد پرستی تا چه اندازه عمیقه. میتونیم در مورد نژادها سوال بپرسیم و به افرادی که آسیب دیدن به دقت گوش کنیم و بعد این موضوع رو با دیگران مطرح کنیم و برای حل مشکل نژاد پرستی گفتگوهای معنادار بیشتری داشته باشیم. در نهایت ما میتونیم بدون در نظر گرفتن طبقه اجتماعی یا نژاد و رنگ به همه محبت، صبر و مهربانی نشون بدیم. آیا همه این کارها آسان خواهد بود؟ خیر. بیت اعظم الهی در پیام 22 جولای 2020 ما می‌فرمایند: اوقاتی پیشرو شماست که به گرفتاری و امید، سختی و پیشرفت، رنج و شادی آمیخته است. در جمعی احوال حضرت ابوبها مونس و یاور شماست. برای آنان که تغییر پایدار آرزو دارند، مثال حضرتش هادی راه است، حکیم و خردمند در روش، نافذ در بیان، خالی از تبعیض و معاشرت با دیگران، همدرد مظلومان و شهامت در کردار، ثابت و راسخ در عمل، تزلزل ناپذیر در برابر امتحانات و خلل ناپذیر در ایجاد عدل و انصاف. حضرتش به همه کسانی که او را مثل اعلای خود قرار می‌دهند اطمینان بخشیده که وحدت عالم انسانی معید است. هر نفسی خدمت به این وحدت نماید، البته موفق گردد. در نهایت میخوام با این قسمت الهام بخش از پیام بیت اعظم که به مناسبت گرامی داشت روز عهد و میثاق و در تاریخ 25 نوامبر 2020 منتشر شده، عرایزم را جمع بندی کنم. حال از شما می‌خواهیم که قوای خود را به تعهدی نو به کار گیرید و تمرکز خود را به مأموریتی که در پیش دارید معطوف سازید. بی نهایت موجب خوشنودی این جمع است که مشاهده می‌نماییم که با چه آرامش و اطمینانی جامعه اسم اعظم به ارائه پیام شفابخش الهی در تحت همه شرایط مشغول است. به خصوص در این زمان که الگوهای دیرینه حیات اجتماعی مختل گشته و خطرهای گوناگون نفوس بیشمار را احاطه نموده است. در این حال یاران الهی باید مراقب باشند که به اختلافات و منازعات بیهوده که از خصوصیات بسیاری از مباحث در امور اجتماعی است آلوده نگردند و اجازه ندهند که این گونه تعاملات خدای نکرده در مکالمات جامعه حتی برای لحظه رسوخ نماید. البته چنین مراقبتی از طرف شما برای احتراز از اختلاف و درگیر نشدن در مجادلات بحث برانگیز اجتماع نباید تحت هیچ شرایطی به بی‌اعتنایی به مشکلات و مسائل مبرم عصر حاضر تعبیر گردد. کاملا بالعکس، شما در زمره فعالترین و دلسوزترین خیرخواهان عالم انسانی هستید. اما ارزش کمک‌های شما به رفاه اجتماعی چه در عمل و چه در قول در درجه اول مشروط به عزم راسخ شما برای یافتن آن نقطه ذی‌قیمت وحدت است که دیدگاه‌های متعدد را به هم نزدیک نموده و موجب اتفاق نظر مردمانی که با یکدیگر مخالفت می‌نمایند می‌گردد. دوستان عزیز، ما به خصوص در این عصر و دوران بسیار خوشبختیم که بهایی هستیم. چه کسی دیگه‌ای در این دنیا این آموزه‌های عالی، الگوها، منابع لاینقطع معرفت و حکمت، حمایت و عشق داره تا وحدت کل نوع بشر رو در این سیاره بسازه. هر روز باید این نعمت‌ها رو بشمریم و شکرگزار از آن باشیم که ما اعتماد شده و این آیین مبارک با چنین طرحی برای ایجاد جهانی بهتر به ما سپرده شده. طرحی که عشق و اتحاد رو هم در این جهان و هم در عالم بعد برمغان میاره. بیایید امیدوار باشیم و دعا کنیم که لیاقت این اعتماد رو داشته باشیم. همه تلاشمون رو خواهیم کرد تا وظیفه خودمون رو انجام بدیم و قبل از ترک این دنیا اونو بهتر از اون چیزی که بود بکنیم. چه نعمتی بزرگتر از این، چه دستاوردی عظیمتر از این. با عشق به تک تک شما عزیزان.
یا الهی یا رجایی یا بهایی یا ثنایی یا محبوبی یا مقصودی یا مطلوبی یا معبودی یا معبودی. From the sweet scented streams of thine eternity, give me a drink. Oh my God, oh my God, Ya Ilahi. And of the fruits of the tree of thy being, enable me to taste. Oh my heart, Ya Rajani. From the crystal springs of thy love, suffer me to quaff. Oh my glory, your Bahari. And beneath the shadow of thine everlasting providence, let me abide. Oh my within the meadows of thy nearness, before thy presence, make me able to roam. Oh my beloved, and at the right hand of the throne of thy mercy, seek me. Oh my desire, your from the fragrant breezes of thy joy, let a breath pass over me. Oh my God,
lovest me
if thou
not.
lovest me not,
My love can in no wise reach thee.
step to bring thee joy. Our souls are united and our hearts are willed each to each. In offering thee our thanks and praise, in following thy ways. And soaring in the skies, we are all one. We are all one. We are helpless and now by us, and give us strength. We are helpless and now by us, and give us strength. Thou art the protector, the provider, the kind. Thou art the protector, the provider, the kind. Thou art the protector, the provider, the kind. Thou art the protector, the provider, the kind.
to thy kingdom a oneness, and am immersed in the sea of thy mercy. Enlighten my sight by beholding thy lights in this dark night, and make me happy by the wine of thy love in this wonderful age. Oh Lord, make me hear thy call, and open before my face the doors of thy heaven, so that I may see the light of thy glory and become attracted to thy beauty. Verily, thou art the giver, the generous, the merciful, the forgiving. Verily, thou art the giver, the generous, the merciful, the forgiving.
Welcome everyone to this particular panel discussion for the Grand Canyon Conference, sponsored by the Grand Canyon Conference and also by the Wilmette Institute. And we've decided we will call it today Love and Encouragement from the San Diego Cluster. The purpose of our discussion today, which will last about an hour, will be to cover some of the great successes of the San Diego Cluster, which is, of course, one of the most highly developed Milestone 3 clusters in the United States. I will let them tell you how many core activities, because it's a big number and I don't want to spoil thunder for them. But it's a very active cluster with a lot of things going on and a lot of very good stories about the collaboration of institutions, about the activation of individual Baha'is in the involvement in the community building process, and in the spreading of the teachings of Baha'u'llah to the general society as well. To introduce everyone here real quick, we'll start with Nancy Rank Medina, who has this fascinating pattern behind her. So now you know which person it is if you can't tell seeing the name on the screen. Nancy currently serves as one of the 3 auxiliary board members in what is referred to as the Southeast subregion of California, San Diego, the Imperial Valley, Orange, and Riverside counties. She and her husband have been part of the expanding nucleus of friends, laboring in one of the neighborhoods of San Diego where there's intense activity for the last 13 years. She and her husband entered the faith in the 1990s, just as the Institute process and the focus on community building was getting started. She also has served on the local Spiritual Assembly of San Diego for 20 years and was a delegate to the National Convention on several different occasions. She's an attorney and a mediator and chose to dedicate herself to raising and homeschooling her son alongside the community building efforts. Her son is now one of the youth who gives time to the neighborhood whenever possible. During the pandemic, she and her husband and their son have been greatly appreciating the time together as they continue to work and serve on Zoom and using distant visits. And I'm glad to hear that staying at home has worked out so well for you, Nancy. I think that's generally true for people, but perhaps not all the time. To introduce our second panelist today, Hengame Motoked, who has two paintings or photographs on the wall behind her. Dr. Hengame Motoked is a clinical psychologist living in San Diego. She's been in private practice there for more than 25 years. She also does research and education in the field of psychology and application of psychological theory to daily practice. She served on the education task force of the local Spiritual Assembly, on the personal issues and consultation department of the Assembly. She did educational seminars for the youth in San Diego regarding spiritual relationships and spiritual marriage. That's always a good one for the kids. She's done marriage enrichments, effective communication and intimate conversations, mental health and spirituality, and impact of spirituality on health and well-being. She's been on the local Spiritual Assembly of San Diego for more than 20 years. And I'm sure she gets to help psychologize the Assembly when it's in stress as well. Let's hope that the Assembly is not in stress very much, but nowadays most assemblies from time to time have challenges, shall we say. So that's Hengame. And moving on now.
All about growth.
Yes, exactly. Moving on further to Bayan Mohammadi. He lives in City Heights, which is one of the neighborhoods of San Diego. He's lived and worked there for 3 years and has been serving as an animator of a junior youth group there. And he's also serving on the area teaching committee. And then finally, with the background of, I don't know if that's San Diego behind you or not, Vahid. I don't see the convention center there, but I see the boats.
That's correct, yeah.
Vahid Masroor, a world citizen, currently residing in San Diego for just 1.5 years, I understand. He works in the ed tech industry. He's been serving as a member of the area teaching committee for the San Diego cluster as well. So those are our panelists today, and we will no doubt have a good conversation as we discuss San Diego and all the things it's been able to do. We thought we would start out with Nancy talking a little bit about the development of the San Diego cluster and where it is today and where it's come from. So Nancy, we'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Okay. So, well, I think what's been so exciting about the growth in San Diego is just that it's been very, very steady and very purposeful, always trying. I think that's a quality that San Diego has, is that no matter, what, all of us are learning how to do these things. These things are like new and everything, but it's the eagerness and the desire to try to put, just carry it out and learn as we go, So early on, it was actually in, 2006, around there, when that's when we first started our first program of growth and got things, going. And so since then, that 2006, just recently, and I think it was in 2019, we celebrated like our 50th cycle, meaning that, 4 cycles every year. So over all that time, there's been a lot of learning, a lot of wonderful, just, trying to put into action everything that's come about from the House of Justice to the best of our understanding. And then we make some progress, and then they reread it later and say, oh, is that what we were supposed to do? So, but, it's just, you just get more and more levels of understanding as you try to act and then reflect and put it back into action, keep studying. So I think one thing that's sort of significant milestones that we had, in addition to that establishing the program of growth, then we also went through milestone 2, milestone 3, where we kind of reached our we reached 100 core activities, but it's not so much about the number of the activities. It's more about what are the capacities that come about when you have that kind of number. When you have that kind of number, it means there is a lot of activity going on. There's a lot of people tending to all different things. There's a number of children's class teachers busy. There's a number of animators busily working, tutors and so forth, devotionals. So that's sort of what that means with 100 core activities is like there's a number of capacities that have been built, along the way. So we reached that milestone in Rizwan 2014, milestone 3. So what we've been trying to do since that time is advance past that. And, most recently we have a goal. Maybe Vahid and Bayan can speak more to it because they're on the area teaching committee. I'll let them speak about it. But we've basically what we have going in San Diego is what used to be referred to as like the 2 prongs happening. So we have activities in neighborhoods of intense activity where there's a smaller geographical area where you can do sort of when the elements of the plan, like all the core activities are come together in a smaller area, they have like a certain synergy that happens, and that's where these teams are working on, okay? So we have some of the advanced neighborhoods that are advancing around that. And then we have the other prong, so to speak, is where any Baha'i is living, wherever anyone is living. And of course, those have the potential to start and become areas of intense activity because anywhere anyone lives, they can begin things and they can start doing things, and working with a team. And this is the whole idea of the expanding nucleus. So I think what we've been trying to do in San Diego is learn about how to nurture all of these areas, simultaneously. And sometimes there's fits and starts, or there's things that get focused and something drops. But over the years, we've gotten a little better at trying to sort of, look at it all as like tending to gardens of different areas, and now even sort of thinking about it a little bit like a farm. You have different things happening over here, things happening over here, and so like that sort of model is what we try to work on. So I think that's a introduction. I think where we're located, people know where San Diego is, but our cluster is more than just the city of San Diego. Our cluster goes all the way down to the border with Mexico, so it includes other cities as well. The cities of Chula Vista is really key. Their local spiritual assemblies we have 2 local spiritual assemblies, one in Chula Vista, one in San Diego. But there are other cities too. There's Imperial Beach, there's National City, and there's Coronado. Currently, they do not have local spiritual assemblies, but we have a broad range. There's a very big spread of reality, social realities within that cluster. And so what we're, of course, trying to do is bring the faith, teach the faith in all settings, learn from each other, and try to bring, the healing message of Baha'u'llah and this community building effort everywhere in the city. That's the ultimate, right? So I'll stop there, and that's hopefully some start. Fill in whatever you want to add or I forgot about, please add.
Looked like Vahid wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, so maybe it's interesting for the friends to know that in our cluster we have about 14 feasts that are celebrated. So the cluster is spread around these different feasts where friends can attend and participate all around the city of San Diego and Chula Vista, of course, the cluster. And in terms of where we're at in Baha'i activities, in the core activities of the plan, we have over 300. We're making our way towards 400 core activities that are currently functioning, and we are hoping that by Rizwan, by the end of this year and this plan, the current plan, we are making our efforts and hoping that the community, the cluster, will reach 500 core activities. That's what we're aiming towards and trying to work for, and we're all serving together in this. And so perhaps it's interesting to segue from there to discuss the importance of devotional meetings as one key activity that has really helped us grow in terms of numbers of core activities. That's one aspect of it, but especially how this idea of establishing the spiritual Mashrikul Askar, the spiritual house of worship, is something that is empowering the community at large to participate in the growth efforts. And for that, I think Hangame can help us a lot to understand what the value of establishing the practice and maybe making it a little bit formal in one way, but also making it less formal is something that actually helps us all participate in the growth of the faith in our cluster. Hangame, please.
Okay. Well, thank you. What I am presenting, before I do, talk about the devotional, in San Diego, I also want to let everybody knows that the interconnectedness, collaboration, and coordination among all the institutions in San Diego. And actually, it's a very special moment, with all my friends who are here on the screen. And I just want to say that what I am presenting is a presentation of interinstitutional connection in San Diego. For example, just as an example, and because that has actually firmed up this plan that, we are going to be presenting today, as our auxiliary board member said, Nancy has served on local spiritual assembly for 20 years. She knows the vision of the assembly, and we are bonded, with Nancy. Nancy is bonded to the, spiritual assembly, and she comes to the assembly, quite often to bring the messages, to study, to deepen, and that has been part of the strength of the community in San Diego. Our dear Bayan, lives in an advanced cluster, and he really has spent all of his life, other than working, to developing that neighborhood. And he brings us the news of the, the news about this cluster. As a matter of fact, he has been one of the people who actually wanted us to accompany other feast groups, in developing devotional. Vahid, for example, not only is on ATC, but also is a guy that when we send all of our survey that I will describe in a minute, we know that Vahid is there, and he's so thorough that he can go through all of that and, generate beautiful report for us. So anyway, even though I report that, I just want to let you know that this is all of us here, and I have the, honor of, presenting it. So as we all know that, San Diego LSA is, is an advanced cluster, and, it has a vibrant communities. And when the pandemic started, the assembly with auxiliary board member and with ATC, we all come together, and few things was very important for all of the institution. One was to keep the vibrant community going on, and also to sustain activities, and to keep building human resources, that the people who already were involved in, doing projects go into the higher level of service, and people who have kind of, been stopped or have been discouraged by pandemic get started and become nucleus of the community and get to start with that. So Assembly, Auxiliary Board Member, and ATC had, several questions, several consultations, collaborations, and our dear ATC started to have collaborators in every 14 neighborhoods that San Diego has, as Vahid, spoke. And I happen to be one of the collaborators in my area of Carmel Valley. And in Carmel Valley, as dear Nancy said, we have a diverse community. We have different ages, we have different cultures, different backgrounds. So our purpose, ATC asked us to do some, the plan was to increase the devotional life of Carmel Valley with the plan of reflecting on that to see how it worked and see if we can duplicate that or apply that to the other neighborhoods. So the collaborators from Carmel Valley actually went ahead and added 3 more people from Carmel Valley because they were the pillars of that community. People trusted them, people loved them. So we went ahead and we had a meeting with each other, and we decided that we would like to contact every member of Carmel Valley. And then there was about 47 families in Carmel Valley, and we divided up the numbers of the families among 5 of us, 2 collaborators and 3 other, members. And we decided to contact people to bring love and the greetings from our institution, and to check on them and to develop bonding relationship with these people. So we decided that in order to standardize it, so because we wanted to reflect and see what worked, we decided that our conversation and our connection to Carmel Valley neighborhood had to have 3 phases. phase one was to kind of develop bonds with them by asking them how they're doing, with the pandemic, with challenges that was going on, and also to figure out how involved they are in Baha'i activities and, and how they're doing if they needed any assistance. And there were several occasions that, actually phase one took 2 or 3 calls. Some people needed somebody to go to grocery store, bring them groceries. Some people needed to be connected to the Zoom so that we could do it, so they would be connected to the Baha'i activities. But then through that, we were able to connect and to, develop some bond with them. Then the second phase of our contact with all the families were that, we studied together actually the letter from National Spiritual Assembly on April 20, 2020, that actually their National Assembly had asked all the, communities in the United States to arise and to get united through devotional. So we started by telling them about, how the necessity of devotional, either family or community, in well-being of the families, individuals, community, and also in progress of 5-year plan. But embedded in that was idea of Mashruq al-Asghar, that we kind of, actually studied together that how would Mashruq al-Asghar will be built in every communities. And for us was if 80% or more than 80% of people in our community do some sorts of devotional, there's going to be enough rays or getting into the neighborhood that they're all going to combine together and start the atmosphere of Mashruq al-Asghar for the whole community. And the majority of the people actually already had a family devotional, but they thought that devotional is something private. They don't need to, share it with somebody else. And we help them, first of all, to be empowered that devotional is part of the core activities, that they're already connected, and also tell them about communal devotions, where that we are relying on them, so make them accountable and help them to mobilize in this situation so that all of a sudden they are a very active part of the 5-year plan. And then they accepted that, and they knew that we needed to count on when they're praying so that we know, which family is sending that rays of blessing and prayers out. And then the third part was to do a survey that is developed by ATC, a very professional survey that asked about, when they have devotional, how many people attend, how many non-Baha'is, which day of the week. And we did survey and we filled up that survey. And by doing that, we kind of, finalized that they are part of this plan together, and we send them to ATC. Our beloved ATC was on the other side of the line as we are working on this side with community, is going through all the survey and trying to kind of clear everything out and just understand, what is happening in the community. So after we did this, then we gave up about a month, and the whole collaborators called back to be sure if everybody is working on this. And yes, the devotional were ongoing, and we kept the numbers going on. And then ATC met with the collaborators, and ATC immediately actually took over, on the success of the Carmel Valley, and they started if they could accompany the other neighborhoods in San Diego with the help of ATC. So ATC then went ahead and decided to choose collaborators with every other neighborhoods, and then connected the collaborators of the neighborhoods actually with the team from Carmel Valley, so that they could all work together, duplicate, standardize the same procedure, and go to every neighborhood and do the same thing. ATC was able actually to do that almost to the 14 neighborhoods, and we got more than 80% of San Diego Baha'i community get engaged into doing devotional, either family or community devotional, or some type of long distance devotional with other people. And so then ATC has been working again with assembly, with auxiliary board member, to see what really helped. So we did not only we did the plan and we did our service, we started to reflect. And these are some of the learnings that so far has come up. That number one, the fact that this is a receptive time for people because of pandemic. It's a vulnerable time for people. People are less distracted, and because of the challenges, they are more open. And also the fact that assembly had something to call, or the ATC We just didn't call people to go ahead and rise to action, but we called to see how they're doing. So the bonding that happened and the intimate conversation as a result of bonding that happened was very important. They are more distracted, more susceptible, so they got in a little more. And also the idea of Mashghul Askar and communal devotions, really taking the time to educate and deepen together with our community about what it means, got everybody, involved, so to speak, in becoming part of this plan. So as a result of that, we started to see when the Mashghul Askar happens in neighborhood, what impact does it have on the neighborhood? ATC actually told all the collaborators, watch to see what has been the impact of these communal devotions in your neighborhood. So we did. So in my community, amazing things happened. First of all, our feast on the Zoom is almost 100% of our community almost comes to the feast. We have elderly people call sometimes before the feast if they cannot get in. Please help me to come in. So I feel like the connection that has started and that communal kind of, relying on each other on that, make them closer with each other. The participation of children has increased more. The discussion and consultation has taken a better kind of, and deeper forms. So in our consultation, we are now going one step further about, worship and service and how we can be of service to one another. We had this elderly couple actually in our neighborhood. They do not speak English very well, but they contacted actually one of the collaborators after the community was engaged in communal devotions. They say that they have a family member in Iran which has COVID-19 and they were concerned. So they asked if our community can pray. So we have a little website for Carmel Valley. We put one line on the website that so-and-so has somebody who has COVID-19. We would like for you to pray. Please respond if you can pray. Within 2 hours, 47 families responded. And this family who do not speak English in Farsi started to write to this website. And they were so thankful about that and so touched. And they have become a little more active in our feast group. We also had another story that there's this woman who is single and lives in our neighborhood. And she couldn't have family devotions, but she says because she wants to be part of these communal devotions, she would start to connect with some family members who are outside of San Diego. And later on, she reported that when she started connecting to few people, one of the family members were the family that they had some estrangement due to some conflict before. And through this devotional, actually, they were able to resolve on the conflicts. And they were talking about how that has brought blessing into the family. So that has been, and I also want to comment our ATC as far as the way they systematically went after all of these movements that I talked about. And I'm not sure if Bayan also would like, because Bayan also is a big part of this project, and also our advanced cluster. Bayan, I don't know if you want to add something to it.
Yeah, I think you did a terrific job of kind of outlining the idea behind and the execution behind, like the idea that the institutions had when the pandemic began. I think something that the ATC and LSA and auxiliary board members and their assistants have also been thinking about is how to develop a pattern and culture of cluster or community in which home visits are a regular part of that community. And actually in January, before the lockdown and before the pandemic really hit the United States, we kind of identified that, so San Diego as a cluster, I don't have the exact numbers, but I believe there's about 1,200 Baha'is within the cluster, and it's a rather large geographical area. And there are at that point 5 members on the ATC. There's 9 assembly members. We have 2 auxiliary board members residing in San Diego, but within a small group of people, it's hard to like know and develop a relationship with 1,300 people. But so we realized that like, we wanted to get to know our community better. So there was a home visit campaign that was organized amongst the institutions, and we went to it was really quite special. So every night for 2 to 3 weeks, the Assembly of Chula Vista, the Assembly of San Diego, the ATC, the auxiliary board, some of the auxiliary board assistants would all come together, similar to like an expansion phase that you would see within a small neighborhood, but this is across like a 30 to 40 mile, radius, length, whatever you want to call it. I don't think there was a night where all of us came together the same night, but it was a large group of about 30 plus individuals. But there was at least 3 to 4 at a minimum, but on average, maybe 10 or 11 members amongst these institutions that would first come together, and then from there, go out and visit mainly the Baha'i friends around the cluster, just to, some of them, we see all the time. Some of them we haven't seen in a long time, and it was really just a wonderful way of getting to know the community. And at first, there were some questions of, should we do this? Is it odd to do this? But I think that's part of like the problem, right? That like sometimes in American society, that's seen as, well, we don't go to our neighbor's house, like, or we say hi to them in the morning when we get our paper or whatever, but we don't truly know them. And as Baha'is, I think it's important that we start to establish a pattern in which that kind of goes away, because we're all part of the human community. So yeah, I think, and so we did that over Zoom as well over the summer, which was actually, I think we reached even more homes during the Zoom home visit, just because the nature of being able to visit more people. But I don't think we had one negative experience amongst all of that, which I think just shows that like, I think people want to communicate with one another. People want to share these ideas that they have. They want to talk about Baha'u'llah's revelation with one another, and and then also doing it with friends, doing it with other institutions, I think really helped that. Because at first it was kind of like I visited families' homes within the neighborhood, but I've never asked to visit, a Baha'i that I've never really even met. It could be scary at first, but when doing it with other people, and you kind of I realized how many people I knew and was connected to in some way that I didn't before. So yeah, I just wanted to share a little bit about that experience too, which was really, really great experience.
I have a question for you all. I know the National Spiritual Assembly has requested all the Baha'is in the United States to hold home devotionals. Did your campaign predate that, or was it inspired by the National Assembly's request?
So that original home visit campaign was done in January, so it was before that request, and part of it was there wasn't really an agenda to that. There wasn't. We even thought of sometimes when going to a home visit, like here in City Heights, we'll get together beforehand and we'll like deepen on some of the themes in book 2, or we'll think about, okay, what themes do we want to talk about with the families, and that's extremely helpful sometimes. And in this case, we thought of doing so in the same way, but we also realized there's so many different families and so many different things that we could talk about, and so many people that we don't even know, that let's just go into it with an open mind and an open heart and allow the conversation to go where it will. And it did. Like in I don't think any one conversation was the same. So I think that was one of the key elements of it, was just extending the love of not only the institutions, but as individuals to other Baha'is in our community.
If I can build on that, I'll mention that during that campaign, we already had the idea of helping the Friends realize the value of devotionals in their family life, in their household. And so we tried to make a point of praying with the Friends and helping them really reaching the understanding that if you're together with your immediate family and saying prayers, this is already a devotional. It doesn't take extra special preparations. Of course, if you have cousins and you have friends nearby, saying prayers with them can also be a devotional. That's awesome. And if you can invite your neighbors to say prayers with you, that's also devotional. All these are different ways to do that. And another point I wanted to mention is that it's so interesting when we think about arising to serve in this pandemic time, and it's you think about what Hengame was saying in her neighborhood. She and her team worked on making phone calls to establish contact and maintain contact with the Friends. And so arising to serve can be, doesn't require you to really stand up from the chair or the couch you're in right now. You know, making phone calls can be one way to serve your community and make sure that the community works better and improves its spiritual life and even its material life, as we saw in the example that Hengame mentioned. And maybe some friends might be thinking, well, that Zoom is complicated or it's hard to learn, and some people don't have the computer and so on. And it's been interesting to see that in the different neighborhoods, people have used other mediums, either on smartphones, so using WhatsApp phone calls instead of a Zoom, which might require a computer and more complicated equipment. But also another example that we have in the cluster was that a friend made a call to another friend, a phone call, and that friend was very excited. She was an older lady. She was very excited about the call and said, and they had prayers together, can we have prayers again? And so when that happened, that established a devotional right there and then. Just phone calls, saying prayers together and expressing that devotion through a phone call was also a way to have devotionals. And so in practical terms, we went from about 90 devotionals pre-pandemic to now over 270 devotionals. So that tripled the numbers before and where we're at in this pandemic together. So it shows also that even if we have physical limitations that affect our capacity to work together physically, we can still find other ways to serve, and we can share that information with the institutions, as Hengame was mentioning, in simple ways. And some friends might be better suited to do the work of reporting back, but making the phone calls, finding out, supporting the friends, helping them achieve greater understanding is all part of this process to have the community grow together and achieve more together. I don't know, Nancy, perhaps you had other comments about devotionals?
Well, yeah, I actually wanted to pick up on some of the things that Hengame mentioned, like this whole spirit of the Mashkal Azkar that the ATC was exploring in the LSA too. I mean, this idea that's so powerful and so humbling that the devotional part of our life, connecting us, the Guardian mentions is not enough in itself, right? It has to be linked with action, with service, and this beautiful model. I love the picture right behind Rob with the house of worship, the Mashkal Azkar.
Duck down. So you can
it's great. Just this idea that worship is wedded with service. So worship alone is not enough. It's arising. It's being outward oriented. It's being, engaging with the world and seeing what is needed. The Guardian says to be anxiously, or the Baha'u'llah, be anxiously concerned with the issues that are present in your day. We need to arise, to then see how we can be a human family. I love that how Bayan mentioned that, and really be this brothers and sisters together and see what we need to do. We have a lot to build. We have a lot to build our capacity and learn together. So this idea then of that service is coming from that spirit. It's coming from that spirit of love and oneness, you know, and then into action. So this idea of action too, I just, you know, I think about sometimes the struggles that we feel to arise. It feels like we're struggling against something. And I think that's real, right? It's a lot of heaviness sometimes we feel just by the nature of the society that we live in. And so I was thinking of a story that I wanted to share too. This is kind of when Bayan was mentioning that prior to the pandemic, we did this sort of home visit campaign. This is with really we wanted to, and it's still going, to have this culture that is so developed in the two advanced neighborhoods, and actually some of the other neighborhoods too, but to have this kind of permeate the whole cluster, this idea of visiting and being in each other's homes. And, you know, so this idea came about prior to the pandemic. I just wanted to share one quick story about my experience. On one of those experiences was, in this case, it was one of the children's class coordinators and I were paired up that night. And as Vahid mentioned, we would all get together and then we would all split off in pairs and go visit as many as we could. So in this one case, she and I had trouble finding the location because this is physically driving. This is before pandemic. And we got to the neighborhood, we had the address, but it was in one of these huge apartment complexes that are built like Fort Knox. You know, I mean, literally, it's like cement buildings. It was like, it was really hard to find parking. We couldn't figure out. So we were struggling to get in there. It's so different than the neighborhood where I come from, where there's like a lot of activity. People are out walking around. It's just much easier to access things. But this one was like almost like it was really almost impenetrable is what I felt like, and it was massive, you know. So we finally found our way up through the labyrinth of, you know, the apartments and got to the door and everything. And we arrived, and it was such a beautiful, beautiful family that I had never met before. They'd been in San Diego for 2 years, and it was a lovely husband, wife, and their little toddler. And they were sharing how in a way alone they felt, in a sense that it was like they're in this big city, but they're like so involved. Like the husband was working so hard. He had so many hours of work. They were just trying to survive. And the wife was with the toddler having 2 years. That's like about, you know, being home with the child. And she had felt like hadn't been able to really connect with any children's classes and try to find that. So we were so touched by like their experience and their struggle. And what's interesting is when we arrived there, to our complete like amazement too, and sort of like embarrassment a little bit, they had this full meal, like, because they knew we were coming, because some of these things were prearranged. And I felt so like, oh my gosh, they went with all this struggle and with all this, you know, just like work that it takes of life. They had prepared this amazing meal for us, which was so touching. So we sat down, and also then we learned that one of the reasons that they had an extra special meal was because they also had an uncle who was visiting from Iran, actually. Wow. So he sat down too, and we were having this meal. He only spoke in Persian language, so it was like a lot of translation. But we started to ask him about how are things going in Iran, like what was happening. And he was telling us how, you know, many things are happening. The core activities are very vibrant. You know, things are growing and developing. And then he said that, yes, you can get arrested, and yes, you can, you know, you can be persecuted. But he says, but I would much rather be serving there than here. And I said, so interesting. So we explored that. What did he mean by that? And he was saying, because there, of course, I'm paraphrasing my understanding, because there the oppression is overt. You know, kind of what you're dealing with. Here, the oppression is the materialism, the crass materialism, the heaviness, the constant distractions, the constant pressure, the things that are in the society that he noticed as a visitor. So I thought that was so fascinating. And then we had a wonderful conversation around that, you know, which is the weight, as I was mentioning, to arise and to serve. You know, that was just so touching to us, that this is our motivation to come from the sacrifices of people, of individuals who are dealing with a different reality, to then put it into action here and not let anything slow us down, you know, not let anything hold us back, you know, and this weight. So that's one thing that was very, very touching to me. And we had a lovely conversation also about, ideas of how they can get connected and how they can become children's counselors. But I thought these are like gems of, insights and just lovely that come from these visits.
Yeah, that's a beautiful story. Going back also to Rob, what you were asking is, it's interesting, that when the pandemic started, there were so many activities in San Diego. As Bayan says, we have about 1,200 people. There are home visits going on. There's devotional. There's, different, cluster activities, and everything is shut off immediately, overnight. So Assembly was so worried about what to do with the community, because definitely they didn't want that vibrant community to slow down, and we needed to kind of, continue with that. So after prayers and after kind of, consulting with our auxiliary board member and ATC, that devotional came out. Now, when we go hindsight, I think the blessing that came from that devotional, because it was simple enough that everybody could do it. And then by the way that ATC kind of, planned it, and the assembly kind of, supported them, we could reach every household, right? Mm-hmm. And then we started to build on that. So once people started to come on Zoom and be able to connect, then we started to add on it, and we started to do study circles. And then now, for example, now Assembly with our auxiliary board member are doing that, social action, we are studying Book 13. And then we have started the phase of, correlating with, worship with service, and also how we can extend, our activities into our African American, into race unity, into different diversity that we have in our community. And I don't know, maybe Nancy has been very involved in that, can let us know about how that connection has worked out. So people are comfortable with Zoom, and people have become, more accustomed to reaching out. And Zoom also, one good thing with Zoom has been, sometimes it's harder to knock on people's door and talk, but once we are under that screen of the computer with some of our dear friends, I don't know, it has been easier. I don't know what you guys think about. People who have been a little more shy, they are less shy when they are on Zoom than they are not. And so maybe Nancy can tell us a little about our race activities in San Diego.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just mentioned also, like, another area that has been growing is the study circles, because people now are able, this is happening everywhere, they're able to be studying together, So yes, part of like what's been going on is like, actually this is tied to being intentional, right? It's being intentional about addressing the ills of the society. And of course, we know that we went through as House of Justice calls it, a stirring of conscience within the American citizenry, like from the July 22nd message. And this idea of racism being a moral issue, right? It has to be overcome. So the thing is with San Diego, again, kind of going back, so San Diego has had, similar to many communities in the United States, has had efforts to address race unity over a time period. But of course, prior to the Training Institute, it was we had healing racism dialogues, we had many proclamation events, we had even the LSA at one point had holy days in parts of the city that were being, so were there parts of the city where there were a larger proportion of African American population and Latino population. This was prior to the Training Institute. But now that we have the Training Institute, now that we have this community building effort, as we know, like from the messages from the House of Justice talking about when these communities that really get going and there's these friendships that are developed on a local grassroots level, and people are connecting heart to heart, they're having intimate conversations with each other in the setting of a devotional, in the setting of a study circle, or just like, as Bayan was explaining, these visits and, going here from, being with neighbors, but also being intentional about how seeing capacity in others and making sure that all people are finding a place that they're serving and that they're able to contribute. This is what we need. This is what the beloved guardian talked about, that this is a prerequisite to success in teaching, is having the freedom from racial prejudice as a watchword, the pure and holy life, and then the moral conduct. These are all things, these are just sort of, they have to go with the environment. So in San Diego, what I'm saying is that, we have a lot to do in this area too. We have to continue to learn, and we're trying to develop these neighborhoods where some of these are happening on a smaller scale. But we also want to make sure that it's sort of completely in the minds of everyone overall, wherever we're living, so that you can seek out and be intentional about relationships, even about conversations. Even if you live in an area where it's not as diverse racially, but many places are, but like some parts of the city maybe less so. But the idea is having conversation, learning, being connected to the letters of the Guardian, the love letters, the Avid and Divine Justice, and seeing. So this whole raising of conscience and really being intentional, we just have a lot to do. So I feel like this is like, it continues on the trajectory, but it's more intentional and focused with regard to what we can accomplish through the expansion and consolidation, through the Training Institute. So we're also working very hard on developing, tutors that can do book 8s, because this idea around the pivot of the oneness of mankind is the nothing less than the power of the covenant, and now we have this special year coming up that focused on a lot around the covenant and Abdu'l-Baha's example. So I think it's a rich opportunity to dive into the stories of Abdu'l-Baha and how did he address these things? How did he address the challenges of the day? The House may be 2 films coming out this year, and one of them will focus on the way Abdu'l-Baha challenged, these mores, these prejudices, right? And so being able to immerse in that, and we have an opportunity now to study those stories, look for the opportunities in our own lives at every level, every moment, to try to do what the master modeled. So I think it's a very exciting also moment in that way, because of course we want to see the San Diego Baha'i community and friends of the faith who are serving to be as diverse as the city itself in the proportions of the city, and that's San Diego, and of course across the cluster even more so with Chula Vista and National City, even areas where we don't yet have any team. Imagine whole cities with no team, So we have lots of what we call frontiers within our own cluster, and hopefully there'll be a lot of movement and a lot of maybe even relocating and all these things. I'm sure we'll learn more.
Good. You mentioned that there's been an increase in the number of study circles. Do you have any numbers on that? How much has that increased? And I assume now they're all happening on Zoom, so that actually probably is one of the advantages, because people don't have to leave their house or deal with traffic. I-5 is pretty bad sometimes. So,
yes.
You have any numbers about that? Curious.
I think the latest I saw, this might be plus or minus 5 or 6, but I believe around 70 to 80, I believe.
Yeah.
Study circles, fantastic.
Definitely over 60.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We don't have anyone here today also that's from the Training Institute, like the coordinators, but we have there's a beautiful complement of coordinators that are also, they also meet regularly with the assembly, representatives, and are part of the institutional conversation. But yeah, it's been really wonderful, right? Like Bayan, even in the neighborhoods where Bayan lives, the City Heights, I'm in Linda Vista, we've been able to manage to continue with the study circles, and even start new study circles around that new book 1, and that's the new refreshed book 1. We've been really struggling, trying to keep going with some where they used to be in person, and that's a little bit harder with some of the youth. It's been difficult, but what's come out of it is, rather than a meeting, there's been some study circles now one-on-one to keep, because that could be done, but they're still making progress, and the tutors are attending to everyone individually. That's been in the neighborhoods anyway.
What has Zoom done in terms of children's classes and junior youth groups?
That's been a little harder. We have been able, we've managed to sort of sustain the ones we had with a little bit of movement, but we haven't been able to grow as much. Although I will say that there's been 2 junior youth groups that I know of, maybe more, Bayan, that's just started since the pandemic.
Very good.
With distance home visits, and then But maybe do you know more, Brian? From
Yeah, I think around that number, but I think something that animators are also learning during this time, and actually we've kind of been moving towards this last couple of years, is that sometimes we think of a junior youth group and we think of a group of 5 to 10 individuals that meet at X, Y, and Z park at X, Y, and Z time on Saturdays, right? We think of that as a junior youth group. But I think we're learning and realizing that a junior youth group is much more than that. You know, there are visits that need to be made throughout the week. There are older siblings that they have that also want to engage in conversation. There's their parents, there's their younger siblings, and, you know, this is all part of a community building process. But I think through Zoom, it's been hard to meet, like for example, my group of 4 junior youth, it's been almost impossible to get them all 4 on Zoom at the same time to study. It's happened maybe once or twice, but they've still been able to talk to them one-on-one on a regular basis throughout the pandemic. A few times we've studied, a few times it's, most of the time it's helping with schoolwork, and a lot of that, you know, they're so close to some of the other animators and tutors in the neighborhood that they've kind of established like a network of like homework help. So, you know, that's part of it. You know, there's just such a, like, I've been serving as an animator, but there's also all these other animators and tutors in the neighborhood that are helping support these junior youth that are in my group, even though they're not in their group or they're not currently studying all together. We're still thinking about all of these individuals and about like their progress both materially and spiritually during this time. And then I don't at all feel that there's a sense of like, oh, we're going to lose them when we're able to meet in person or anything like that. So I think
anything, it will augment more, no? Like they'll be
yeah, I think so. I think, but just to highlight the larger idea of like, less about like one animator to 5 to 10 junior youth and like a specific time, because then you're so limited in that. What we found and what I found was, so I've been with this group for almost 3 years, and the first few months I would go to their home visit, and their parents or their siblings would be like, oh, so-and-so isn't home right now. And at first it'd be like, okay, thank you, like, bye, right? Because, and at first it was sometimes like, oh, like, did the group change to Tuesday if I was visiting them on a Tuesday or a Wednesday? And it's like, no, we're still meeting. And you realize over time that like, that you don't want to just converse with them at a particular time, right? So there have been times where my group was able to meet twice a week, or we're able to study in their home, or we're able to, we don't meet one week, so then we meet twice the next week, or we meet every other week, whatever it might be. I think just that shift in thinking, which I think with the help of our coordinators throughout the cluster have helped with that. And then it feels, because it could be very discouraging if one Saturday you start thinking, oh, we had 2 out of 4, or we had 6 out of 10. Why do we never have 10 out of 10? But like, there are so many things that these junior youth are a part of, and so many other, they all have a lot of family responsibilities. So it could be very easy to think of that as discouraging. Oh, they don't want to come anymore. But why restrict it to such a short period of time when we have our whole lives, right?
That's fantastic to know about the flexibility. I bet a lot of people haven't thought about that, and it's a good encouragement for people. I have a parting question, because we're running a little low on our time. What would you say to people who want to get started? Where would they start? Well, anywhere, I suppose, but what would you say?
Well, if I could just quickly share too that I think the goal of this panel even wasn't to, you know, highlight specifics of what San Diego is doing, because, you know, maybe not everywhere in the country has 1,200 Baha'is within a cluster or have the same amount of resources. But, you know, we studied as an ATC a narrative of the Uttar Pradesh region in India, which is one of the most advanced in the world, which has 10,000 devotional meetings with over 80,000 participants across 120 clusters. So, and we know India's reality to San Diego's reality. You can't really, there aren't one-to-one comparisons there, right? But I think as Baha'is, we're all part of a worldwide learning where hearing these things from different parts of the cluster, even within our own cluster. I live in City Heights. Hangam Edjun lives in Carmel Valley. Even within a small like region, the realities and the approaches that need to be taken are so different. But I think just more importantly, like just maybe taking some things from what we said and applying it to your own clusters would be my best advice. And thinking less in terms of like number of core activities or number of whatever you want to call it, and thinking of each individual as a soul and how am I helping this soul, their family, whoever it might be, advance closer and closer towards Baha'u'llah and Baha'u'llah's vision for mankind. And I think the easiest way to do that is to meet a friend, grab a friend, whoever it might be, and just start serving. Start a devotional, start a study circle, start a children's class, whatever makes sense within your reality. Do it with a friend, and then just, you know, from there, I think the sky's the limit, because at some point that's how it started here in San Diego too. There might have been a head start, but I think that is possible anywhere where Baha'u'llah's revelation is being shared. So,
Nancy, you
I think that's wonderful. You know, just I mean, this really, I think the single strand of love. You know, as Bayan mentioned, like just like caring and loving the people around you, anyone who crosses your path, right? That we know from Book 1, like your heart is burning with loving kindness. Seeing how you can serve others, seeing how you can raise up spirits of others, whether it's over the phone, FaceTime, Zoom, over the fence with a mask and distance. You know, the idea that you're doing it together and taking some action, and then of course that whole pattern of reflecting what, you know, how it went, what did we do, and what can we do next time, and just constantly building on your efforts. You know, this is how these things start, with the little expanding nucleus, you know, and all the capacities that we're learning from the Training Institute, just like continuing to learn together and have that excitement of doing it together. And it's just, that's what we wanted to impart, like a lot of love and encouragement from our area to everyone there at the conference.
Yeah.
I also want to add, you know, exactly the same thing, like an intimate connection between inter-institutions and between people. I think that really makes people to really own what they do. Like, even though we are all working for a wonderful cause, for our beautiful 5-year plan, but at the end of the day, I'm working with Nancy, I'm working with Bayan, and I'm working with Bahid. This is my family, and this is what we are interconnected with. And that's what makes it, even though this is a fantastic plan, but on a daily basis, this is make it more useful. Like when Bayan calls and says, Sandy, come to this cluster gathering. Well, Bayan call, you know? I mean, definitely. So we make it personalized. That becomes your faith. And that is what it is. And the way to do it, which has worked to some extent to San Diego, is, connect and bond, interinstitutional and with your people in your community.
Well, that was marvelous. I think we are pretty much at the top of the hour, and I want to thank all 4 of you for your insights about the marvelous stories coming out of San Diego and the lessons you've been learning continuously about love and encouragement, consultation, working together, ultimately lessons of unity, which we hope will continue to spread around the world and ultimately build a whole new society and a unified world. So I want to thank everyone again, and send everyone again greetings from all of us and from the Wilmot Institute. to all the friends gathering virtually this year at the Grand Canyon Conference. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you all next year.
Thank you.
Aloha.
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 Ojalá pudiera viajar a esas regiones, aunque fuese a pie o en la mayor pobreza, elevando el llamamiento de Yahweh Olam en las ciudades, pueblos, montañas, desiertos y océanos, promover la enseñanza divina. Lástima, no puedo hacerlo, cuán intensamente lo deploro. Quiera Dios que vosotros lo logréis. Lástima, no puedo hacerlo, cuán intensamente lo deploro. Quiera Dios que vosotros lo logréis. Ojalá pudiera viajar a esas regiones.
Say God sufficeth all things above all things, and nothing in the heavens or the earth but God sufficeth. Say God sufficeth all things above all things, and nothing in the heavens or the earth but God sufficeth. Say God sufficeth all things above all things, and nothing in the heavens or the earth but God sufficeth. Say God sufficeth all things above all things, and nothing in the heavens or the earth but God sufficeth. And verily He is in Himself the knower, sustainer, the omnipotent. Say God sufficeth. Say God sufficeth. Say God sufficeth. Say God sufficeth. Say God sufficeth all things above all things, nothing in the heavens or the earth but God sufficeth. Say God sufficeth all things above all things, nothing in the heavens or the earth but God sufficeth.
Good afternoon, friends. It is a great pleasure to introduce you to our next presenter, Mr. Bill Wittes. Mr. Wittes has worked as an anesthetist since 1978 and currently provides anesthesia services to outpatient surgery centers in South Carolina. He has served on multiple local spiritual assemblies and on the Regional Baha'i Council of the Central States. Mr. Wittes served for 15 years as an auxiliary board member for protection and is currently serving as a member of the International Board of Trustees of Huququllah. It is with great joy to invite you all to listen to Mr. Wittes' presentation on the topic of the reflection on the right of God.
Beloved friends, I would like to begin by thanking the Baha'i community of Phoenix and their organizing committee of the Grand Canyon Conference for giving me the opportunity to share some thoughts with you about the mighty law of Huququllah. It is indeed an honor to be with you, even though we have to meet each other through this electronic medium. How I wish we could be together so we could look into each other's faces as we share these thoughts and reflections. Alas, we can give thanks to the Blessed Beauty for providing us with this system of communication, which would have been undreamt of just a few short years ago. I would also like to convey to you the love and greetings of the International Board of Trustees of Lukukala. While this presentation reflects my humble reflections on the right of God, I wish to acknowledge that I quote liberally from the talks and writings of Hand of the Cause of God and Trustee of Lukukala, Dr. Ali Muhammad Varga. To construct an introduction to this topic, I would like to start by reflecting on this day in which we live. As we look at the challenges of this day, and there are many, we can see great tests before us, which will also yield opportunities for great victories. Just look at the two recent messages from the Universal House of Justice. One sent in May of this year to all national spiritual assemblies about the challenges of the 5-year plan in a world in the grip of a fast-spreading virus that has claimed many thousands of lives and severely disrupted a large share of humanity's social and economic life. The second message, sent only 2 months later, in July of this year, to the Baha'is of the United States, elaborates on the most challenging issue facing the peoples of our nation. The House of Justice writes that they, and I quote, ardently pray that the American people will grasp the possibilities of this moment to create a consequential reform of the social order that will free us from the pernicious effects of a racial prejudice and will hasten the attainment of a just, diverse, and united society that can increasingly manifest the oneness of the human family. Now, what, you might ask, do these two dissimilar issues have to do with the law of Lukukala? It is my hope that during the course of this presentation, you will gain an appreciation to the pervasive influence of this law in the social and spiritual aspects of the life of the individual and of society, and this law will never be reduced to simply a set of calculations. Now, before we examine the specifics of the law of Lukukala, we should appreciate the day in which this law has been gifted to us. Baha'u'llah says, and I quote, "Say, this is the day of God, the day on which naught shall be mentioned save his own self, the omnipotent protector of all worlds." He goes on to say, how great is the cause, how staggering the weight of its message. In this most mighty revelation, all the dispensations of the past have attained their highest, their final consummation. And again, that which hath been made manifest in this preeminent, this most exalted revelation, stands unparalleled in the annals of the past, nor will future ages witness its like. Baha'u'llah promises that the day which all the prophets and chosen ones and holy ones have wished to witness. He goes on to say the universe is wrapped in an ecstasy of joy and gladness. Well is it with him that hath lived to see this day and recognized its station. Friends, can you imagine the privilege that we have? We have the bounty to not only be alive in this day, but of the nearly 8 billion people alive on the planet, we are the ones that have recognized the manifestation of God in his day. And we are the ones who have the blessings of being able to observe his commandments. So while it is true that we're living in times of great challenges, we are also living in times of great import and blessings. With these blessings come responsibilities. Baha'u'llah says, the day is approaching when we will have rolled up the world and all that is therein and spread out a new order in its stead. End quote. So friends, the purpose of this revelation is to build the long-awaited kingdom of God on earth, this new world order. And Baha'u'llah has provided us with the provisions for doing so. Of course, the administration of our faith has certain responsibilities to carry out. And we have, as individuals, also have spiritual and material responsibilities, such as the recital of prayers, regular reading of the sacred scriptures, teaching the cause of God, being of service to others, carrying out a trade or profession, and following the law of the right of God. These provisions are complementary to each other and are not isolated activities. So let's now examine in more detail the law of Huquq-Allah. In a talk given by Hand of the Cause of God and trustee of Huquq-Allah, Dr. Ali Muhammad Varga, he shares the following insights on the significance and nature of this mighty law. He says, and I quote, "It is noteworthy that one phase of the development of the faith under the guidance of the Universal House of Justice during the formative age is the gradual application of the laws of the Aqdas beyond those already applied prior to 1963. Amongst them, and due to its vital importance, the law of Huquq-Allah, or the right of God, had the privilege to be the first to be universally applied as of Rizwan, 1992. The Universal House of Justice, in a letter of 9 February 1997, addressed Dr. Varga and stated, and I quote, "Our principal concern at the present moment is to arouse in larger numbers of the friends a more profound consciousness of the significance of the right of God." Dr. Varga goes on to say, before expounding on the characteristics and details of the law, we have to give some thought to its significance and the nature of the word law. Usually, in our prevailing languages, when we talk about a law, we conceive a rule, rigid by nature, and dictated by a high-ranking organization or individual, to impose some limitation on our lives. Therefore, the word law is always associated with a feeling of pressure, deprivation, and anxiety, especially in cases relating to material issues. In the Baha'i conception of law, however, the meaning has transcended the limit of words and has found a new definition. In the Kitab-i Aqdas, when Baha'u'llah speaks about his laws and ordinances, he uses a beautiful metaphor, stating, "Think not that we have revealed unto you a mere code of laws. Nay, rather, we have unsealed the choice wine with the fingers of might and power." By these words, the concept of pressure and deprivation has been substituted by feelings of enchantment, compassion, and delight. When we drink from the divine chalice of the choice wine, which infuses in our souls the love of God, we fall in love with him and with his cause. At this stage, the soul begins to fly and progress in the realms of God. Its ever-ascending vehicle is naught else but love. This love is described by Baha'u'llah in the Seven Valleys as follows. Baha'u'llah says, and I quote, "In this city, the heaven of ecstasy is upraised, and the world-illumining sun of yearning shineth, and the fire of love is ablaze. And when the fire of love is ablaze, it burneth to ashes the harvest of reason." End quote. In another wonderful mystical poem revealed by Baha'u'llah during his seclusion in the mountains of Suleymania, he states, and I quote again, "Kindle the fire of love and burn away all things. Then set thy foot into the land of the lovers." End quote. Friends, this transcendent phenomenon is the motivational power which enables man to remove all obstacles in the way of his spiritual growth. Strengthened by this extraordinary power, his only desire will be to satisfy his beloved. In this case, according to the words of Baha'u'llah, he would, though the treasures of the earth be in his possession, renounce them one and all, that he might vindicate the truth of even one of his commandments, shining above the dayspring of his bountiful care and loving kindness. Dear friends, Huquq'ullah, by its special and unique characteristics, combines the might and power of the Word of God with the humility and submission of man. Therefore, in this cause, obedient to God's ordinance is a demonstration of the highest degree of love and devotion. Baha'u'llah, in a most beautiful and enlightening statement, has given us the very purpose of life, as he explains about Huquq'ullah. He says, and I quote, "Say, O people, the first duty is to recognize the one true God. Magnified be his glory. The second is to show forth constancy in his cause. And after these, one's duty is to purify one's riches and earthly possessions according to that which hath been prescribed by God." Friends, this is really a seminal statement in the revelation of Baha'u'llah. And it answers the questions that philosophers and great thinkers have pondered since the beginning of our becoming conscious of our reality. That question is, what is the purpose of life? Why are we here? Baha'u'llah tells us very simply, to know God, to worship God, and to purify our material existence. Now, to know God is more than an acknowledgement. It is rather to obtain an understanding that the presence of God is within us. Baha'u'llah says, "Turn thy sight unto thyself, that thou mayest find me standing within thee, mighty, powerful, and self-subsisting." End quote. To worship God, the second point, is the action component. It is the service that we perform when we serve our fellow man and carry forward an ever-advancing civilization. And thirdly, to purify our material existence relates to many of the things that we do in our life. But the chief activity this is referring to is being obedient to the law of Huquq'ullah. Through these words of Baha'u'llah, we realize that Huquq'ullah, by order of importance, comes immediately after recognition of God and steadfastness in his cause. Let me repeat this for emphasis. I think this is very important. Through these words of Baha'u'llah, we realize that Hukukullah, by order of importance, comes immediately after recognition of God and steadfastness in his cause. The outstanding rank given by Baha'u'llah to the law of Hukukullah leads us to ponder on the spiritual significance of this sacred injunction. Baha'u'llah revealed the Kitab-i Aqdas early in 1873 while in the prison of Akka. And in his mother book was the provisions for Hukukullah. In one of his tablets, Baha'u'llah states that when the full text of the Kitab-i Aqdas was completed, he did not order its release for some time because it contained the law of Hukukullah. He explained that the reason for withholding the book temporarily was his apprehensiveness, lest some of the believers might not carry out this commandment or might come to the wrong conclusions. The mere contemplation of that, he says, is unworthy of the day of God. The very thought that some in their immaturity might possibly assume that the hukuk was intended for Baha'u'llah's personal use must have been extremely painful to him. His concern was always for the dignity of the cause of God. In the Kitab-i Aqdas, Baha'u'llah establishes the offering of a fixed portion of the value of the believer's possession as the right of God. He says, and I quote, "Should anyone acquire 100 mithqals of gold, 19 mithqals thereof are God's, and to be rendered unto him, the fashioner of earth and heaven." Now, 19 mithqals is equal to 2.224 ounces. An ounce of gold in today's market is approximately $1,890. And if you multiply that by 2.224 ounces, you come up with just over $4,000. So that's the figure, that's the threshold that today that we would be looking at. The payment of hukuk then is a very simple equation based on the calculation of the value of an individual's possessions. If a person's possessions equal in value at least 19 mithqals of gold, that is just over $4,000 today, after the deduction of necessary expenses, it is a spiritual obligation to pay 19% of the total amount only once as Hukukullah. While it is true that following the law of Hukukullah is a spiritual obligation, the application of making a payment, if the threshold is met, must meet certain conditions. Baha'u'llah has written, and I quote, "However, the acceptance of the offering dependent on the spirit of joy, fellowship, and contentment, that the righteous souls who fulfill this injunction will manifest. If such is the attitude, acceptance is permissible, and not otherwise. Verily, thy Lord is the all-sufficing, the all-praised." Friends, can you imagine a law that is not applicable unless it is performed with joy, fellowship, and contentment? Now, in the time of Baha'u'llah, these payments were made to him directly as a manifestation of God. Following the ascension of Baha'u'llah, the payments were made to Abdu'l-Baha as the center of the covenant. And in his will and testament, Abdu'l-Baha provided that Hukukullah was to be offered to the guardian of the cause. Today, it is now offered through the Universal House of Justice as the head of the faith. Hukukullah is designed to be spent on a range of applications, as decided by the head of the faith. to meet the needs of the cause of God and its promotion, as well as for philanthropic purposes. The administration of the institution of Hukukala in terms of receiving and reseating and education of the believers was initially conducted by individuals appointed by the head of the faith, and they were referred to as trustees. Now, it's beyond the scope of this presentation to delineate the history of these devoted and very special individuals. The story of their lives and the sacrifices are an endless source of inspiration, and one would be well served to study them. The last individual to serve as trustee of Hukukala was Dr. Ali Muhammad Varga, whom the House of Justice honored with a statement that he has, and I quote, made a contribution to the development of the world order of Baha'u'llah, which will be remembered throughout the dispensation, as the law of Hukukala exerts its beneficent influence on the growth and flourishing of a world civilization. At Rizwan of 2005, the Universal House of Justice declared that we have decided that the time is propitious to bring into being an international board of trustees of Hukukala to guide and supervise the work of regional and national boards of trustees of Hukukala throughout the world. This was to be initially a 3-member board, and in 2016, the Universal House of Justice increased the number of trustees serving on the International Board to 5. The International Board of Trustees works at the bidding of the Universal House of Justice and carries out the work of oversight of some 33 national and regional boards throughout the world. This is done with the support of the Office of Hukukala at the World Center. Today, there are 159 deputy trustees serving on national and regional boards, and approximately 1,000 representatives serving the Friends in their local and regional communities. Far beyond the calculations and administrations of Hukukala, there is a profound spiritual awakening created by the observance of this law. Dr. Varga shares an experience which illustrates this aspect of the right of God. He stated that in 1978, following the Iranian upheaval, when the most important source of revenue of the faith stopped functioning, he asked the Universal House of Justice if it was time for the implementation of Hukukala in some of the Western countries. The Universal House of Justice replied that Hukukala is a very important law, and its implementation needs time and consultation in the future. At the time, Dr. Varga said he could not comprehend the wisdom of what had been stated. He said that it was after studying the holy writings with more depth that he realized Hukukala, which could be interpreted as the material aspect of the covenant of God, is in reality a spiritual and learning process, a way of strengthening the link of love and dedication between man and God. And its implementation needs studying and deepening. Friends, can you imagine? Dr. Varga, hand of the cause of God, trustee of Hukukala, not being able to comprehend the wisdom of what the house had stated about Hukukala? How much more must we, as individual followers of Baha'u'llah, study, meditate, and reflect on the essence and wisdoms hidden in this law? A few years later, Dr. Varga gave another talk where clearly his thinking has evolved, and he stated, and I quote, What we can conceive by our human understanding is that payment of hukukala is a sign of our love and obedience, a proof of our firmness and steadfastness, and a symbol of our trustworthiness in the covenant of Baha'u'llah. It creates and develops our spiritual capacities. It harmonizes and balances our material endeavors. It protects us from excessive desires which are born in our human nature. And he says, when man realizes that a part of his income will be honored by the acceptance of the Lord, the presence of God is felt in all his endeavors. And undoubtedly, he will strive to live his life in a just and legitimate manner, in order that his offering may deserve to be spent in the path of God. How beautiful. No reflection on the spiritual aspect of the law of hukukala would be complete without including some recent guidance from our beloved Universal House of Justice. The House of Justice wrote a letter dated 21 June 2016 to its newly appointed International Board of Trustees of hukukala. In this letter, the House of Justice states, and I quote, "As you gather to consult on the responsibilities that lie before you as trustees of the right of God, we call upon you to turn your attention to a few areas of fundamental importance to the further development of this institution." So this is an area that the House would like us to look at. So I'd like to share with you some excerpts of the current emphasis given by the Supreme Body. They write, and I quote, "In ordaining the mighty law of hukukala, the Blessed Beauty has vouchsafed a favor unto his ardent lovers, through which they can express their personal sense of devotion to God in a profoundly private act of conscience. This sacred law creates a direct and vital link between the individual believer and the head of the faith, enables the friends to become firm and steadfast, and, as the beloved Master affirms, exerts a great influence on their hearts and souls." Do you see the language of love and intimate relationship that is formed between the believer and the head of the faith? Can you see that while this law may have an external manifestation in terms of a payment, it is at its very core a private interaction with one's Lord on the fruits of one's life? Let me repeat this sentence. In ordaining the mighty law of hukukala, the Blessed Beauty has vouchsafed a favor unto his ardent lovers, through which they can express their personal sense of devotion to God in a profoundly private act of conscience. The House of Justice then goes on to describe the effect that this law will have on the life of the individual. They say, and I quote, "Above all, when those privileged to pay the right of God offer it in a spirit of joy, fellowship, and contentment, it will impart prosperity and protection, purify their worldly possessions, and enable them and their offsprings to benefit from the fruits of their endeavor." Oh my God, can you imagine? Observance of the right of God with joy, fellowship, and contentment will impart prosperity and protection, purify their worldly possessions, enable them and their offsprings to benefit from the fruits of their endeavor. Amazing. The House of Justice then goes on to write, on the benefits of this law on the generality of mankind. They state that, and I quote, beyond the bestowals of such spiritual benefits upon the individual, this law promotes the common good and contributes to the spiritualization of humanity through the promotion of a new attitude towards the acquisition and use of material resources necessary for great collective enterprises designed to improve all aspects of life. Indeed, the institution of Hukukala is a key instrument for constructing the foundation and supporting the structure of the New World Order of Baha'u'llah, serving as a powerful element in the growth of the world civilization. Let's review what was just read about the effects on humankind. This law promotes the common good, contributes to the spiritualization of humanity, promotes a new attitude towards acquisition and use of material resources, is a key instrument for constructing the foundation of the New World Order of Baha'u'llah, and is a powerful element in the growth of a world civilization. Friends, what a blessing to be able to participate in such an endeavor. The House of Justice then goes on to address the way in which those serving this institution should carry out their functions. Again, please notice the emphasis on love. The House says, and I quote, "As those serving this institution strive to cultivate in the hearts of the believers a deep love and appreciation for this divine law, they will no doubt realize that the success of their efforts largely depends on the extent to which loving and trusting relationships are fostered between them and the believers. It is love for Baha'u'llah which will be the primary motive for the friends in obeying this law." Friends, I hope it's becoming clearer how far-reaching this law of the right of God is, how it influences all aspects of our lives and enables us to become better servants of God. You can see how humanity, the community, and the individuals themselves are transformed by the application of Hukukala. As stated before, it is so much more than a set of calculations on one's possessions. Indeed, Abdu'l-Baha has written that the essential characteristics of Hukukala is cooperation, mutual aid, and reciprocity. Reciprocity, he says, is the basic principle on which the institution of Hukukala is established. In one of his writings, the master uses an analogy of the human body to illustrate this point. Just as the heart circulates our lifeblood through arteries and veins, nourishing our cells and organs, and likewise, the sum we offer as hukuk can be likened to the lifeblood of humanity, nourishing the individual, the community, and indeed the entire planet. Friends, I'd like to bring my remarks to a close by drawing our attention on one more letter of the Universal House of Justice. I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's dated 1 March 2017. While this letter is not specifically about Hukukala, it addresses many of the same issues and challenges which application of the law addresses, particularly as it relates to the flow of resources. The House of Justice writes in that letter, and I quote, "While there are developments that give hope, there is much that should weigh heavy on the conscience of the human race. Inequity, discrimination, and exploitation blight the life of humanity, seemingly immune to the treatments applied by political schemes of every hue. The economic impact that these afflictions has resulted in, the prolonged suffering of so many, as well as in deep-seated structural defects in society. Humanity's collective life suffers when any one group thinks of its own well-being in isolation from that of its neighbors, or pursues economic gain without regard for the natural environment, which provides sustenance for all and is effective. Unconscionable qualities of wealth are being amassed, and the instability this creates is made worse by how income and opportunity are spread so unevenly, both between nations and within nations. But it need not be so. The teachings of the faith leave no room for doubt. There is an inherent moral dimension to the generation, distribution, and utilization of wealth and resources. However much such conditions are the outcome of history, they do not have to define the future. There is no justification for continuing to perpetuate structures, rules, and systems that manifestly fail to serve the interests of all people. The teachings of the faith leave no room for doubt. There is an inherent moral dimension to the generation, distribution, and utilization of wealth and resources. Friends, then the House makes an assertion which, quite frankly, surprised me. It surprised me because I thought this letter of March 1st, 2017 was being addressed primarily to Baha'i institutions and communities, and in a sense, the world at large. But they stated that this message is directed more especially to the individual believer. So I began wondering, this is such a powerful, insightful message, but how can I as an individual have a meaningful impact? My mind immediately focused on the principles of cooperation, mutual aid, and reciprocity, the foundations of Hukuk Allah. And I came up with 4 points of consideration from this letter of how I can participate in the material affairs of society in a way that's consistent with Baha'u'llah's teachings for the reorganization of human society. And I'd like to share those with you. The first is for us to challenge assumptions. The House says in its letter, to view the worth of an individual chiefly in terms of how much one can accumulate and how many goods one can consume relative to others is wholly alien to Baha'i thought. Challenge assumptions. The second is to evaluate every choice in life I make. The House says every choice a Baha'i makes as employee or employer, as producer or consumer, borrower or lender, benefactor or beneficiary, leaves a trace. And the moral duty to lead a coherent life demands that one's economic decisions be in accordance with the lofty ideals, that the purity of one's aims be matched by the purity of one's actions to fulfill those aims. Evaluate every choice in life that I make, because every action leaves a trace. The third is to view my economic life through a new lens. The House says that economic life is an arena for the expression of honesty integrity, trustworthiness, generosity, and other qualities of the Spirit. By consecrating oneself to the service of others, one finds meaning and purpose in life and contributes to the upliftment of society itself. Friends, all of these things are related to Hukukala. Once again, please do not reduce this mighty law to a simple calculation of 19% of your excess, which you pay at some interval or intervals during your life. And the fourth consideration, whether I meet the threshold of payment, apply the law of the right of God in my life. The House of Justice says, examining one's life to determine what is a necessity, and then discharging with joy one's obligation in relation to the law of Hukukala is an indispensable discipline to bring one's priorities into balance, to purify whatever wealth one possesses, and ensure that the share, which is the right of God, provides for the greater good. What a marvelous message. Friends, in closing, it is my prayer that these reflections on the right of God has enabled us to do just that. To examine your life and determine what is a necessity, and then to discharge with joy the obligation of the law of Hukukala. And I'd like to close with these words of Baha'u'llah. When the word of God is revealed unto all created things, whoso then giveth ear and heedeth the call is indeed reckoned among the most distinguished of souls. Say, the appointed day is come. This is the springtime of benevolent deeds. Strive ye with all your might, O people, that ye may bring forth that which will truly profit you in the worlds of your Lord, the all-glorious, the all-praised. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for this opportunity, and may God bless you all.
Que aunque parezca ser el fin del mundo, es el principio de una nueva era. Cuando se esté borrando la esperanza, cuando el fin del camino nos alcanza, forjarán hilados las espadas. Juntos podremos ver cada mañana. Hoy es amanecer de un nuevo día. Hoy el sol en los prados ilumina como los frutos de un mismo árbol. Los hombres volverán a ser hermanos, tan potente es la luz de la unidad que iluminará la tierra entera. Y aunque parezca ser el fin del mundo, es el principio de una nueva era. Tan potente es la luz de la unidad
se ha prolongado, por fin llegará la esperada primavera. Tan potente es la luz de la verdad que iluminará la tierra entera. Y aunque parezca ser el fin del mundo, es el principio de una nueva era. Tan potente es la luz de la verdad que iluminará la tierra entera. Y aunque el invierno aún se ha prolongado, por fin llegará la esperada primavera.
El mérito del hombre reside en el servicio y la virtud, y no en el fausto de la opulencia ni las riquezas. El mérito del hombre reside en el servicio y la virtud, y no en el fausto de la opulencia ni las riquezas. opulencia ni la riqueza. El mérito del hombre reside en el servicio y la virtud, y no en el fausto de la opulencia ni la riqueza.
Hola, nuestra próxima presentación será del Dr. Orona. El Dr. Joel Orona es un chiricahua y lipan apache con un doctorado en psicología. Ha aplicado su formación profesional en educación, psicología y servicios humanos, centrándose principalmente en los indios americanos y otras poblaciones indígenas. A nivel nacional, el Dr. Orona ha dado conferencias en varios colegios y universidades en los Estados Unidos. Ha trabajado con organizaciones, el gobierno federal y las comunidades tribales y ha aparecido en radio y televisión. También se desempeñó como líder de equipo bajo la administración del presidente Clinton en un proyecto para el secretario de Asuntos Indios. A nivel internacional, sus servicios incluyeron educación y desarrollo socioeconómico con organizaciones de Canadá, México, América Central y del Sur y el este de África. El Dr. Orona, como miembro de la fe Bahá'í por más de 40 años, se ha desempeñado como codirector en el Instituto Bahá'í de los Nativos Americanos, cerca de la Reserva Navajo. Antes de eso, sirvió en el Centro Nacional Bahá'í en los Estados Unidos como coordinador de las escuelas e institutos y como director del instituto inspirado por la fe Bahá'í nombrado Instituto Educativo Blackhawk en Chicago. El Dr. Orona es reconocido a nivel nacional como flautista indígena norteamericana y narrador de historias tradicionales indias americanas para todas edades. También es escritor de poesía, canciones y cuentos. Actualmente espera salir un libro de poesías esta primavera 2021 titulado Los Indios de América, antes, ahora y siempre. Vamos a empezar con una oración y después a la presentación del doctor. Esta es una oración de la unidad. Oh mi Dios, une los corazones de tus siervos y revélales su gran propósito, que puedan ellos seguir tus mandamientos y atenerse a tu ley. Oh Dios, no les abandones a sí mismos, sino guía sus pasos con la luz de tu conocimiento y anima sus corazones con tu amor. Verdaderamente tú eres su ayuda y su Señor. Baha'u'llah.
Hola, estimados amigos, y gracias por su interés en mi charla este día. Yo soy Joel Orona y me dirijo a ustedes desde Chandler, Arizona, suburbio de la ciudad aquí en Phoenix, Arizona, de los Estados Unidos. Brevemente, mi trabajo y carrera ha sido asesoramiento psicológico y educativo, más bien entre nuestras comunidades indígenas norteamericanas. Por esa vena, tengo también que mencionar mi ascendencia como indio norteamericano del tribu Apache Chiricahua y como una persona en la mezcla de la multitud de tantos otros pueblos diversos. Además, por la geografía del sudoeste de los Estados Unidos, nuestra idioma secundaria como indígenas fue y es español. Por lo tanto, un poco coloquial, pero por sí más bien estudiado. Mi charla de hoy es titulada Ideales y acciones ahora y más allá, con un enfoque en la gran urgencia de este día. Y con el espero en los próximos 35 a 40 minutos que tengo con dirigirme a ustedes, propongo sentar las bases sobre la importancia de la unidad nuestra en relación de nuestras acciones más elementales, sino mutuas, en crear un reforme en la orden social que libre los efectos perniciosos del racismo, la injusticia y todas otras condiciones graves, tanto como el pandémico que nos aflige en este día. Y más, entender cómo estos afectan no solo nuestras comunidades, sino a la etapa global más grande en todas sus interrelaciones. Ahora entonces, los conceptos, ideas y principios que he incorporado en esta charla vienen no menos de esas urgencias que enfrentamos este día. Y las oportunidades a cual nos dirige la Casa Universal de Justicia y mi creencia personal y convicciones como miembro de la fe Bahá'í, y el concepto de ciudadanos del mundo que hemos adoptado, que es como comúnmente nos vemos, también eso es humildemente parte de lo que sigue. Ahora, para hacer el punto de mi charla tan claro como sea posible con respecto a los próximos asuntos importantes que nos enfrentan, ¿qué es esa unidad de que hablamos? Permítame que voy a utilizar el término genérico que significa la humanidad. Desafortunadamente, el condicionamiento nos ha llevado a creer que la humanidad significa no más que nuestros conocidos. ¿No es así? Sino claramente el término humanidad, por lo tanto, se habla tanto a nuestros conocidos como al resto del mundo entero. ¿Sí? Así que con tantas complejidades delante de nosotros que sin duda podemos llegar a entender que en una nueva era requiere no más bien sin concesiones, empuja hacia los cambios sociales. Claramente debe emprender la unidad y el establecimiento de la tranquilidad mundial con el resultado. Y tal como la eliminación de perjuicios de todo tipo, incluidos prejuicios religiosos, la igualdad de hombres y mujeres, la unidad entre las razas. Uno de los más grandes desafíos que enfrentamos aquí en los Estados Unidos en este día. Son fundamentales y muy básicos elementos para la paz y tranquilidad en nuestros barrios, en nuestras ciudades y en todo el mundo entero. Veremos hoy en día que los protestos que vienen de las injusticias entre razas ha dado lugar al grito Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. O sea, la vida de raza negra importa. No menos que cualquier otras vidas. ¿No es así? O también hasta dónde nos llega el deseo de que no enfrenten tantos el pandémico de este día. Además, ¿cuándo dejaremos de invadir y destruir los recursos naturales en todos los sitios y también como en nuestras comunidades indígenas? Hay dificultades en este camino para establecer tantos cambios sociales y justos. ¿Es fácil? Definitivamente no. Pero ¿es posible? Tantos que piensan y creen como yo y como ustedes, creemos que es totalmente posible. Pero más que eso es inevitable. Sino totalmente posible. ¿Cómo podríamos preguntar con tantas noticias problemáticas en nuestros barrios, ciudades, nuestros países y el mundo entero? Bueno, lo pensaremos de esta manera. Usando una simple analogía de tender un jardín. Si queremos evitar que el jardín se evita de ahogarse de hierbas malas y otros elementos, debemos utilizar las herramientas y el equipo más adecuado. En jardín muy pequeño podría ser atendido tal vez con nuestras manos y en rodillas usando herramienta propia y también una botella de spray. Pero el jardín de que hablemos es volver a la enología más grande y necesita lugar, diremos, herramientas más sofisticados. En nuestra llegada de edad como una especie humana, hemos sufrido un proceso de maduración. Somos mucho más capaces de pensar en la crítica que en las edades pasadas. Hemos alcanzado una edad de capacidad insuperables, no solamente materiales, como la invención de la tecnología, tanto como aquí, sino emocionalmente capaz de la más alta compasión y caridad hacia los demás. Espiritualmente capaz de una conciencia interior que permite la moderación, la rectitud de conducta y la más alta orden de la moralidad. Pero permítanme subrayar capacidad. Desafortunadamente, no todos estamos a la alta velocidad de nuestra mayor potencia o capacidad. Sin embargo, sin excepción a ciertos defectos inherentes, somos dotados con estas capacidades que van desde los niveles más elementales hasta los rangos más altos posibles. Ahora, entonces, sin participar en lo que podría llamarse axiomas, el pensamiento de los deseos o lenguaje florido, vamos a ver la realidad y la practicidad de estas capacidades en cual somos dotados. La capacidad de lograr una nueva temporada de cambio social, transformando nuestros entornos, como los escritos Bahá'ís nota, una civilización siempre avanzando. Lo primero es la actitud. Todos tenemos una, ¿sí? Actitud. Así una serie de cosas. La actitud es probable, sea positiva, negativa o indiferente. Para acercarse a una unidad de la humanidad, entonces, requiere un cambio de una actitud que agrande nuestro estado de ánimo en cuanto a quienes estamos entre todos los demás. Para esto, primero debemos renunciar a nuestros prejuicios. En las palabras de Abdul Baha, hijo mayor de Baha'u'lláh, profeta de la fe Bahá'í, citación, dice Abdul Baha, para encontrar la verdad debemos renunciar a todos los prejuicios. Pequeñas nociones triviales, una mente receptiva abierta es esencial. Y continuando, el hecho de que todos consideramos correctos nosotros y todos los demás equivocados es el mayor obstáculo en el camino hacia la unidad. Cita final. Entonces, seremos capaces de cambiar nuestra actitud, libraremos de prejuicios y egocentrismo. Claro que sí. ¿Fácil? No. ¿Pero posible? Sí. Ahí entonces se encuentra un paso esencial, pero práctico, hacia una unidad. En nuestro enfoque emocional es un ejercicio de desarrollo personal. En el enfoque espiritual se halla un ejercicio de desapego de lo mismo, del mismo. En este caso, entonces, unidad entre los seres humanos. Es posible aquí y ahora, aunque se acerque a niveles cada vez más avanzados de unidad, es una progresación esta unidad. Por así decirlo, una progresación desde aquí para el más allá. Ahora, echemos un vistazo a otro aspecto de lograr la unidad. Si somos conscientes de mantener un ambiente social saludable y nutritivo, podemos ser conscientes de que si una parte de ese entorno está en desorden, socialmente enfermo, o en los dolores de la decadencia extrema, que eventualmente, como el cáncer, se metastasis al resto de la sociedad, afligiendo con el mismo o más avanzado de las enfermedades sociales. Consciente de que esto entonces está claro que somos parte de un todo orgánico que debe modelo de orden más alto de la existencia humana. Así que el enfoque práctico para unidad, aquí y ahora, es el mantenimiento de una sociedad en su totalidad, no en parte. El enfoque emocional o social, para esto es el trabajo continuo hacia el cambio. En nuestro enfoque espiritual es allá un autosacrificio hacia el todo. Autosacrificio hacia el todo. Eso simplemente significa mirar más allá de nuestras necesidades inmediatas y el sacrificio de tiempo, energía y recursos hacia el mejoramiento de la sociedad. En palabras de Shoghi Effendi, guardián de la fe Bahá'í, durante su desarrollo de 1939 a 1957, concientización. Presentemos a una unidad orgánica. Y cuando una parte del organismo sufre, todo el resto del cuerpo se sube o sufre consecuencias. De hecho, esta es la razón por la que Baha'u'lláh llama a nuestra atención a la unidad de todo el mundo entero. Cita final. Los críticos de una posible unidad pueden concluir que el hombre es inherentemente belicoso. Si esto fuera así, la humanidad habría sido aniquilada por mucho tiempo. Afortunadamente, en todas las épocas nos han dado hombres y mujeres de razón, alta mentalidad y integridad para mover a la humanidad adelante en esta civilización siempre avanzando. Es bastante observable que colectivamente como un ser humano, especies que hemos avanzado desde nuestra infancia formativa a través de nuestra adolescencia turbulente y ahora entrar en nuestra edad adulta colectiva. Como tal, entonces debemos familiarizarnos con los hábitos y el comportamiento de esta etapa avanzada, esta nueva era de nuestro desarrollo y los cambios sistemáticos que debemos comprometernos a establecer. Los críticos también pueden argumentar sobre las diversas costumbres, ideologías, filosofías, hábitos e inclinaciones entre la diversidad de los pueblos de todo el planeta. Como tal, entonces, es imposible establecer cualquier nivel de la unidad y desarrollo social entera en la mayor parte de toda la sociedad. A esto podemos establecer dos tipos de diferencia. Por un lado, están las actitudes destructivas. Repito, actitudes destructivas que se pueden formar como aniquilación de los seres, guerra y destrucción. Pero hemos abordado actitud y actitud de cambios. Y nuestra capacidad para cambiar actitudes, por otro lado, son las diferencias en costumbres, hábitos, gustos, ideas y otras composiciones socioculturales de diferentes grupos y de los individuos. Estas segundas diferencias pueden converger en una unidad en la diversidad que tenemos así los mismos. Valores sociales básicos para nosotros mismos. Y ahora, como el título de esta charla, en intereses de ideales y acciones, hoy y más allá, debemos extender estos más allá que los intereses puramente propios. Unirnos a la familia del hombre. Trabajar para lograr su mayor nivel de existencia. Y cada uno de nosotros hacer esfuerzo para mantener solo esa parte del yo mismo. Como individuos que podemos contribuir mejor al todo. Es decir, unidad en la diversidad. Unido en espíritu. Sin embargo, la promoción de las diferencias solo en términos de nuestra individualidad, sin comprometer la unidad de toda la sociedad. Entonces, en otras palabras, contribuyendo al todo de una manera especial. Con estos ideales y acciones de que hablemos cómo reformar la actitud y extender nuestros intereses. Además, entonces preguntamos, ¿es posible la unidad aquí y ahora? Sí. Pero solo si podemos cambiar ciertas actitudes, negativas o indiferentes, que no tienen resultados positivos. ¿Y cómo se logra esto? A través de la comprensión de que el individuo solo puede beneficiarse si contribuye a la salud y tranquilidad del cuerpo político. El aislamiento la indiferencia, el antagonismo, solo conducirá a nuestros propios males. Hoy debemos progresar más allá de la manera tolerancia de los demás. Y así el establecimiento de la mayoría o la mayor familia humana. Debemos emerger más allá de lo racial y culturales conocidos, hacia establecimiento en la diversidad como hablamos aquí. Hoy podemos avanzar más allá de más comprensión y compasión de todos los demás y seguir siendo los cuidadores unos de otros. Y como los llega a entender la Casa Universal de Justicia en la Carta de 9 de mayo 2020, me dirijo. Por supuesto, comprendemos que se hayan tenido que suspender algunas actividades, se hayan tenido que dejar de lado durante un tiempo ciertas estrategias o métodos que no se acomodan a las condiciones actuales. Sin embargo, si bien se han cerrado temporalmente algunas posibilidades, otras se han abierto. Final de carta. Otra vez menciono actitud, reformas mentales y más persistencia y conciencia. Primeramente, hay que realizar que hay crisis. Como tanto está el pandémico que surge entre toda la planeta todavía. Más y más la economía que nos aflige por lo mismo, cual nos tiene a muchos de nosotros encerrados en nuestros hogares, por nuestra seguridad y nuestra salud. Se haya tantos divididos en los asuntos políticos, en cómo mantenernos durante estas crisis, o olvidaría, o mantenernos con los recursos en nuestra proximidad inmediata. Y estos casos emergen otros desafíos sociales de la salud mental, casos personales económicos y falta de recursos que en otra temporada se encuentra fácilmente a nuestro lado. Ahora, si este es el periodo tan esperado que conduce a nuestra perfección como especie humana, si esta es la temporada de nuestra maduración esperada por hombres y mujeres de visión y verdadera comprensión, si este es el momento de nuestro compromiso con los mayores avances sociales en la historia de la humanidad, entonces hay un punto más que tenemos que contemplar. Y me explico así. Primeramente, número 1, hay todavía modo de comunicar, sino por tecnología alta, por el celular. Nos podemos acercar a ofrecer ciertos servicios que pueden aliviar un poco del sufrimiento. En las maneras de comunicaciones disponibles, aunque semejantes dificultades sigan, se puede investigar cómo promover ciertos proyectos, sean de avisos constructivos para mejorar los asuntos de la comunidad, acciones distintas relatadas al mejorar repercusiones económicas como avisos de comestibles, de ropa, de calzados, de abrigos, etc. Redes entre vos para empoderar a los jóvenes. Empoderar a los jóvenes que embarquen en su energía proyectos dedicados a acciones sociales a fin de satisfacer las necesidades del cuerpo y de todo el pueblo, en fin. Establecernos en redes fuera de la fe, con esos que se alinean con semejantes principios como nuestros, y a tener discursos entre ellos para ofrecer modelos de vida constructiva, cooperativa, unida y enfocada en los asuntos que se imponen. Ahora, el cambio así de la unidad y paz del mundo es inevitable y lo más esencial para nuestra tranquilidad y muy supervivencia. ¿O lograremos la unidad a través de nuestro propio compromiso con los principios y sacrificios que traerán estos? ¿O lo haremos como nadadores en el río de la vida, ser barridos con el corriente implacable de los tiempos cambiantes en cuales vivimos? ¿Cuáles? Si entonces muchos de nosotros ahora podemos estar de acuerdo con los cambios de nuestra actitud hacia el sacrificio propio para el mejoramiento del conjunto, si muchos de nosotros creemos que la unidad de la diversidad del hombre es profundamente esencial, esto entonces para lograr que estemos de acuerdo que todos somos humanos, merecidos a todo lo bueno que viene, a todo lo bueno que viene. De ser lo mismo, entonces nuestra realidad es verdaderamente menos emocional, menos incapaz de formar nuevas actitudes, más bien como nos explican nuestras escrituras, más que nada somos seres espirituales, o en otra manera más clínica y como psicólogo, somos seres de condiciones que permanecen en otro sentido más elevado, que conducen capacidades para prevenir todo lo que nos asalta. Por lo tanto, la erradicación de todas las teorías anteriores de nuestros puros orígenes materialistas, dominados por mejores solo a uno mismo y no a la comunidad. Entonces, dos maneras. La clínica y más bien la espiritual. Así que si un cierto nivel de unidad en la diversidad es posible ahora, hay que pensar en esa gloriosa temporada que espera a esas generaciones del más allá. Esas generaciones futuras elevarán la humanidad a un nivel aún mayor de unidad conocida a través de los nuevos modelos y estándares que hemos comenzado a comprometernos desde este día. En la carta de otra vez de 9 de mayo 2020, la Casa Universal de Justicia, tocante las dificultades en hoy día, escribe: cuando la sociedad se encuentra en semejante dificultad, la responsabilidad de los bahá'ís de hacer aportación constructiva a los asuntos humanos se hace más urgente. Por lo tanto, no lograremos alcanzar una visión que se establezca en un movimiento hacia esfuerzo mutuo entre pueblos y naciones por medio de lo que aflige a todo el mundo y en una manera o de otra, como el pandémico, el fracaso de la economía, con el hecho de falta de trabajos, pérdida de las seguridades como el hogar, provisiones, salud y hechos violentos por lo mismo. Y todo lo demás que se abarca en este drama de aflicciones sociales. Los actos beneficial que haremos hoy como bahá'ís serán los determinantes venidores dados a los pueblos y naciones que sigan mejorándose de una manera centrada y enfocada en las leyes divinas que obligarán injusticia de la probable miseria de la pobreza por barreras económicas y la gran acumulación de propiedad que llega a desaparecer esos ricos a los pobres. En fin, Baha'u'lláh, cuando así, profeta fundador de la fe Bahá'í, Señor prometido de todas previas dispensaciones, en las palabras ocultas, una de las voluminosas escrituras proclama: oh Hijo del Hombre, mi calamidad es mi providencia. Aparentemente es fuego y venganza, pero por dentro es luz y misericordia. Apresúrate hacia ella para que te conviertes a una luz eterna y un espíritu inmortal. Este es mi mandato para ti. Obsérvalo. Número 51, palabras ocultas en el árabe. Entonces, me despido, estimados amigos, con deseos que permanezcan de cabal salud para que lleguemos al servicio de la humanidad por medio de los principios y las leyes dados de Baha'u'lláh. De Baha'u'lláh, la bendita belleza. Y con esto, en nuestro idioma, nuestra indígena, les digo, Naninago Ojo, Aata Huninsingo Nanina. Que pasen por el camino de belleza para que logren conocerse por sí mismos. Hasta luego.
my spirit. Purify my heart, illumine my powers, and lay all my affairs in thy hands. Oh God, thou art my guide and my refuge, my refuge, my refuge. Oh God, thou art my guide and my refuge, my refuge, my refuge. I will no longer be sorrowful and grieved. I will be a happy and joyful being, and I will no longer be full of anxiety, nor will I let troubles harass me. No, no. And I will not dwell on the unpleasant things of life. No, I will not dwell on the unpleasant things of life. No, I will not dwell on the unpleasant things of life. No, I will not dwell on the unpleasant things of life. Oh God, thou art more friend to me than I am to myself. Oh, thou art more friend to me than I am to myself. Oh, I dedicate myself to thee, oh Lord. Yes, I dedicate myself to thee, oh Lord. Thy name is my healer. Oh my God. In remembrance of thee is my remedy. Nearness to thee is my hope, and love for thee is my companion. Thy mercy to me is my healing and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thy remembrance, remembrance of thee is my remedy. Nearness to thee is my hope, and love for thee is my companion. Thy mercy to me is my healing and my succor in both this world and the world to come. Thou verily art the all-bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise. Thou verily art the all-bountiful, the all-knowing, the all-wise, the all-knowing, the all-wise, the all-knowing, the all-wise, the all-knowing, the all-wise, the all-knowing, the all-wise. O Son of Spirit, with the joyful tidings of life, O Son of Spirit, with the joyful tidings of life, I hail thee, rejoice forevermore. Rejoice forevermore. O Son of Spirit, with the joyful tidings of life, O Son of Spirit, with the joyful tidings of life, I hail thee, rejoice forevermore. Rejoice forevermore. To the court of holiness I summon thee. Abide therein that thou mayst live in peace and rejoice forevermore. Rejoice forevermore. Rejoice forevermore. Rejoice forevermore. 50 kilograms of chains weighed you down in a room filled with pain and unsettling sounds, with souls crying in vain, crying desperately to be found. Down where they tried to bury the light in order to hide what you carry inside. But every night the wind brought in the sound from the sea, our child crying, God is sufficient unto me. Verily, he verily is the all-sufficing. Mocked and tortured by those filled with ignorant hate, unwilling to see what is taking shape. For from these old chains a whole world will line his way. And though one by one they were taken away, still they would sing, though death was their fate, with a voice in the night that shone bright as the day. From the sea our child cried out, God is sufficient unto me. Verily, he verily is the all-sufficing. God is sufficient unto me. Verily, he verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. 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 God is sufficient unto me. Verily, he verily is the all-sufficing. God is sufficient unto me. Verily, he verily is the all-sufficing. If I can't stop you from leaving me, then these arms must be weary from holding us down. Battered and tired from this war you've been waging, those eyes say it loud without making a sound. See, they've always told me I give too much time to those who don't deserve it. I guess they're right, but I'm made to feel uncertain by it. Riding around in circles, dying to break myself out. And we might as well face it. We've been waiting in waters that forced us to drown. And we, poisoned by maybe, dizzied and jaded, let fate take a hold of us now. I can't be near if the burning. There's too much, too early to face it, too covered in doubt. But you've been away for too long to be aching, so I am alone in this feeling for now. See, they've always told me I give too much time to those who don't deserve it. I guess they're right, but I'm made to feel uncertain by running round in circles, dying to break myself out. And we might as well face it. We've been waiting in waters that forced us to drown. And we poison the maybes, dizzy and jaded. Let fate take a hold of us now. Might as well face it. We have been waiting in waters that forced us to drown. And we poison but maybes, dizzy and jaded. Let fate take a hold of us now. Let fate take a hold of us now. Thank you very much.
Is there any remover of difficulties save God? Say, praise be God, He is God. All are His servants, and all abide by His bidding. Is there any remover of difficulties save God? Say, praise be God, He is God. All are His servants, and all abide by His
Hello, friends. We're happy to have you here at the Grand Canyon Baha'i Conference. Our next presentation will be by the Persian Baha'i Media Service. And our speakers are Shahab Saeed and Sana Rouhani. Their topic is sharing the healing message of Baha'u'llah with the souls in the cradle of the faith. Shahab Saeed serves the Auxiliary Board for Protection in the Four Corners region and the Office of the National Treasurer in the Fund Development Department. He also has the privilege of serving as a Hukukullah representative. Sana Rouhani started her services at Persian Baha'i Media Services in 2001. From 2003, she served as a full-time radio editor and producer, and in 2005, as TV editor and producer. She produced and presented a TV show by the name of Baroye Farda for 4 years. The program aimed to shed light on the beliefs and principles of the Baha'i faith and how it can guide us to a better future for the world. Since 2007, Sana is serving as the Director of Persian Baha'i Media Service. We welcome Shahab and Sana and hope you will enjoy their presentation.
Dear friends, I am very grateful to the Grand Canyon Baha'i Conference organizers for this opportunity. As you all know, the American Baha'i community is so blessed with the opportunity to support so many amazing projects that in their core spread the healing message of the blessed beauty to the people of the world. And their ultimate goal is to bring about unity and world peace. Today, I would like to talk to you about one of these projects that is very dear to my heart and reaches out to the souls in the cradle of the faith, Iran. Persian Baha'i Media Service, known as Persian BMS. I would like to take you through a journey, the journey of Persian BMS. Some of you here may know all about it and have had an active role in this journey. Others may have heard about it before and are familiar with part of it. And to some, it might be first time you hear about this. In any case, I hope that sharing this journey brings joy to your heart and inspires you to continue your love and support to this endeavor. I would like to take you to the year 2001, about 20 years ago, in Iran, when Mr. Khatami was the president. There were 7 Baha'i community leaders known as the Oran, who were attending to the needs of the Baha'is in Iran, who were deprived from having their own institutions. The systematic persecution of the Baha'is was still going on, and Baha'is were deprived from their most basic human rights. And of course, the situation is still the same, even worse. Now, let me take you back to the East Coast of United States, in Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. During that time, and with the dedicated efforts of Baha'i friends in the area, a weekly Farsi radio program was aired locally, introducing the Baha'i faith to the Farsi speakers in the region. During one of his visits, Mr. Houshmand Fateh-Azam, who at the time was serving as a member of the Universal House of Justice, heard these programmings and had a wonderful and amazing vision. Why not broadcast the radio programs in Farsi directly to Iran? And that was the beginning of the journey of Payam Dus Radio, taking the message of the beloved to its birthplace. Under the guidance of the Universal House of Justice and the special dedicated love and encouragement of Mr. Fateh-Azam, in April of 2001, Payam Dus Radio launched its daily programs on shortwave directly to Iran. Of course, the programs were also available on the internet on the Baha'i Radio website and accessible to all Farsi speakers around the world. However, the programs were developed specifically for that target audience, meaning the people in Iran. The main objective for the programming was to remove misconceptions and misunderstandings that have been long-standing and firmly entrenched, and to change the public perception about the Baha'i faith. In 2005, a major development happened, and that was the launch of the first Persian Baha'i TV program by the name of Ayin Baha'i. Now, the people in Iran can hear the Baha'is and can see them in action and see how they strive to translate the principle and the ideals they believe in into action. With the continuation of the systematic oppression and persecution of the Baha'is in Iran, new doors opened up. The people in Iran became more curious to learn about the largest religious minority who live among them and are undergoing severe persecution without them retaliating against the government or even thinking of taking revenge. And since the Baha'i Radio and TV's main objective is to address the needs of the Baha'is in Iran, a new directive was received. In 2007, the Universal House of Justice addressed the Persian Baha'i radio and TV management, stating, in addition to continuing programs intended to remove misconceptions and misgivings about the faith in its birthplace, new ones should now be created to support the teaching efforts of the Friends in Iran and to encourage the engagement of the Iranian Baha'is with others in initiatives that serve the common good. The program's special focus should be on reaching the country's most receptive populations, the youth and young adults. As a result, a new programming by the name of Novin TV was launched in 2009, tailored towards a younger audience. And of course, all of programming and content development were happening under the direct guidance of the Universal House of Justice and the World Center. And all of the financial resources needed was provided and ensured by the World Center until 2011. In 2011, another major shift took place. The Universal House of Justice gave the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of the United States the responsibility to oversee the Persian Baha'i Radio and TV, and it became one of its agencies. And the privilege of financially supporting this effort was given to the American Baha'i community. I remember around those years, many of the Baha'is in Iran who I came across suggested that they, meaning the Baha'i community in Iran, would like to financially support this effort because they knew how important these programmings were and how it directly impacted the perception of the people in Iran about the Baha'i faith and helped their teaching efforts. And on the other hand, also, non-Baha'i individuals residing in Iran who were closely tuning to the programs reached out to us and said that they are willing to financially support the programming because they believe that these programs could positively impact the lives of many people in Iran. The response of the Baha'i World Center to these suggestions and requests was that these programs are a gift from the American Baha'i community to the brothers and sisters in Iran. Friends, you may remember in September of 2014, our beloved National Spiritual Assembly sent a letter to every household in the United States with regard to this agency. In that letter, they stated, today, however, many Iranian citizens and the Persian-speaking populace worldwide see themselves as neighbors and allies of their Baha'i compatriots. An open atmosphere of freedom of thought has helped them to perceive the true teachings and principles of the faith, and they have come to recognize that beyond the love Baha'is hold for the world and its citizens, we possess a deep love for every inch of the pure soil of Iran. Baha'is not only celebrate Iran's pride and greatness, we are determined to lead our effort toward fostering the progress and greatness of that country. There is an ever-heightening awareness that our aim is to seek peace. Our goal is to serve humankind. Truthfulness, trustworthiness, and chastity are our way of life, and our beliefs are founded on the essential unity of all divine religions and the integration of mankind into one human family. The appeal of these beliefs has drawn many to actively investigate the faith. The establishment of Payam-e-Doust Radio in 2001, Ain Baha'i in 2005, and Novin TV in 2009 have no doubt been instrumental in this transformation of public opinion. So, friends, as you can see from this letter, things were changing. And therefore, another major shift happened in 2018. Since Persian Baha'i Media Service works under the guidance of the Baha'i institutions, and its only objective is to serve the needs of the Baha'i community in Iran, the target audience of Persian Baha'i Media Service in 2018 was shifted to a more focused one. We were asked to develop programming that support the community building efforts of the Friends in Iran, and that is useful for the education of those actively interested in the faith, and can also be shared with their network of contacts. These are the seekers and unregistered believers in the cradle of the faith. Witnessing this new phase of development and how Persian BMS, as it was mentioned in the National Spiritual Assembly letter, was instrumental in changing the hearts and minds of the people in Iran, brought so much joy to the hearts of the individuals serving in this agency, the producers, contributors, and supporters of Persian BMS. I'm using the name Persian BMS because in 2015, the name of the agency changed to Persian Baha'i Media Service, Persian BMS, and all the radio and TV programs merged under this entity. Of course, the advantage of this assigned target audience is greater ability to gain awareness and better understand the issues of importance to them, which are also coherent, of course, with the messages of the Universal House of Justice. Currently, a system is in place to facilitate this approach, and we are in a learning mode, of course. The experience gained so far has been amazing. Consistent, gradual, systematic efforts are in place now to be in touch with the friends in Iran who are at the frontiers of learning, to explore and learn how Persian BMS can support their efforts, connect with the unregistered Baha'is in Iran and those who are joining the Baha'is in their community building efforts, to consult with and explore together topics and themes for developing content and get their feedback on the programs. Every day, friends, almost every day, we receive messages and comments from our audience. And I would like to share with you an example of these messages. An example that you can get a feel for how important this initiative is for them. We received this message where you can see the original in Farsi, and this is the English translation. Hello and greetings, Radio Payam-e-Doust. I have found a gem after diving and searching in the vast ocean of Baha'i media, and the gem I found was hidden in a shell. I don't know what I may be as a non-Baha'i to this group of staunch Baha'is, but as I mentioned, to me, they are that precious hidden pearl. In a part of your response, you mentioned that if possible, I keep in touch with you. With much love and respect for all Baha'is, the stalwart upholders of peace, tranquility, and love for humankind. I shall endeavor as much as possible, should my time, which is mainly spent earning a meager living, allow me to be in touch, and not for a second will I cease to assist. Dear friends, this journey started with 3 dedicated individuals and currently has 24 production teams all around the globe contributing to its programs. Currently, Persian BMS offers daily 45 minutes radio programs, 2-hour weekly TV programs, and 24-hour audio streaming. Persian Baha'i Media Service radio and TV programs are available on its website, app, and social media platforms. Its 24-hour audio streaming is available on its website, app, and satellite, which serves Iran and that region. I invite those of you who speaks Farsi to visit Persian Baha'i Media website and learn more about its programs. Dear friends, now we will watch a film together which was produced in English and subtitled to Farsi. Only a few of Persian BMS productions happen to be in English, then dubbed in or subtitled in Farsi. Hope from Iran 3 is the last episode of the trilogy, which I hope you enjoy. But after the film, please stay with us, because after that, I would like to invite dear Mr. Shahab Saeed, representing the Office of the National Treasurer in the Fund Development Department, to share his remarks with us. I hope you enjoy the film.
In 2018, after finishing 2 short episodes of the series Hope from Iran, I was confronted with the challenge of finding new stories for the 3rd and final film. Both characters had to be from Iran, and their stories have to have some sort of connection. I was not sure what would that be. When I first called Habib Zargarpur for a conversation about the film, he immediately agreed to be part of the project.
I gotta videotape this.
Since he is a special effects wizard and worked with the likes of George Lucas and Steven Spielberg, and on top of everything else has 2 Oscar nominations, I had to come up with a parallel story that was as interesting and challenging at the same time. That's when I met Dr. Adrian Eshraghi from the University of Miami. Really never thought these 2 random stories would have anything in common apart from them being 2 Iranian Baha'is who left the country right after the revolution. Dr. Eshraghi is an accomplished surgeon and runs a lab that does advanced studies on cochlear implants for people who are deaf.
Medical science and technology are advancing. One can expect that in the near future we can have more surgical tools and more devices that can help us to restore various human sense. Cochlear implant and the surgery of this device allows for the first time to restore one of the human sense, the sense of hearing. Someone who's completely deaf, who became deaf, can again hear, or can hear for the first time if the person is born deaf.
For people with disabilities, getting one of their senses back is a dream come true. For small children, it's a whole new world of opportunities. Adrian was born in Tehran, Iran, and had to leave the country in 1979, right after the revolution. His school was closed, and because his family was Baha'i, it became clear that he would not be free to continue his studies inside the country. While Adrian left Iran to go to Paris, Habib made his way to southern France more or less during the same period of time. Most definitely, both left the country fearing religious persecution.
I was born in Iran, and my parents were Baha'is, and I grew up in many countries. That first time when I moved out was difficult. That was the first time I had to cut ties with my friends. After that, it got easier, and then I started really appreciating seeing more of the world. So at a young age, I found out, actually when I was 13, I remember, I wanted to be a product designer. I felt like I could be technical as well as artistic at the same time, but the systems are very built towards putting you in one box or the other. And I always had to struggle against that, you know, and it was difficult to say, I'm an artist, but I can also be an engineer. And I always looked up to Leonardo da Vinci as an idol, but the system makes it difficult for you to do both. I found out about Art Center College of Design while I was going to UBC in engineering program. So I applied to Art Center and then got a thick letter back. Through that school, I was able to meet instructors that were teaching us about design for film. That got me super interested in doing that kind of design because you had the freedom of making it science fiction, or depending on the project, you could, you know, really use your imagination. That became my entry into the visual effects world, and then subsequently worked on IMAX for 2 years on IMAX films in LA, and then I got accepted to Industrial Light and Magic, George Lucas's company that he'd built to do Star Wars. And so that was my next huge break.
The masks we wear.
The first project I worked on was The Mask with Jim Carrey. I was responsible for all the shots where he pulls the mask off his face or the mask gets snapped back on his face. I worked on some of those. A couple of the Milo dog shots with the mask. And it had to have this green gas come off when the mask would go on or come off. And that involved particle effects. That became my specialty. That led to other things like Twister, doing particles for the tornadoes, and then the waters in Perfect Storm, the oceans.
After listening to Habib and Adrian's story, it became clear to me how the persecution of the Baha'is in Iran is taking a toll in the country, depriving the Iranian society of some of their greatest minds, some of their greatest talents.
So once we look at the time I was doing my medical school and now, so much progress happened. You know, internet, computer, teaching over Skype. Medical student doesn't go anymore every day to the classroom like before. We are going to new generation that the access to knowledge is so easy to everyone. They already have access to all of the books, all of the publications to the internet the night before. The science is open to everyone. Not to home. As a physician, as a surgeon, there is no room for mediocrity. You have always to have this quality of compassion. People usually say, oh, this person is blind, and they have pity for him, or they are sorry for him. But when somebody is deaf, they joke about him. That shows how challenging it is to be deaf. What makes us as a human being is our communication.
When I was in Miami, I had the experience of meeting Betseba, Denise, and Sophia, a whole family whose lives were changed by Dr. Ishragi's expertise. A mother and a daughter who were completely deaf had the chance to hear for the first time after their surgery.
Hello, give me 5. Hello.
When we first came in, I came with her, who was having surgery. And actually, Dr. Shiragi, he said, why she's not in the program. So he waited for us to be registered and get all the documentation, and I really appreciate it. I tell a story everywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your friends? Yes. Good.
A few weeks after the cochlear implant, Sophia went back to the hospital for the first tuning of her device. Once back home, a magical moment unfolds for the child and the family. Sophia's story made me think of how many people inside Iran would benefit from these technologies, how many people whose lives would be totally transformed if students were free to continue their research without artificial obstacles.
We built different virtual cameras that could basically track the camera position. You're holding a camera and you're walking around, but what you're seeing is actually not what the camera is seeing. What you're seeing is what the computer camera is seeing. But you're able to move in that world, in the virtual world, and then our software takes the tracking of the camera. We render that world using Game Engine Unity. What our tools do is handle the film part. So we make things go at the rate of film, we control time, simulate cameras, we simulate physics, and then we have these camera tracking devices where the virtual camera is sent and different people can see the world from their own angle. Very basically, you can film your movie virtually using these tools. This isn't limited to pre-production or previs, you could also do this on set. These new methods are going to totally revolutionize everything. Spoiler alert, Rachel comes back. Very iconic from the original Blade Runner. The shape of the lips, the sharpness of the corners here, shape of the eyebrows and the distance here. These are all very subtle things. It's really difficult to create a digital human, and especially one to match someone that you know the likeness of. You know, she was very striking in that movie and very memorable. And we were confident we would be able to recreate her, but then we found out they were going to actually show the original footage right before. So then we were terrified. This is a wonderful crew gift we got for Perfect Storm. And one of the really nice features about it is when you put a light behind it, you can see the translucency of the water. This is a single frame of the test shot for Perfect Storm. No one's seen this shot. It was never released. But this is where I was able to develop the shader for the ocean and be able to apply the different kinds of foam and what we call the capillaries, the fine waves. And all of these colors that you can see is what we observed on real references of stormy seas, of what color the ocean was and what color the sky and the fog and haze went. When I started working on Perfect Storm, besides studying oceans and all the stormy seas and natural effects we had to create, we also needed to create a digital ship. One of the key features of these fishing boats was the fact that the hull is so deep In the beginning, when I was doing the boat simulations, the boat kept coming out of the water and flying off the waves. And it wasn't until I made the hull deep enough and added the drag for the water that then it would just stick in the water the way it should. So you just learn a lot about things if you draw them or build duplicates of it. It was a very fun project. One of the shots in Twister, you got the barn and then the scale of this tornado with all the debris. We had a lot of reference for Twister, so we knew what to match, or we knew what the people were expecting. We didn't use any blue screen in the entire film. It was all either hand rotoed and hand masked and hand tracking the cameras, all by hand. There was no match move software back then to track cameras automatically. Sometimes the fences would be practical, where they would be ejected. John Fraser's team, Practical Effects, they would have these things rigged, and other times we would have digital ones. It all had to be blended together. Star Wars Episode 1, all the motion of the pods and how they move and how they crash was all something we set up using simulation. This is Sebulba pod crashing into the dune, and then the engine coming apart, and we had to develop systems for every piece being simulated. This is actually going 800 miles an hour in the software. It's interesting how life works that way. You just go through experiences and not realizing where it might lead you, but then when you get there, then it all makes sense, that all the pieces were kind of leading you to someplace.
As we were shooting Dr. Shragi's story in Miami, I mentioned that Habib Zagarpour would be part of the film too. For a moment, Adrian was quiet before he said, "I knew Habib. We were friends back in Iran. I met him for a walk right before we left Tehran." At that moment, I realized these two stories were not random at all. Not intentionally, I had put together two long-lost friends in one film without knowing anything about that story. The next step was to organize a reunion for them. A Skype call after 41 years of no contact whatsoever.
Hi, Habib.
Hello. Hi, how are you doing?
42 years.
You know, you're actually, I'm still recognizing your features, which is awesome.
Just before I left Iran, right?
Yeah, that was 42 years ago. I think it was probably 2 days before you left, because we walked together, I remember. We walked together one evening.
So that must have been December 1979, right?
I remember looking at our house before leaving. It was nighttime for some reason. The flight was nighttime.
I remember looking at the house and having a very strange feeling that I'm not going to see it ever again.
We were young at the time. How old you were? We were 15. It was very young.
17, 16.
15, 16.
It was just felt like it was a big time of chaos, lots of things going on. And then, of course, after I left, there was a lot of Baha'is that were captured and thrown in jail.
So my own uncle was, suffered for many years, and then, it was difficult times, and it kind of accelerated really quickly. So I think we were lucky to be able to start somewhere else, but at the same time,
all those who stayed were very steadfast and had to deal with a lot of consequence. So I always wonder how my life would be different if I was still there.
It's really odd.
Like Adrian and Habib, many people left the country during those years. Hundreds of thousands of Baha'is stayed and endured harassment, persecutions, and difficulties. Nonetheless, their spirits were never broken. For every new prison, every hardship and tribulation the Baha'is in Iran had to endure, a new wave of constructive resilience took over the hearts of the friends. an ever-growing desire to serve the country they so much love and respect. For every drop of blood spilled in Iran, a new tree of hope was being planted on the most remote areas of the globe. For every sacrifice made for the betterment of the world, one more neighborhood in a small village in Asia, Africa, or the Americas was being opened to the message of the divine educator Baha'u'llah, who was born in Iran and whose sole aim was to unify all the peoples of the world under one same banner of love and fellowship.
Aloha, dear friends. My name is Shahab Saeed, and I have the privilege of serving in the Treasurer's Office at the Baha'i National Center. Thank you, Sana, for those inspiring words and that beautiful production of Hope from Iran 3. It's really tough to have to follow a professional production like that by our dear friend Fabio Rosser. Dear friends, what I've been asked to share with you is this idea of how we have a responsibility to share the healing message of Baha'u'llah with souls in the cradle of the faith, especially the youth and the children of Iran. And, you know, there are huge numbers of these youth and children, and this is not a Baha'i gathering. This is just a picture I was able to find on the internet. And you can see that they're saying peace means having friends from around the world. And I've been reflecting about why the Universal House of Justice has assigned this responsibility of funding Persian Baha'i media services to the Baha'is of the United States. It is a wonderful privilege, and I'm thinking that maybe it has to do with what the House of Justice has talked about in terms of reciprocity between the two nations that are so closely allied. I'm sure you know that Abdul Baha, in the winter of his life, came to the United States and essentially built up this community by traveling from coast to coast and giving talks and getting the healing message of Baha'u'llah to the people of the United States, from New York to San Francisco. This is a particular article in the San Francisco Chronicle that says Abdul Baha Abbas says the object of mission is to unify all creeds. So Abdul Baha came and built this community in the United States, and now, because of the world situation and the oppression that the people of Iran are under, we have been given the opportunity to take this healing message of Baha'u'llah back to Iran, unadulterated, unedited, so the creative word might touch hearts and influence hearts. And we know that the Blessed Beauty has told us, "He who is the eternal truth, exalted be his glory, hath made the fulfillment of every undertaking on earth dependent on material needs." So every undertaking, including getting his message to Iran, is dependent on material means. And I thought maybe we should take a quick look at what are some of the individual benefits that the writings talk about in terms of taking advantage of this privilege and opportunity that we have this generation to getting the message to the people of Iran in the cradle of the faith. The beloved Bab has said, "Whatsoever ye have offered up in the way of the one true God, ye shall indeed find preserved by God intact at God's holy gate." So dear friends, whatever we do to serve the cause, apparently it's being tracked and preserved at God's holy gate. This is the whole quotation together, and you can see that it's from the writings of the Bab, page 217. In addition, Shoghi Effendi told us that the early Persian Baha'is gave their lives for the cause. The Western believers have been spared this necessity. That's us. But their comfort, to some extent, they must sacrifice if they're going to discharge their moral obligation to a tortured humanity and to bring to it the message of the Father. Again, whatever we offer up, it's going to be preserved at God's holy gate. And the House of Justice also tells us that inequity, discrimination, and exploitation blight the life of humanity, seemingly immune to the treatments applied by political schemes of every hue. So we know that the only solution is going to be the divine and healing message of Baha'u'llah. And we have that opportunity to share that with the people of Iran. And dear Sana told you about all the essentially objectives that they're being given by the World Center to make sure that that happens. And Abdul Baha told us to beware the weeping of the wronged and the orphan children and the sighing of the victims of oppression, lest their tears should turn to floods and their breaths should turn to fire. So dear friends, this is a real opportunity for us to arise and in a unified way, by universal participation, help get the healing message of Baha'u'llah to the people of Iran. And again, it all depends on material means, and we just have to act, and we have to act now. This is a screenshot of the drop-down on OCS, the online contribution system. And you can see that the Persian Baha'i Media Service is there. Now, another point that I'd like to bring your attention is next year is the 100th anniversary of Ascension of Abdul Baha. And I'm sure you have read and you know the story of the sacrifices that he made and how he took care of the people of Akka and Haifa and how they turned out for his funeral. And to remember that he came and traveled across this country to bring the message to the Baha'is of the United States. So, dear friends, now it is our opportunity to reciprocate the Master's sacrifice and take the healing message of Baha'u'llah to the souls in the cradle of the faith through Persian Baha'i Media Service. And if you'd like to, you have an opportunity now to contribute online through our online contribution system, or OCS, at ocs.baha'i.us towards this enterprise. And you can select the drop-down arrow and pick Persian Baha'i Media Service and make your contribution. Now, a lot of times we get asked, how will we know how much was raised during this particular gathering? And if you would like to add 27 cents, this is an idea that our friends in the finance department came up with. It was brilliant. Today is the 27th of December. If you'd like to add 27 cents to the end of your contribution, we can report back to you. And, our hope is universal participation, and I won't go into, in terms of it's not the amount, it's the level of sacrifice and generosity that really matters. You can also write your check to the National Center and to the National Baha'i Fund earmarked for Persian Baha'i Media Service and send it to the National Center. And so what we'll do now is I'd like to read the prayer for the fund and give you a little time to consider your contribution, and then we'll come back for a few seconds. all the friends of God should contribute to the extent possible, however modest their offering may be. God doth not burden the soul beyond its capacity. Such contributions must come from all centers and all believers. O friends of God, be ye assured that in the place of these contributions, your agriculture, your industry, and your commerce will be blessed by manifold increases with goodly gifts and bestowals. He who cometh with one goodly deed will receive the tenfold reward. There is no doubt that the living Lord will abundantly confirm those who expend their wealth in his path. O God, my God, illumine the brows of thy true lovers and support them with angelic hosts of certain triumph. Set their feet on thy straight path, and out of thine ancient beauty open before them the portals of thy blessings. For they are expending on thy pathway what thou hast bestowed upon them, safeguarding thy faith, putting their trust in their remembrance of thee, offering up their hearts for love of thee, and withholding not what they possess, in adoration for thy beauty and in their search for ways to please thee. O my Lord, ordain for them a plenteous share, a destined recompense, and a sure reward. Verily, thou art the sustainer, the helper, the generous, bountiful, the ever bestowing. Abdul Baha. Dear friends, we'd like to express our gratitude once again to the organizing committee of the Grand Canyon Baha'i Conference. And thank you for taking the time for joining us in this session. Allahu Akbar, dear friends.
Dear friends, we have come to the end of our 3-day journey together. Our ardent hope is that the inspirational talks given over the last 3 days have helped ignite your love for service to humanity, provided you with insight, knowledge, and practical tools to take back to your respective communities and clusters. We pray that you commit your energies and material needs to serve and accompany others, to offer the divine remedy to all those who cross your path. We leave you with these words from Rizwan 1993, Message of the Universal House of Justice. Beloved friends, do not be dismayed or deterred. Take courage in security of God's laws and ordinances. These are the darkest hours before the break of day. Peace, as promised, will come at night's end. Press on to meet the dawn. Thank you again for your support, and we hope you have enjoyed the conference.